This is a WTVA 9 News Severe Weather Update.
Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon here alongside our meteorologist John DeLusick in the Weather Center here. We are tracking now a first tornado warning of the day at 12:44 p.m. issued for sections of Atala County. And this is for a storm that has had rotation for quite a while. I'm going to bring John in here for some discussion. That's why we have him on the screen with me for a moment here. You've been monitoring things. Tell me about this storm. Tell folks at home how this has progressed over the last little bit.
Well, basically it started off just northwest of Vicksburg. It started off in actually northeastern Louisiana, moved across the river north of the Vicksburg area, hit the Redwood area, damaged some mobile homes in that portion of the area of the Delta, and that system has been moving off east-northeastward for the last good hour and a half, off and on tornadoes on the ground and doing damage. So this one shows you this is a pretty decent system that's hanging on.
You know, and so the description here that it says, and it applies to what you're saying, is that this is observed. This isn't one of those, this may be, possibly, this has produced on a number of occasions damage, and that is what has prompted our first tornado warning of the day. Would that be a fair assessment?
So, yeah, that is a fair assessment. It's several reports from sheriff's offices to trained spotters of this system, moving all the way from northeastern Louisiana through north of the Vicksburg area, through the Redwood area, and now where it's at about ready to move into our area now.
Okay, so the speed on this storm as assessed by the National Weather Service, and we'll double check this here in a minute, is about 50 miles per hour. That's not quite a mile a minute, so that is a fairly fast-moving thunderstorm. We do expect these to move fairly quickly. I'm going to typically track them a little faster than that, close to 55, just in case they pick up some speed. I'd rather track them too fast than too slow, and that's kind of the way we're going to handle things today. We'll pull John down for just a second. We're going to bring him in a lot because he has been one of the people we've been kind of relying on so far today, and we'll continue to do so over the next little bit here. So as we take John's box for the folks back there in the back room down so that we can get some storm tracks and things like that on your television screen there. First things first, let's get the latest storm track there. And I don't know if someone would go ahead and pop into the back room real quick, make sure. There they are. There we go. Okay, and we're going to want this on Weather 1 if we could. Weather 1. And that's where we're going to be for the majority of today, is on Weather 1. So when we'll pop that up here, we're in close on this storm that has been observed to produce a tornado. And as you can see, we have two tornado warnings here. Then one includes locations around Kosciuszko, the far southwest corner of the WTVA 9 News viewing area. Another one just south. Both of these have that extra outline on them, an indication that these have been storms that have in the past produced tornadoes and still potentially could be producing them at this time. So as we track them, about 50 to 55 miles per hour toward the north and east. I'm going to track the whole line because there is a wind damage potential in this line as well that we don't want to overlook. And I'm going to get a track that's a little longer than maybe we typically would. And these storms will evolve and change and perhaps weaken over the course of the next hour plus as this moves in. And for the folks in the back room as well, we're going to try to take microphones up, microphones down as necessary as we go through this as well. So with that in mind, we're looking at French Camp at about 141, Kosciuszko at 126. We're looking at Ware at 149, Ackerman at just before 2 p.m., Louisville at 202, Noxapater 207, Starkville at 222, working its way toward Brooksville at 241, Columbus at 249, and New Hope at 254. What has also changed, as we still have a few moments, because Kosciuszko is the nearest location that can really pick us up here. We're still kind of in the preparation mode on this as this moves in to make sure folks ahead are thinking and paying attention to this. One thing that has changed in the last hour to hour and a half, or really in the last 10 minutes, is now we have the entire WTVA 9 News viewing area under tornado watches. And the newest one extending now for the northern portion of the area that was not previously under one of these tornado watches. Just some kind of background information. That watch in effect until tonight at 7 p.m. And what I'm going to take a moment here to do behind the scenes, I want to take a look at that watch discussion as it was issued for just a moment. The reason that's important in this scenario is just to kind of check and see the level to which they go on this. And John, if you'll get a chance to check here in a second, those probabilities that we often look at, that's one of the things I want to reference on this, the probabilities, because that came on right before we came on the air. So our severe risk, if you've been watching, John, you know this, is increased from last night. And a good punch of this is not just the potential for tornadoes, it's also the potential for damaging wind gusts that could be in excess of 65 miles per hour. And that wind threat in particular extends all the way north throughout this orange area to Tupelo back towards Outages. So a good chunk, almost all of the WTVA 9 News viewing area falling into that category and that tornado risk. Obviously, the reason we have started this coverage with that tornado warning that has been issued and one of our primary concerns going forward. So with that background information, now we're going to dive in deep here to some things. And well, John, if you'll go ahead and you can interrupt me for a second to talk about those probabilities.
That's probabilities right now. The new watch that was issued for northeast Mississippi and western sections of Alabama, I believe that's usually a tornadic thunderstorm within any 1 point of within
yes.
25 miles. 70% chance of a tornado within 1 point of any 25 miles on either side of you. And a 40% chance, that's a very high percentage chance of an EF2 to an EF5 tornado for northeast Mississippi and western sections of Alabama. Going down the list, you're looking at the probabilities of wind damage, major event 10 or more, 70% possibility that we will have 10 or more major damaging wind events. So this is the only thing, good news if there's anything about it, is the low hail event possibilities. But again, a very much, this is not what we call a particularly dangerous tornado watch, which is the highest you can go with a tornado watch, but it is right on the edge, Matt.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So that's our meteorologist, John DeLucic. We're going to be checking back in with him quite a bit as we go through this. They have, looking at the latest outline here, I don't see the double outline on the part of this in Kosciuszko. Notice it might be a subtle difference right down there versus right there. This is still a confirmed tornado on the one that's just south of our area. They're going possible tornado on this, as you can see. And if you go back farther west, confirmed tornado where this previously was. So that is at least a little bit of a downgrade on it. That is a trend that spins up as these storms form and put down their initial tornado and spins down as they evolve. So that is not something that necessarily will stay for the long haul like that. So where specifically are we talking? We have to walk back a couple of scans to see it a little bit more clearly here. There have been a couple of these indentions, these notches along here. This one near Berryville was one of them that was more impressive just a little bit ago near Pierce Crossroads. That's what's generally working its way toward Kosciuszko and in that direction there. And we start getting these red arrows, even though that's kind of mid-level circulation there, that's a fairly significant amount of that that's being detected. So we're watching that moving toward the Pickens area, Goodman, Kosciuszko. Let's get a storm track based upon that 55 miles per hour. It does look like they've gone up to 55 on their speed as well. We show Kosciuszko now within about 39 minutes view. This is an area of rotation that previously, as you heard from our meteorologist John DeLucic a minute ago, previously has produced tornado damage. And that has been a fairly recent development that it fell in that category, and it's conceivable they could produce it again at some point here in the future. So that's our concern. In the nearer term, Durant, we're looking at about 26 minutes for you, Goodman in 18 minutes, and Pickens in 11 minutes. This is Doppler Radar indicated rotation that could at some point in the future produce a tornado. Now, a few things we need to talk about in this area here. This thunderstorm is still fairly close to the radar site there in Jackson, but what happens as this moves toward Kosciuszko and eventually out here toward Montgomery and Choctaw and sections of Winston counties, the radar looks higher and higher. So our likelihood of getting solid confirmation of this being a tornado touchdown diminishes somewhat as it goes through, again, that cycle there. But the fact that we have had previous damaging tornadoes means the National Weather Service, as they should, will likely keep the potential that they have to continue issuing tornado warnings on this, and we might not be able to confirm this until after the fact. So that is just the reason why we always recommend that you know those tornado safety rules and get within steps of one of those tornado safe places now, because now is the time. We want to make sure that you find a sturdy structure, the middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room, a place where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. In Kosciuszko, we need to be there. But if we're looking ahead for locations that really involve most of the WTVA 9 News viewing area, you're still ahead of this in Eupora, in Starkville, in West Point, Louisville, Macon, and Columbus. You still have time now to assess your situation and make the judgment call, because as we often remind you that there are legitimately unsafe places to be in the case of a tornado. Cars, trucks, mobile homes. Most tornado injuries, most tornado fatalities occur in those three locations. And so if you look around your surroundings now and you're not really sure if it's a safe place, I want you to take out your phone and hold it up to the screen here. Open up the camera. You have to do that. If you open up the camera, hold it up to the television screen there, it will actually launch a link. That link at WTVA.com is a list of storm shelters that we've compiled around the area. It's not comprehensive, but it has a lot of them on it. You can find your local storm shelter and I would honestly get within steps of that storm shelter. If I live in Starkville or Louisville, Kilmichael or Ackerman or out in Eupora, West Point eventually, we need to be thinking about getting those places because there is a potential that the tornadoes we have today aren't just tornadoes, aren't just necessarily brief, but could potentially become strong tornadoes. So that is our concern. And while that concern is a little more maximized to our south, if you look at your situation, you find yourself in one of these, let's hold that phone up there. I'm going to leave it up here for a moment as we zoom in. The screen's going to be a little bit cluttered for a moment, but I'd rather give you a little extra time to consider and make that choice to go ahead and go to that tornado safe place that may or may not be the structure you're in at this point here. As we go back to the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler Radar, and you're going to see my colors shift because as I go, we're kind of in the middle of some radar sites here. As I slide south, we're looking at the Jackson radar, so we've got lots and lots of bright pinks showing up there as I try to kind of get the right angle and look at the leading edge of the wind on this closer to the Canton area. That's the one that previously has prompted that confirmed tornado report when it's back closer to Madison. So this is still, again, south of us, but as you'll note here, when it's there near the Cynthia area, that's one of our two main areas of circulation that we're watching. That's why they've also kind of extended down there on the southern part a new tornado warning. That's why that's kind of flashing. I'm going to pull down all this extra information for a moment. And so it's along this line that there are going to be little areas where we see spin-ups, and those spin-ups have a greater potential to be a little bit stronger today than maybe is sometimes the case. I'm going to switch this over to our radar out of Monroe County, which is going to be looking exceptionally high at this distance. But one thing it does do well is allows us to kind of see the reds and the greens a little bit better. And you can tell that there is clearly rotation going on in some spots along this line because they're looking right along the edge of the line itself. It's not quite as evident from down in the Jackson area based on kind of what we're looking at now. So current time is 12:56. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist John DeLucig tracking a line of storms that is producing the potential for tornadoes, has had a history of producing tornado touchdowns. If I put on just the storm reports as they stand at this moment here, we're going to show you that we do have some wind damage reports over the last hour, hour and a half back toward the Vicksburg area, including a tornado touchdown. Damage reports from back there, as our meteorologist John DeLucig mentioned a minute ago. So that is what this line has been capable of. Damage reports always come in after the fact, so there sometimes is a gap between getting those damage reports and when we see them kind of show up on the television screen here. So don't assume that we haven't had them in the middle, rather to say that we have not had the confirmation come across here. So it takes time for all of that to kind of come into play with that. So with that in mind, as we look forward, I want to go through a couple things. First thing I want to touch on here for a moment, again, while we have a few moments before this is really up in our grill, I want to look at the future projections on our different models on where it kind of has these developing, how it has them working. This is one version of Storm Tracker which did an excellent job yesterday of indicating the wind on the line of storms portion of this. And what it continues to do is it continues to show some spots where we have spin-ups, 2, 3 o'clock there, approaching Starkville, one near Houston, Amory, close to Tupelo, maybe a little north of Tupelo, around that 2 to 3 o'clock time frame there, and individual thunderstorms kind of being ingested on the front end of that. The other thing, and I'm going to check a different projection here for this one. It's going to take a moment here to populate. And I'm going to switch this over to what we call base reflectivity on this so I can get the kind of lowest scan and then adjust our color table somewhat. And so this was one of them that was a little more aggressive on producing the individual cells and has been, from the get-go here. Let's kind of look at it based on the latest data. Still has some of those individual cells with the rotation, still has them targeting Macon, Columbus out there as we go in that 2 to 4:30 to 5 o'clock time period, even a few more kind of ingesting in there closer to 5:30 or so. So our projections do continue to kind of indicate that we're going to have these rotating thunderstorms kind of ahead of this primary line as well. Though looking specifically at the storm rotation, this projection doesn't have quite as much of that. So that tells me that at least some indications are that this primary line itself that we have been tracking will be dominant, which isn't terribly shocking, and that we're going to have primarily spin-ups along that front, because at this point, while we still have some of these individual storms kind of ahead down here south of I-20, this is the band we're watching eventually. Louisville, Macon, Starkville, Columbus could potentially get that interaction. These are below severe limits now, but our winds aloft are stronger up here, so we do expect those to mature as we go through. But at least that is an indication that while those are possible, the dominant force has been so far this line moving in, and then the areas along that line where you get spin-ups and the potential for damaging tornadoes there. Hopefully that's a lot of stuff we just threw at you a moment ago there. And the baseline for what you need to know is we're at the beginning of a much more active afternoon, and we expect to have severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings between now and probably 5 p.m. at least. 7 o'clock wouldn't be a shock at all before these storms gradually exit. Heavy rainfall potential with these as well, but obviously that takes a secondary seat as far as that is concerned. As we're watching one of our most impressive parts of this near the Pickens community there, moving toward, well, just south of Durant, and honestly targeting the Kosciuszko area. Looking at the wind mode, there are a couple of spots there in particular that we're looking at close to Pickens as they adjust the angle on this. That's the reason you'll see the colors kind of flash as the folks at the Weather Service are adjusting the angles. There's a couple spots in there that certainly could be at least 60, maybe 65 or 70 mile per hour winds, and the potential to produce tornadoes. Current time is 1 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Laupon alongside our meteorologists Gabe Maynor and John DeLusick as we are tracking a line of thunderstorms moving from southwest to northeast through the Mississippi area. They're in central Mississippi now. There is more fuel down south. There is still a potential that this stays concentrated in this zone here, West Point, Solent, Kilmichael, but there are plenty of projections that still have these strong enough to produce wind damage and maybe isolated tornadoes farther north. Our tornado risk area, if you have not caught our meteorologist John DeLusick earlier today, he's been showing this all day long. And we are definitely monitoring a potential that this tornado risk, as you'll notice here, has been pulled farther north as a result. So our primary risk to see more tornadoes is in this zone from Starkville to Ackerman southward, and we expect we're still going to have that potential to see some as far north as Tupelo. It could potentially be strong, but there will be less and less reports the farther north and west that we are dealing with, which is the reason that tornado watch cuts off right at the edge of our viewing area here. It includes Grenada, Yalobusha, Lafayette, Benton, Tippah, Alcorn counties, and locations toward the east. Most of this watch in effect until 7 p.m. tonight for the potential for these storms to try to produce tornadoes and also produce damaging winds. This event has a good potential to produce significant damaging winds on occasion today. So let's come closer here. Let's go back to the tornado warned portion of this. We do have one tornado warning that remains in effect at this point here for Attala County. Latest update at 1:01, severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes were located along a line extending from near Lexington to near Goodman to near Way, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. A couple things to take away on that. Still potential on the discussion with the National Weather Service out of Jackson at this moment here. Also, a slight slowdown in speed. And I want to double check that here for a moment to make sure we agree with that slowdown in speed. So you'll give me a moment here. I'm going to actually have to stick my finger on the monitor here and specifically figure out how far these have moved over the course of the last hour. So I'm going to give it about there to there. I see where they're picking out 45. We're going to drop our forward motion on this to 50 miles per hour. I think 45 might be just a hint slow because these, if they are more likely to produce the high-end returns of damage and tornadoes, then they would probably pick up speed once again. So that's why I'm going to reduce our speed on our tracks here to about 50 miles per hour as a result of that. So let's bring it up to the latest time frame here. And as we watch this line working its way eastward, the speed on this about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So I'm going to track not just the portion where we have the rotation, but the broader line itself to make sure we have some folks seeing their city names, knowing this is coming their way. So we're looking at this Goodman at 104, so it's basically over top of you within the next 30 seconds to minute. Durant at about 109, Beatty at 120, Kosciuszko 126, Ethel 137, French Camp 144, Ware 155, Louisville at 205, Sturgis at 210, Starkville at 227, Macon at 245, Columbus at 256, New Hope just about 3, and looking toward around Pickensville 306, Carrollton at 320, and Vernon at about 320 as well. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, John DeLusick, here for a moment, if we can, to kind of give us an assessment. One of the things that he is checking is some of the damage reports that we have had back behind this for locations back in southwest Mississippi. He was monitoring those live for you on WTVA 9 News at noon, as we can bring John's picture up there next to me here in a moment, and we'll talk to him about what he has seen to this point. For the folks back there. John, what are you looking at this time here?
Well, basically, we found out that here in the last hour and a half from mobile homes damaged near the Redwood area, also confirmed touchdown with some downed trees and in the Redwood area of more or less that's northeast of the Vicksburg area and northwest of the Jackson area. Also on I-20 in that vicinity when it crossed the path of The tornado crossed the path, it was its path on I-20, damaged some automobiles and also downed some trees in that area. So again, off and on confirmations of that same storms that we're watching right now of having some damage at times, but nothing significant that we know of right now, but at least mentioned several times in the last hour, hour and a half, almost 2 hours.
Okay, just to confirm something here with you for a moment, have we had any reports in our area yet?
Not yet. I've been searching online, nothing yet. However, I wouldn't be surprised if this one keeps on going. We will not be left out here very shortly, I think, once we get that system ran into our area.
Okay, and I've had reports, not all of those storm shelters, just for a heads up here, not every one of those is open. That is up to the individual jurisdictions. I appreciate that, John, because one of the things that we get a lot of questions about, what about storm shelters in my area? So as we go back to Storm Track Doppler Radar, and as this moves into our area, most storm shelters will have a tendency to be open. You're going to probably have to call with your city hall to make sure they all are. There was a report that maybe one around Kosciuszko might not be at this point here, but certainly it is one that's local decisions on those local folks. We can tell you where the shelters are, but whether or not they are open, call City Hall, call your local sheriff's office, and check with them if there's any question as to whether or not they are. There are a couple of areas here that we are watching circulations. One near Durant, right there, and Goodman, and yet another one that's just south of the Attala County line, moving in the direction there of Bolatusha. We do have storm chasers that are getting in position down there with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. Our Stormy Meyer is out, as well as our Rhea Thornton monitoring things as well. Here's where I place our circulations at this time here, and there are a couple of them in these multiple tornado warnings. The south of these warnings in effect until 1:45. Let's double check the time on the north one. It'll take it a second to kind of do that. 1:45 on both, so that makes it a little easier to kind of keep track of. Let's do some specific storm tracks on these two areas. And so the southern of those, moving there toward Kosciuszko, French Camp. Eventually we show Aberdeen Junction, not Aberdeen proper, but Aberdeen Junction. It's a different location. In 2 minutes, 5 minutes in Boyette, Durant in 6 minutes, Salis in 9 minutes, Kosciuszko in 22 minutes, Ethel in just about a half hour, and French Camp in 42 minutes. That's assuming it's moving about 50 miles per hour, which has been the speed to this point here. In the southern area of rotation there, Bolatusha more in the path of that. I'm going to include Kosciuszko just in case it takes a north turn there. Kosciuszko, we're 26 minutes on that area of rotation. You're not going to hit by both, but one of them has the potential, depending on how these move, and they do sometimes change directions. But in the near term, it's Newport, it's Bolatusha, both of those within the next 15 minutes. Joseph at 15 minutes. And of course, working toward Patterson at 32 minutes, Ethel in 36 minutes. Doppler radar indicated rotation on both of these, but they have had a history of producing tornadoes and particular tornado damage when they were back closer to the Vicksburg area. So it's kind of one of those things. Anytime one of these storms says it has done it before, proves it has done it before, you believe them, right? It's the boy who cried wolf, right? If you say over and over it's going to happen, it doesn't happen, it doesn't mean anything. But if you prove that you can do it, and these have proven in the past that they could, that's when we have to respect them even more. So that's why we are on your television screen monitoring these as they have prompted a tornado warning for Attala County, which is part of the WTVA 9 News viewing area. I'm going to draw out a longer track on what is a line of wind where wind gusts could be in excess of 60 miles per hour out of these thunderstorms as they move northeast, as well as the potential for tornadoes. So we show Durant in 9 minutes. We show Kosciuszko at 1:31. Excuse me, it's not Durant in 9 minutes. Durant in 2 minutes at 1:09. It's Kosciuszko at 1:31. French Camp 1:45. Ware 1:51. Ackerman 2 o'clock. Louisville 2:09. Starkville 2:27. Macon 2:50. Columbus 2:58. New Hope 3:04. And toward eventually the Alabama side there, once we get the Vernon at 3:22 and Kennedy at 3:30. A line of strong winds and potentially trying to produce tornadoes. And that might be just a little fast on some of those, but I'd rather be fast than slow. That's just the way I'm going to approach things today based on the way they are. As we go up this line, we do have other thunderstorms. You'll see it kind of change a bit. We are a long ways away from our reliable radars at this point here, but we're watching a line up here north of Grenada, the Batesville. I know that's moving into Yalobusha County. What is this capable of at this point here? It is not in an environment where there's a lot of fuel, but it is still in a zone where if it is able to break through and break ahead of where we have some of that rainfall, that it could potentially still try to produce damaging winds and maybe a tornado. That's what would be more aimed up here toward Blue Mountain, Corinth. That's the kind of angle this is on. I'm going to give you a track, but I want to double check the speed on this as well. So based on where it's at now, versus where it was. We're about 45 miles per hour on that. So, and the tracking at about 45 to 50 miles per hour, give you some times. This is a non-severe thunderstorm at this point, but the atmosphere will continue to watch fuel be directed up north as we go through the day. So while at 116 in Coffeyville, this is unlikely to produce severe weather for you. By 1:30 in Oxford, not as unlikely. And more likely once it gets to Point-Darracott at 2 p.m., even more likely by the time it gets to Saltillo at about 2:34. And by the time we get in this 3 o'clock zone, it's either severe or we're going to avoid it. That's hopefully the way this will play out, but remains still a question at this time here. But that is the northern part of this where we still have that potential that this could try to produce tornadoes. But you'll notice as we check our shading here that our color starts to change. Less reports likely in this zone up here. Now, there still could be tornadoes. They could still be damaging in that zone, but they're less likely at this point here to be damaging and be strong tornadoes. They're more likely to be brief in that zone, but anywhere you see those white lines, that's where there's a potential that we could have some damaging storms. New severe thunderstorm warning coming out in the last couple of moments here. Does include locations such as Grenada, Winona, I-55 there, extending north and west of the the Eupora area south of Slate Springs. This severe thunderstorm warning has a caveat with it, and that is that rotation is detected here. National Weather Service in Jackson issuing this instead of a tornado warning. Knowing that there are areas of rotation, knowing that there are likely damaging winds, they're going 60 miles per hour on that potential for damaging winds. That they'd be going about 60. That was enough to knock down some tree limbs, to cause some issues. It's not a high-end wind threat on this portion of the line based on their assessment, but that rotation is still there from time to time, and that is the concern. You can see it kind of on the south portion right there, just west of Vaden, one of those areas of circulation. I'm going to track the whole line, and then I'm going to specifically track that area of rotation. Again, this is Doppler Radar indicated rotation and straight line winds moving from southwest to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So we show that in our area, Vaden at about 124, Winona at 130. What do you expect at 133 in Grenada and 130 in Winona? I would expect some potential for damaging winds. The part of the thunderstorm moving toward you at this instant varies. In Winona, it's more likely you're going to have that rotation than it is in Grenada. But in either case, there are going to be areas of spin in this that try to spin up tornadoes. So I would be making my way to a safe place just to be sure. Kilmichael, we're at 139. I'd say same applies to you. As we look toward Lodi at 147 and Cataract at 156, this could be straight line winds. This could be some more rotation for you. And by the time it gets to Bruce and Derma and Hohenlinden and eventually Vardaman, there's a potential that this will have more of a tornado threat potentially for you as we watch more moisture get drawn into this system. This system's still developing overhead, and that's why those threats remain in flux at this point here. The part of this thunderstorm that has prompted tornado warnings began our continuous coverage here on air and on the WTVA weather app as well as Facebook Live is this part here where we look near Durant and Bulatusha. There are two areas. We talked last night about a wobbly squall line. And the wobbles there, like the one we have jutting out just southeast of Durant along Mississippi Highway 429, is one of those that we're going to have to watch. So as we note that, getting fairly close there to Kosciuszko, 126 the time for you. Current time is 112, so that time ticking away. We'll look more in detail on the rotation with that here in a minute. We show Ethelsville at 135, Patterson 141, and French Camp at 147, Ware at 150, but Newport 115, current time 112. It's very nearly on top of you, so let's look at the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler Radar. And a couple spots we were talking about. That one, there are plenty of areas where we're detecting mid-level rotation. If you noticed on air when we've been looking at this the last couple of days, one of the things we've kind of concentrated on is the fact that you had lots of those little red swaths where it showed where we expected there would be rotation. All those circles you see there, that's our radar seeing plenty of areas of rotation. But where is that rotation potentially strong enough to produce a tornado? This zone here, between Durant and Salis there, west of McAdams, southwest of Hesterville, west of Kosciuszko is one of those spots. Anytime we get this to kind of show this S sort of shape, I mean, look at the red, kind of looks like an S, right? We look toward the middle of that S, and that is where we have to watch it closely. Now, if we were really close to a radar, we'd have an excellent idea, is this or is this not producing a tornado? But at this distance here, we're looking a mile up in the air, and where does a tornado hit you and me? Down here at the ground. And so our radar, unfortunately, because of the way the coverage is and where the National Weather Service, the government has these radars, we don't have an excellent look at the ground. So we have to make some assumptions here. One assumption I want you to make with me is research shows us, and there are researchers, by the way, studying this exact thunderstorm, this exact line in Mississippi now to hopefully help us in the future. But one of the reasons they've studied that in the past, what they've learned is when they see this S shape near the middle of that S, when it breaks, that's when we see the tornado potential on this. And so the fact that this is jutted out a little more is a sign that this part of this line is more likely to try to produce wind damage on the front end here near Salis and McAdams, and a tornado just east of Durant. So all of that in mind, I'm going to have a little bit more north of east track on here. I'm going to hopefully clip Kosciuszko. We'll hopefully keep it north of you, but we're at 15 minutes there in Kosciuszko, Ethel in 24 minutes, Hesterville in about 13 minutes. I'm going to put up a track here that puts on about everything that I can get Storm Track Doppler Radar to zoom in and find. So we have every location that might mean something for some folks at home, as this is an unclear situation. It is research tells us this is one we have to watch closely, but there could be something else there that that is more rough that unfortunately because of the radar height we can't see. So notice some old churches here in particular, maybe even current churches. The reason this pops up, this is only pretty much in Itala County. So if you recognize some of these locations, such as New Bethel Church at 118, or Springdale Methodist Church there, which is a historical, meaning might not have anybody still worshiping there at this point here. All these different churches near intersections that hopefully mean more to you and your family than it does maybe to the rest of the viewers. But if you live near one of those locations, this is a storm that is strengthening now and has a potential to produce a tornado, and could potentially do that here fairly soon. It's in kind of that time frame where that happens. Looking at the wind mode there, I showed just east, directly east of Durant is our area of circulation. And while it's more mid-level at this time here, there's enough there that we need to treat this seriously. So I'm going to circle this here on Doppler radar. We're going to go south and double check the other thunderstorm near Atala Road. 4101 is an area of circulation that is inconclusive on Doppler radar as to whether or not it's producing a tornado, but unfortunately a lot of times that becomes conclusive a little too late for some folks. So we show Hesterville in 10 minutes, Ethel in 21 minutes, and French Camp in 31 minutes. I think this will probably pass just ever so slightly north of Kosciuszko, which is behind where it says WTVA there. Hopefully that will be the case, but there is no guarantees for sure that will be. The current time is 1:16 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologists Gabe Maynor and John DeLusick. We are tracking a series of tornado warnings that have been issued for locations around Kosciuszko back toward Carthage. This line of thunderstorms, when it was back closer to Vicksburg, produced tornado damage. We've had those reports continuing to come in. We have storm spotters that are dispatched to monitor these as they move into the area, but they have at least proven to this point to be damaging. Back in Texas, where this the severe weather threat outperformed expectations to a certain extent. And so as a result, we have to assume that that remains a possibility as it moves into our area. A wider perspective continues to show a couple of things. First off, I'm going to look at the wind mode here to check a couple of different spots. We're going to get back in really close there near Durant here in just a second, but I want to make sure we don't miss something up here closer to Winona and Grenada. Let's look at the multiple scans here. Still a spot where that rotation is moving toward Winona. Let's get a track for you. That's still in the maybe zone, and the actual area of circulation closer to North Carrollton at this time, but it is moving toward Winona. So Winona, and I'm going to clear that off for a second, because what I want you to do if you live down here is I want you to take a picture of the television screen here for a second. And if you know somebody that lives near Winona or one of these locations, send them the picture. If you would, I'd really appreciate that. So I'm going to go 48 miles per hour on the speed on this area of circulation. This may or may not produce a tornado, but I'd much rather be careful and cautious as opposed to not in this situation. So snap a picture of the television screen here if you know somebody that lives in the Big Creek area, or if you know somebody that lives in Duck Hill or Winona, if you know somebody that lives in Calhoun City or Pittsburgh or Bruce or Houston, take a picture of the television screen, let them know there is a storm that has not produced tornadoes yet, but could potentially at some point in the future do so, and just make sure that they are aware that this is one of those thunderstorms we're really going to have to watch. As we slide down this line, we're looking there near Kosciuszko, near Possum Neck. That area of circulation is about as strong as we're going to get this far away from the radar site. So we're looking here near Hoffman. This is a pretty impressive area of rotation on Storm Track Doppler radar, moving toward Atala Road 4227. Hesterville, Mississippi Highway 440, 35 there near the split. That's where this storm is at this moment here, just east of the West community. So this is just a little east of US Highway 51. As we check for tornado debris on this thunderstorm, now this is in a zone where we're not going to have an excellent look at this, unfortunately. So let's take a moment here, even though we have some of the blues that might not necessarily align perfectly. I can't say for sure that I have tornado debris. That's in a spot where sometimes it doesn't come up, but certainly it's suspect enough, and our circulation continues to intensify. It has, well, maybe we can just slightly on this last scan there, but right over top of Possum Neck, an area of circulation that could potentially be a tornado. So if you know someone who lives here, let's be safe. So what do we have at this point here? We have an area of rotation that could develop into a tornado very soon. At this point, a tornado has not been spotted, at least as far as any of our information here behind the scenes can tell me, has not been spotted. And we have not officially been able to confirm debris on Storm Track Doppler Radar, though we have some suspect returns on there. So if you do know somebody, or if you live near Possum Neck and Hesterville in the western part of Attala County, if you know somebody that lives ahead of this in sections of southern Montgomery County or in northwestern Choctaw County, we need to make sure that they know it's time to get to that tornado safe place. So here are some locations that I'm listing on there. Hesterville, this might pass just ever so slightly west of you. I'm going to adjust this just a little bit. I want this to go a little more north on this track. I need to show it going a little more north. So Hesterville, we show 5 minutes. Carmack there in 9 minutes. We need you in your tornado safe place, which is a sturdy structure in the middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Let's get the angle right on this. That's pretty good on the angle. One thing that's always concerning as well, I'm going to zip back here. Watch the lightning. Watch how we get an uptick of lightning right as that circulation kind of moves in. That's always kind of an indication of storm strength. Lightning happens because of static electricity. Static electricity, just like walking along the floor and carpet on a dry day, and you pick up that charge and you let it go on the handle there. In the atmosphere, when things are rubbed around, when they are moved around in a violent way, you'll get more static electricity, you'll get more lightning, and so an uptick in lightning strikes tells us turbulence and strengthening is occurring, and that's a sign that this thunderstorm has a potential to produce a tornado. Back here to the rain mode on Storm Track Doppler Radar. As we bring down those tornado safety rules, a reminder that, of course, unsafe places, if you live ahead of this, we need to make sure that if we are in one of these unsafe places, or you know somebody who's going to be driving out here, that they are aware of storm shelters in our area, in your area. And so you can use your camera's phone, you turn your phone's camera on, point it at the screen. I'll get my hand out of the way, zap that, it'll pull up a link. That link is on our website, a list of area storm shelters for you. Now is the time before storms make it to your location to get to one of those spots, as opposed to waiting until the storm's right up on you, because the last thing we want is you're in a tornado warning and then you're in a car, truck, or a mobile home and don't know where to go. The best way, people always ask me when we do school visits, well, what happens if you're in a mobile home? Well, you plan ahead. And so now is the time to plan ahead, if you're ahead of this, for the potential that this could try to produce a tornado. Now, new tornado warning issued in the last couple moments here. That does include same spots we were tracking a minute ago. Winona, you're right in the heart of this one here for sections of Montgomery County. Tornado warning includes Bell Fountain, Alva, Lodi, Kilmichael, Duck Hill, Jefferson, North Carrollton, Vaden, Wiltshire, all in this newly issued tornado warning in effect until 2:15 p.m. This is for Doppler radar indicated rotation, and it is encroaching upon the Winona area. Our various looks here at Storm Track Doppler radar, and I'm going to have to kind of look at a couple of these to get a good shot. We are a long ways away, so we're not going to have a good lock on this. But the National Weather Service, because of how far away we are from the radar and the history of other storms, rather safe than sorry. That's a good assessment on this storm here. And in particular, this area near where it says that US 82 sign. So we're on US 82 west of Winona, about 8 miles or so. That's where we have an area circulation on the Mississippi 35 and US 82 intersection there, at least on the rainfall mode where it looks most pronounced at this time. So I'm going to track this entire line here at about 50 miles per hour from right along the leading edge of that heaviest precipitation. And so with that in mind, we track this northeastward. I show the Winona area at 130, Duck Hill at 134, Grenada at 138. We need to be in that tornado safe place if we live in Grenada. In Alva at 150, Catarata, the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, and Bell Fountain at 201. We need to be a place where that doesn't have windows, that doesn't have outside walls, the interior on the lowest floor. We also have a new tornado warning that looks like it has been issued that does include Eupora, that does include Mabon and French Camp and Gabe, if we could, we will flip the camera in Mabin around to the southwest to make sure that we're looking into this. But Mabin, now on the edge of this new tornado warning that does affect the western part there of Oktibbeha County, much of the northwest portion of Winston County, Choctaw County, we mentioned Webster County, mentioned Montgomery County already, and the rest of Attala County. This is a tornado warning for Doppler radar indicated rotation that continues to strengthen and intensify on this. So let's look closer at a couple of different things. First off, we're going to come back. You know, notice how the radar changes here. It might hard to see. It's like really bad, not as bad, really bad, not as bad. What's going on? Well, the radar down in the Jackson area is looking through all of this, and so that kind of absorbs some of the energy shot. So this isn't going to look as strong on this radar, meaning what we see, especially on the rainfall mode here, we have to assess much more closely than necessarily it would be the case on when we kick it over to the heavier looking one, which is only looking at just one part of it. So as we look here near the west community, still where I have our primary area of circulation, though there are a couple other spots, one near Bolatusha that we're looking at, but this one up here just east of the west community is the one that we're concentrating the most on at this point here. So we show that French Camp and Reform on the Mississippi side where this is kind of heading. So Carmack, we're within 4 minutes for you, an area of rotation that may be a tornado. Has not been confirmed to be. We have not had spotter reports. We have not had damage reports on this specific storm in the last 45 minutes. But unfortunately, those things come in after the fact, and it's too late. That's not a preparatory thing. We prep as much as we can in that situation. Yes, John?
We are Rhea and Stormy in Starkville ready when we need to, most likely in the next few minutes for some
Okay. Video. So we have Rhea and Stormy, our Rhea Thornton, our Stormy Meyer are in Starkville. They're one of our teams that we have out monitoring these storms here. Let's talk about positioning for a moment here. And Starkville's not a bad place to be. Excuse me. And John, we need to have a discussion whether or not we go south with them maybe just a little bit to keep them kind of on the inflow side just in case. Possibly talk with Pat. Let's have a discussion. If we want to have them at Starkville, if they know better, if they feel better about where some of the shelters are there, that's clearly where we want them to be. We want to keep our people safe, just like we want to keep you all safe at home in this kind of situation here. So let's come closer here for Attala County as we track this portion moving toward Winston County. As we look at this, Carmack is where I see the most impressive area of rotation at this time based on at least that closest radar there. I'm going to look a lot higher up from Monroe County on this. Nah, we're still in a zone where we don't have a good lock on it, unfortunately. So let's go back here to the Carmack area. So let's go back a couple of scans. My green and red were more obvious a few scans ago, but if I go back here to the rainfall mode, you can still clearly see that little notch right there. That little notch is the area of kind of greatest concern there, where we're watching that rotation still showing up at this time. So let's get a closer track in here, give you some absolute times. We did this on the northern storm. We're going to do this on this one here. I'm going to get one that goes all the way up here to Eupora. So if, for those folks out there that might have a friend or a family member that lives in one of these locations, such as the Stewart community, or Tom Nolan, or Bywire, Eupora, or Walthall, now is the time. Take a picture of the television screen. Let them know that there's a storm coming toward them. Could it produce a tornado? Yes. Is it currently producing a tornado? No. Is the environment strengthening for it to try to produce a tornado? Yes. And so with that kind of collection of things in mind, it'd be a good idea for them to make sure that they are in that tornado safe place. And again, as these warnings come out, you need to make sure that you have a way to know that you're in the danger zone. What we do on TV is important. Looking at this corner of the screen there, where we have that box that shows who's in warnings, and up at the top of the screen as well, important. But make sure you have multiple ways to find out if this television signal goes out just because of attenuation between you and the satellite, or for whatever reason. Weather Call, the weather app, weather radio, code red, layer these up so you know, hey, I need to get to that tornado shelter, and when the time comes, go there. So for folks in that track we were looking at just a moment ago there, we're looking at that for you in the Poplar Creek area of Montgomery County. We need to be in a sturdy structure, the middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room, a place where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and we can stay there until we can give you the all clear as this storm moves toward the northeast at a speed at about 50 miles per hour. As I slide up this line, we look closer to Winona. Let's look at Montgomery County as a whole for a moment and make sure that we are assessing the correct locations on this. We're going to go up toward Grenada County for a second. We're going to look at the wind so far away. Unfortunately, it's not a good look at this from Monroe County, so we're going to have to go back to Jackson, which again is far away but has a slightly better look at this time. The part there near North Carrollton is the most impressive part. There are still some spots with damaging wind. Maybe something else is going down there. We're a mile or more up in the air at this point here that we're looking, so we don't have an excellent low-level lock, but certainly got to watch this fairly closely here. So as we go back to the rainfall mode, specifically for Winona, for you, and Duck Hill, I would say this is probably heading a little bit more toward Duck Hill, Lilac, and locations in eastern Grenada County. I know this looks weak. It's because that radar down in the Jackson area is looking through all the rain. When you kick it up closer, we talked earlier about the S's, right? Just a little bit of an S there. It's where you see that break. See that orange there, how the orange is impinging on the pink? See how that yellow is impinging down there? We have to watch that there, that could be one of those breaks as we look here and watch this kind of head in a northerly direction. So let's get this kind of there. Duck Hill, we show in 10 minutes, Kincaid in 20 minutes, Gore Springs. We're looking at that for you in about 22 minutes, Grayport Crossing in 24 minutes, and Turkey Creek in 30 minutes. Let's come up here to Grenada proper. Grenada, the city of Grenada, you are under a tornado warning. Looking at the part of this thunderstorm moving in, I don't have an excellent look at this, period. I mean, I don't have something that tells me a whole lot looking at our various radar sites here, unfortunately, on the wind mode. I know that we probably have some rotation in this, but we're looking high enough up, and it's not as pronounced that this part here is leaves a little bit to be desired. So I think at this point here in Grenada, I would be in that tornado safe place, the lowest portion of a sturdy structure. Let's get a time for you as this line kind of moves into your area. Certainly the heavy rainfall might arrive a few moments before this, but as this moves in, we're looking Grenada proper at 1:35. Current time is 1:30. This portion is not as strong as what we have south. The part here near Duck Hill, that's a different story. Duck Hill, this is a more impressive portion of this line. I'm trying to see, I don't see Duck Hill in that list, and maybe I'm just jumping over it with my eyes. We're looking at Coffeyville at 1:53, and eventually Big Creek at close to about 2:05, Bruce at 2:13, and Pittsburgh at 2:13, Sarepta at about 2:22 as that works its way toward you. And I need Duck Hill in that track once again. I know we've mentioned you a few times. I want to make sure we have Duck Hill in some of these spots for that specific area of circulation. We're now 7 minutes in Duck Hill, an area of rotation that could potentially produce a tornado, and Calhoun City 40 minutes. We mentioned Bruce, about 45 minutes, Vardaman at 48 minutes. Current time is now 1:31 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologists Gabe Meyer and John DeLusick as we are watching a line of thunderstorms that has a history of producing tornadoes in Mississippi. It's part of a system that produced more than 20 tornadoes yesterday and last night for locations back into Texas. We have tornado warnings, as you can see, just right there on the television screen for a huge chunk of the area at this time. The Weather Service, National Weather Service in Jackson is going to be issuing broad tornado warnings on this because we're looking at a line of strong wind that will have areas that try to spin up. A lot of times I would follow it up by saying that then means the tornadoes aren't as strong, and hopefully that ends up being the case today. But considering some of the damage reports we have had out of these, that's a step I'm not willing to necessarily take at this time in our explanation of this. South of Kilmichael, one of the areas that we are very concerned with near Poplar Creek. The rainfall on the area there looking from Monroe County, where we have a straight shot into it, and it's only just hitting this, much brighter than what we have south. But I see right there on the Montgomery, Atala County line, an area of circulation, Poplar Creek, we need to be in that tornado safe place. As I kick it to just the Jackson radar for a moment here, and look at that same thing, that same spot is definitely standing out here. So we need to be very careful with this in Poplar Creek. This is an area of circulation that I think you and I need to make the assumption could be a tornado either in the generation phase or on the ground. I'm not going to get the same confirmation I sometimes do looking at the wind mode here, unfortunately, but you can still see, there's our green and our red, but we're just so high up that we're not going to get that low-level confirmation necessarily on this. So Poplar Creek, we need to be in that tornado safe place. Same thing, Huntsville, Mississippi. If you know somebody traveling along Mississippi Highway 413, this is heading toward you. Let's get some times on some of these specific things here. I'm keeping our track at about 55 miles per hour. Maybe that's just a hint fast. I'd rather be a hint fast than just a little bit too slow. So I'll put our circulation right there along Hebron Road, southern part of Montgomery County. This would be west of French Camp. So let's get a track here, we show Poplar Creek within 3 miles and 3 minutes from you. This is moving close to a mile a minute, so that would also be the same time within 3 minutes of crossing Mississippi Highway 407. If this were to make it near Huntsville, we show within 7 minutes. More likely it would be just northwest of Huntsville on the Mississippi side here in Montgomery County. That in effect in about 5 minutes from now. That'd be Highway 413. So if you know somebody traveling between French Camp and Kilmichael along Mississippi Highway 413, or who might be for whatever reason right now, call them and let them know. This is an area of circulation that has previously produced tornadoes when it was back in southwest Mississippi, close to the Vicksburg area, that has strengthened enough that the potential is there that could try to produce damage once again for them. And so we don't want to catch them in that most vulnerable location, one of those weak spots, one of those unsafe places, a car, truck, a mobile home. Well, that's where you'd be, of course, if you're on a highway there, and we don't want that. So also mentioning Kilmichael, of course, you need those storm shelters right there. You zap the TV screen with your phone and on the camera, and it'll pop up a link. They'll give you the latest on that. As we bring that down for a moment here, I'm on the heavier version of Storm Track Doppler Radar, instead looking out of Monroe County here. And you can definitely see where that's kind of wrapping around there. That flash, I mean, if I were just to take this just a little bit wider, and I'm going to put this in motion once to kind of show you so we all get a good look at the angle on this there. But that flash, when it comes around, you'll see what looks like a hook. It just kind of circulates right around there. That's about as clear a signal of a tornado-producing thunderstorm as we get this far away from a radar site. We a lot of times don't have those same things that if this were in Monroe County. But when it kind of curls around like that and you have that break, this area of circulation, a big concern there for locations near Poplar Creek, south of Kilmichael. Let's talk specifically about the Kilmichael area. As we kind of check this latest scan, we'll get the best angle on this. I'm going to have to go back and forth a couple times to make sure that I have the right angle. This is just south of Kilmichael. I know we've had a pretty substantial tornado there a couple years back, but this is what's kind of heading toward Eupora as well. Poplar Creek, 2 minutes for you. Stewart within 13 minutes. Pelez in 17 minutes. Tom Nolan in 19 minutes. An area of circulation that definitely requires a lot of attention here as we continue to watch all of these storms very closely. But this one is one that definitely, if I'm in this location, I need to make sure that if I'm in Poplar Creek, that I am in a sturdy structure, the middle of the lowest floor, a small windowless room, a place where I can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Looking at the debris mode, I cannot prove debris based on what I'm looking at Storm Track Doppler Radar. That's not a shock. This far away from the radar, this type of storm, typically I can't. And so at this instant, we're still talking about a Doppler radar indicated area of rotation that could potentially produce a tornado. Now, less than 2 minutes away from Poplar Creek, approaching 1 minute at this time. There's not a tornado that has been spotted at this point, but it remains possible that that could happen here fairly quickly. So we want to make sure now, 1 minute away from Poplar Creek, that you are in that tornado safe place. John, if you get the chance, the mesoscale update discussion for the folks down in Jackson there coming across chat, that's going to be kind of an overall look at the situation. If you will kind of assess that with Gabe, put your heads together, let me know what you're thinking on that one there, and we'll go from there. But this one is one we definitely have to watch extremely closely at this time at 1:37 p.m. As we slide southward on this line for just a moment, looking toward Kosciuszko, I want to see what we have coming toward Ackerman and some other spots there. So again, you'll notice our radar changes, and it's a dramatic difference between the two. Again, looking attenuated from the Jackson area, less right there, so that's why it looks like less, and then stronger from the Monroe County, but it's the same shape. And the area I'm watching is right there, southeast of Kosciuszko. One of our areas of circulation that even just in the yellows here does show rotation. So let's go to the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler Radar. That area near Patterson is what we're watching, moving toward Patterson and Rural Hill. So that would be our southernmost area of concern at this time. I can't guarantee that that's going to end up being a tornado or producing a tornado, but I'd rather give you some times here just in case. We show Patterson in 6 minutes, Gray Community in 4 minutes, Val in 14 minutes, Hines in 18 minutes, Louisville 35 minutes, Ackerman 39 minutes, Sturgis in 47 minutes as it moves toward you in Butte, and 50 minutes, an area of rotation that could at some point in the future potentially try to produce a tornado. Now let's slide up this line here. We're looking for locations in Grenada, northern Montgomery County. We're looking at the wind mode mode here on Storm Track Doppler Radar. There's our primary, another one of those areas near Winona. We got to get in on that here in just a second. And we'll look wider, just make sure we don't miss something else on this line, because again, there's lots of spots here with areas of rotation. That one there south of Grenada, also one we need to watch. So I'm going to track the south one here. We're going to get a rough track. We're going to revisit this here in just a second. I just want to get some times on your screen for both of these circulations before we come in street level. So Fox Community, 2 minutes. This would be in Montgomery County. Hendricks in 3 minutes, Minerva in 6 minutes, Lodi in 11 minutes, Catarata there in 23 minutes, Sabugala in 27 minutes, Calhoun City in 48 minutes, Derma 2 minutes after that, and then up here close to Duck Hill and Grenada. I want Grenada in this track. I think it's probably going to head a little bit east, or at least east side of town there. We show Grenada 11 minutes. We show Glen Wild in 7 minutes and Grayport Crossing there in 17 minutes. Let's go out here just east of Winona for a second. An area of circulation intensifying on Storm Track Doppler Radar. It is still just a hint broad, but at this altitude, at this distance away, that sometimes is the way we see it. So here's Winona. Here's Duck Hill. This is southeast of Duck Hill. This is northeast of Winona, moving north and east at about 50 miles per hour. So a closer track on this, and this is one of those we put on every single intersection and church that we can find on there, and so you can see those on the list. While we're looking at that, I'm going to check a few other things, and I'm going to go back and forth here. So there's a list. Let's change that. Angle's wrong. Let's go up like this, more toward Catarata. Let's make sure that angle's right. That's a better angle on that. So we show Young School at 142, Sweet Home at 144, Sweatman 149. Looking down that list, Catarata at 201, Denton Town at 204, and a lot of other churches and old schools in between then and now on an area here that is increasing in circulation at this time as it works its way from the southwest to the northeast, and watching this closely. John, there's a report came in the chat of some unconfirmed damage near Goodman. If you will kind of poke and prod that and see if that kind of syncs with what we've seen other places, I appreciate that. But we need to kind of check on that, see if that is legit at this time. And then our northern circulation here that we were watching just a moment ago there, I show right along I-55 south of Grenada. And let's get a storm track on that. And again, we'll put on every single intersection, school, and thing that we can find on this one here. We show Glen Wild at 145, Tie Plant 146. I show this hitting kind of the east side there of Grenada. So Grenada specifically doesn't pop up on this map. So I'm going to, while we have that on there, put on our little arrow that we can sometimes check distances there. And so you can see the west side of Grenada within 8 minutes for you. And yeah, just east of town there, about 8 minutes as that tracks along Mississippi Highway 8, or at least eventually crosses Mississippi Highway 8 during that point in time there. So let's slide southward and kind of give an overview for a second here as we reset for just a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist John DeLusick and Gabe Maynor. We're tracking a line of storms that has had a history of producing tornado damage in West Mississippi. We are getting at least some unconfirmed reports of what could potentially be damage in Holmes County near the Goodman area out of this thunderstorm complex. Our meteorologist John DeLusick doing some forensic meteorology on that to determine the probability of that being accurate. But in this line, in particular here, this section that is in Montgomery County and maybe northern Attala County and nearing Choctaw County. This is the part here where we are most concerned that we have the potential for a tornado, but I would say there's an indention there east of Kosciuszko, the one near French Camp, the one up near Winona, and another one near Grenada. They'll all have some rotation that could potentially be it attempting to produce tornadoes. Let's start with the south one that's closer to Kosciuszko. You can see my different radars here as they switch between the different sites. Kind of easier, even though we're looking farther up, to kind of see some of these near Ethel and Kosciuszko there. So there's kind of one of the spots that we are tracking. I'm going to do what we call a squall track, where we show the overall line here, where Ackerman in the path of this area of circulation. We show Ware at 142 for you, Fentress at 158. We have some folks with North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, the Bishop brothers there, that we'll talk to here in just a little bit to figure out what has gone through there. They do an excellent job updating folks with their Facebook page there all throughout the year, and we appreciate them as they share information with us, and we share information with them as well. So we're watching that closely. In Ackerman at 201, Sturgis at 212, and Adton at 223. The tornado warning does continue for you until 2:30. The most concerning part is where we have this bending back here close to Kilmichael and Stewart. This is damaging wind, likely French Camp here, moving in this direction, Bywai, Eupora, eventually Mabon, moving in your direction as that moves toward the north and east. Now in Mabon, we talked about this earlier. We'll bring up our camera that's there in Mabon, and this is what a lot of this is going to look like before these storms come in. It's just cloudy. It's windy, but it's just cloudy. And we're looking a long ways away into this thunderstorm here, so we're not going to have an excellent shot for quite a while, but we will have this ready, and we appreciate the good folks at 4 County Electric. They do a lot to provide internet and power to people, put their crews in danger in this situation. We appreciate everything that they do and all of our power providers around here to keep us safe and get the power back on as safely and quickly as possible. To that point, John, if we can on 3, we will try to see if we can pull up the power outages there to through the poweroutages.us to check and see if we do have some power outage issues. Sometimes that can also be an indicator of whether or not we've had some damage occur here. So looking at the wind mode here, we're looking near Kilmichael and Stewart. I don't have that sharp pixel-to-pixel wind change on some of these spots, but there's certainly some areas we're monitoring. And if we can in the back, we need to, if we can, monitor up and down on the microphones. If we can, pot those up, pot those down if we can, just so John, so we don't have to listen, so John doesn't have us listening in on his conversation in this. I know that sometimes there's some things he and Gabe have to discuss behind the scenes. Leave your microphone on. It needs to be, they're going to pop yours up and down as we can. And we're going to bring John's mic up if we could for just a moment here.
3, we have the power outages on 3, so if you want to take a look at that.
So let's look at that here.
Gabe
so
got that up right
here's
now.
The power outages. So those are some pretty significant power outages for locations there back toward just to our south and west toward Holmes County. Let's click on that. If you'll click on where those darkest reds are for a moment here, let's just stick it here for a second. We show 3,600 people with energy, or 3,800 people with energy out of power in that county. Go back a page on that if you would. That's 80% of the county without power at this time. That's why it showed up so significantly in Yazoo County. We show 1,300 folks. So what does that, 900 folks. What does that tell us? It doesn't necessarily tell us we have a tornado damage, but what that tells us is that as we go back here and we go back to the rainfall mode, so these are the counties. I'm going to pull off the radar for just a second so we can concentrate on a couple of things. Let's pull off the radar. The counties we were just looking at, Talley County has some, but it's this county here and this county here. What went through there? Let's go back over the last hour. This exact line went through there. So between the lightning, between the strong winds, and between that tornado potential, we've had very significant power outages because of this. So that's a reminder that you need to make sure that you have multiple ways that you can get those warnings and make sure that phone is charged up. We do stream live in the WTVA Weather and News app if that power goes out. Make sure that phone is plugged in and it is charging right now because it's likely we're going to have some more significant power outages from this. When you talk about 80% of a county without power, not everybody is necessarily monitored in that county, but that's a hefty percentage of people that at the very least have experienced some wind damage and have other issues related to this as well. So as we come closer here, we're looking at this line, the portion of this from Kosciuszko back toward around French Camp here, strong straight line winds along this at the least, power outages, a history of that. Looking at the wind mode here, I see multiple areas where we have little bits of circulation. I'm still going to do that broad brush track on this because none of those rises to the level of what we have up there, generally approaching the Eupora area, locations in western Webster County at this time, exiting Montgomery County. There's a more significant circulation there. McCool 149, Ware at 153. We show Ackerman at 203, Mathiston 209, Mabon at 212. We're looking toward Cumberland at 213, eventually Starkville about 230. So if you know some kids, some folks that maybe don't always pay the best attention down there at Starkville, give them a phone call. Snap a picture of the screen. I'm going to leave this up for a few moments here. Let them know that there's a storm that has prompted tornado warnings causing power outages southwest of them. So make sure that they have charged up that phone. And it's not like my phone usually is this time of day and running down to about 10% power. Make sure they plug that thing in and get more power out of it. Take a picture of the screen, let them know. But up here, our concern continues to grow significantly for locations up west and southwest of Eupora. Let me zoom in a little bit closer on this line there because that portion of this line continues to look extremely impressive. This portion here where you can literally see it curling back around. That doesn't happen unless there's shear in the atmosphere that gets these storms to rotate, and that is what is happening right here near Lodi, near Pelez. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation, which is about as good as we can get on any sort of confirmation as these storms typically approach like this. Let's go to the wind mode here. There's our fairly pronounced area of circulation near Union Church Road in western sections of Webster County, an area of circulation that we'll definitely have to continue to monitor here. Let me zoom in a little closer. I show near Pelez and Wood Springs. Still some rotation there, but it's really the part that's north of Stewart, just north of US 82. That is the part that I'm most concerned with at this time as that continues to move northeastward. Let's get a storm track on this there toward Manatee and Houston. New tornado warning coming out in the last few moments here. We'll address all those locations on that. It does look like it includes locations all the way up into Calhoun, Chickasaw, maybe parts of Yalobusha County. We'll get back into that here in a second, but this is that most solid area for what we're looking at here. So we're looking at those locations. If you're in Vardaman, if you're in Anchor, if you're in Houston, heads up, this is coming your direction. As we switch this over here for a second, we're monitoring a number of things also behind the scenes. You do what you guys need to do there and let me know once we're through that. This new tornado warning issued that does include locations all the way up to Pontotoc County. So these are fairly long tornado warnings ahead here. And sometimes we get extremely concise warnings where we know it's exactly here. Unfortunately, when you're talking about these areas of circulation, they're kind of popping up along these lines. That's not always the case. And so that's why in this situation, they are much wider tornado warnings than maybe is typically the case when we're talking about individual thunderstorms, individual supercells. They're fairly broad brush warnings. So let's get a long range track in here to have locations on where this will eventually continue to move as we watch these circulations move toward the north and east. I'm going to take it even beyond where we have that tornado warning now. So Eupora at 159, Bruce at 217, Houston 224. We've mentioned you before, but we haven't talked about Okolona, 242 for you, Pontotoc 248, Nettleton at 253, Tupelo, that'd be middle of Tupelo at about 306, Southwest Tupelo where the high school is at 302, North Tupelo where we're at about 309, Fulton at about 316, Mantachie 322, Red Bay, if it holds together, 338, and Belmont at 346. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that at some point could potentially produce tornadoes. And while the tornado warning doesn't yet quite make it to Algoma or Pontotoc, doesn't quite yet make it, it's right there kind of on the edge of Okolona, and doesn't include Tupelo or any of the locations in Itawamba or up toward Prentiss and Tishomingo counties. This is a complex that will continue to try to spin things up, and we do expect to have future warnings potentially for some of those spots as well. Intimately, now, near term, we're watching these storms from French Camp back toward around Patterson, and as the newsroom continues to gather information on previous storm reports, they're watching things in Montgomery, in Atala County, in Grenada County, talking to emergency managers, the newsroom talking to folks at sheriff's offices there to find out about damage reports. We will have that information for you shortly, but those folks are also not our folks, but the folks in these counties working to assess any damage situations that we have there. And so we'll hopefully be able to talk to and possibly even some of the emergency managers coming up here at some point in the near future. Looking at the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar, you'll notice we have this line continue to move southwest to northeast. I don't have a pronounced obvious areas of circulation that are obvious tornadoes in a lot of this here, but it's likely a long line of damaging wind that could produce low-end tornado-like damage. And low-end tornado implies not strong, but a low-end tornado produces 70, 80 mile per hour winds. And I'll tell you this, if a car hits you at 80 miles per hour, you're going to feel it. If a tree branch does the same thing, it's not going to be pleasant. So even a low-end tornado can be significant, and that 60, 65 mile per hour winds easily possible out of some parts of this line. Hence the reason this tornado warning has been issued for the potential that at times areas will spin up. I don't have a lot of those notches along that, so a lot of that line is less impressive. We're going to track that whole section there. As we've said probably 4 or 5 times now, the reason this does not look as intense on here is because the radar in Jackson is looking through the whole line, and each raindrop in here absorbs a little more energy. So by the time that energy is all the way up here to where our main circulation is in sections of Webster County, the line here doesn't look as impressive. So there are your times. Louisville 214, we're watching for you. The portion heading toward you, at least at this point, is not as impressive as it was just a little bit ago. Starkville 229, Matheson and Mabin 209 and 214. Looking south, making sure we're not missing something down there as we're again looking primarily at the wind mode. There are other individual storm cells. We were always concerned about those leading storm cells there. There's one that's pretty impressive looking down there southeast of Forest. Let's find a long-term track on that to get an idea where that's going, because that one has strengthened a bit more. Let's get a look at it. So it's heading more north than east, but if this were to produce a tornado, it's going to curve this way. It's going to kind of come back this direction a little bit more, because they have a tendency to strengthen that extra little bit when that is the case. So I'm going to get a long track on this so that we give you a long heads up for locations ahead of this. So I know we're talking a bit in the future, but Sugarlock, we've been looking for you at about 3:21, Scuba at 3:16, Macon 3:31. I mean, current time is before 2 o'clock, so we have some time. This is a long ways out. If that were to make it as far north as Columbus, about 4:05 for you. There will be other thunderstorms encroaching upon you by that time, and that's one of the factors that we're hoping helps us, is these other thunderstorms, if they don't produce tornadoes, will grab up some of the fuel, and a merger there could briefly enhance that tornado threat, but it also eventually and overall leads to a diminishing there. So hopefully that is the case. So as we kind of come back up here, let's look at the most impressive part of our line. And as we do, one of the things we're looking at near Eupora and really west of Eupora is see how this is curling back around here on the back side, right along, I believe that is Greensboro Road, Alva Road. Greensboro, Alva Road, near and just east of the Lodi community, moving toward Embry. I believe this would be southwest of Bell Fountain. That's where we're kind of, let's see if we can get Bell Fountain on there. Yeah, there we are. So Bell Fountain, this is the area here south of Catarata that we're watching. I know on this it does not look terribly impressive because we're just so far out, but I mean, for folks that live here, you probably hear me say over and over again that it doesn't look terribly impressive, and that just has to do with the unfortunate way in which the radar coverage from the government comes in on this. But there we go, looking at that. That does show it a little more impressive now looking from the radar site in Monroe County. And that is strengthening a bit. Catarata, Embry, Slate Springs, Calhoun City. Heads up, this is heading toward you. Let's get some times for as it moves toward you. Calhoun City, Vardaman, Slate Springs, Emory. We show 8 minutes for you. Slate Springs in 13 minutes. Calhoun City 24 minutes. Durham in 25 minutes. Hollis in 27 minutes. And Vardaman in 30 minutes. This is Doppler Radar indicated rotation that could potentially attempt to produce a tornado at some point in the near future. This is the strongest part of this line, moving through some of those locations. And as I pull that down, I'm going to do the same track one more time. And this time with this track, I'm going to do two things. It's going to have the exact time on it based upon about that 50-mile-per-hour movement. I'm also going to put on the tornado safety rules at the same moment here as well. And as I do this, it's a reminder. Let's adjust this forward because it looks like our positioning needs to be adjusted forward. Snap a picture of the television screen and send this to anybody that you know in Slate Springs, in Calhoun City, in Hollis, in Vardaman that could be in the path of this, and let them know they need to get to a sturdy structure. This will tell them where that sturdy structure is so that they can stay clear of what is a storm that has produced significant power outages in the past. And that either happens because of lightning causing transformers to blow up, wind knocking down power lines or causes them to slap together and taking out transformers, or tornado that causes damage to those two things as well. And so one way or another, power outages because of this are occurring, and that is a concern that we have going forward. As we pull this all down, we pull all this information down, we continue to kind of put our resources in advance of this as we are awaiting storm arrival. Still waiting for these storms to arrive. We do have a team in Starkville that does include our Stormy Meyer and Rhea Thornton as they are continuing to kind of get to shelter, prepare, which is what we ask folks at home to do, so it's what we have them doing. Stormy, what are things looking like where you're at this point here?
Currently, we are right outside the Starkville Sportsplex on Lynn Lane at the tornado shelter here in Starkville, Oktibbeha County. The weather here has gotten progressively gustier as the day moved on, and you can feel those temperatures continue to drop as just standing here. More and more people have started to come to the shelter, and honestly, it's a Starkville town. It is a college town, so it's best to find that tornado safe place right now. But if you can see the clouds behind me, they're moving quite fast, and they're continuing to pick up speed as it gets darker. Still dry outside. Haven't had any rain or substantial rain. A few raindrops here and there, but for right now remaining dry, but those winds are continuing to pick up quite fast.
Okay, Stormy, at that point here, there are a lot of folks there that are arriving at that shelter at this time, or is it there's still a lot of space?
There's still quite a bit of space open for people to continue to come in, but we have seen maybe 10-15 cars every 20 to 30 minutes that have arrived. By the time we got here around 30 to 45 minutes ago, maybe less than half of the parking lot was filled, so we still have lots of space for more people to come and join us over here.
Okay, Stormy, keep us abreast of the situation as things change there. We appreciate it. Be safe, you and Rhea. You know, we want to keep you near that shelter, and we will go out and we'll kind of figure out where there's been damage after the fact. And for you, Stormy, we're looking at about 230 based on the current speed that we're tracking things here. And so a lot of things on the television screen. Number one, here's the track of that line moving generally toward the Starkville area, toward Louisville, toward Reform and Mathiston and Ackerman. And then this is a list of unsafe places. If you are in a car or a truck and you happen to be listening to us on the radio, and we do have radio partners we'll share here in a moment with you as well, or you're watching us online at WTVA.com, we don't need to be in a car, truck, or a mobile home. If we're in advance of this, if we're in some of those locations you see there, zap this with your phone. Open up the camera, point it at that QR code there. It'll actually pull up a little link, and you tap that, and it'll give you a list of storm shelters like the one Stormy was at a moment ago there in the Starkville area. Not every one of those is open. We've heard reports that some may or may not be. It's best to call ahead if you can to your local government offices, but certainly most of those should be open at this point. You get a list at WTVA.com as well as at that link we were showing you though a moment ago. As we go north on this line, there are parts of this that have prompted tornado warnings that do stretch up here toward Calhoun, into Chickasaw, Pontotoc, and mentioned Calhoun. Yalobusha counties involved in this. This part of the line up here toward Coffeyville is not quite as impressive as the part that's closer to Eupora there. But as we go to the wind mode, and we're going to have to check kind of a couple different sites there, this is a choppy line. Anytime one of these lines goes more level, goes more kind of northwest to southeast like this, as opposed to north-south or an angle. When it's this angle here, right? Northeast to southwest, we don't get too terribly worried about it. You don't typically get the spin up tornadoes there. But when it gets angled like this, that's when it's kind of acting like a bulldozer. And it's bulldozers, you know, pick up the dirt and they kind of spin it up on it as it's going. And maybe it's just me having kids watching truck videos, but you see that dirt kind of is coming and spinning up. And I look at this and I see something that's pretty similar in this situation where the wind can kind of get sucked back in and you can get those areas of rotation on it. So that's why this zone here is one that we are watching that potential that we could see tornadoes try to spin up. And there's a number of spots along that line that show quite a bit of turbulence. As we look from our camera in Mabin, we see plenty of that turbulence at this point here. This camera at this time here looking kind of toward the southwest as we are going to scan this a little bit back toward the west. And again, as we mentioned, those folks at Fort County, we really appreciate them allowing us to put this on their tower there. And it gives us good visibility over Mabin, over locations there in Webster and Oktibbeha counties. Still awaiting this storm to arrive. Lots of dark clouds, but there's not going to be high bases. This is not going to be one of those where you have a ton of visibility on tornadoes. It's going to be more, it's up on you before you realize it is. So that's why in advance, preparatory, we need to be in that tornado safe place. And that's where we need to be if we live in Eupora. You're kind of right at the leading edge of what is a line of probably damaging winds. I would say at the very least what we see here from Eupora to Walthall, this is damaging winds moving there and eventually into sections of Clay County. I'm going to extend this a little farther than where we have it, and this is going to go beyond where we have our warnings at this moment here. We show Eupora at 201, Sherwood at 208, Mathiston 210, working toward Phoebe at 223. Eventually, if it holds together there, it's going to make it to locations around Gibson at 249 and Molden at about 247. So all places we have to watch very closely. I do think we have a storm report coming in from our meteorologist, John DeLucic. If we can bring him up on the cameras and get his microphone up, we'll get that storm report in from him here in just a moment. If you'll let me know in my ear when that microphone is up, we'll go from there. Okay, John, what do you have at this time?
I've got a report from the Sheriff's County and Choctaw Sheriff's County, in Choctaw County that is, from them that there's trees down in French Camp right now.
Trees down in French Camp on this. Okay. Did they say across roads, or is it just that
no, just down trees in French Camp, according to Brandon Busby.
Okay, I appreciate that. So that is, appreciate that. John DeLucic from the sheriff there in Choctaw County of reports of trees down in French Camp. Let's go back here on Storm Track Doppler Radar. That was at the very least one of these little indentions there. One of those little areas where maybe we had some rotation. At the very least, this is a line of wind that moved through there. Let's look at the wind mode, kind of track that forward. As we go back and forth between that and the area where we show like the rainfall here. So that is nearby Y and Eupora. We have to assume that this is still potentially producing some spotty wind damage at least. Could be trees, Could be damage to homes from time to time, but certainly watching this extremely closely if you live in these locations. A history of producing damage out of this line, and those damage reports always take longer to come in. They're not instantaneous, so that's why sometimes there's a lag of 10, 15, 20 minutes or a half hour in some cases. If you're in Aberdeen, prepare ahead. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist John DeLusick and Gabe Maynor, the entire WTVA 9 news team working behind the scenes to get you the information first. And one of the things, of course, we'll continue to watch are these reports of some trees down. Also report off of Highway 35 in Vaden of some power outages in that area and a tree down. That would be this same complex of thunderstorms here with wind damage at least and a potential for some, from time to time, some reports of tree damage and possibility of trying to produce tornadoes. As we go to the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler Radar, up here in far northwestern sections of Webster County, southern Calhoun County, near Highway 404, moving toward Calhoun City, Slate Springs. I'm going to double check the angle here. We have a couple areas of circulation right here. My angle's terrible on that. Let's fix that. Let's go up here. Let's get you a better angle toward Calhoun City. That'll get you more accurate time. We show Slate Springs in 7 minutes, Calhoun City 18 minutes, Derma in 19 minutes, Holliston 21 minutes, and Vardaman in 24 minutes, Bruce in 28 minutes. We've talked over and over again about the S shape, right? And the areas along that S where we have the concern that it tries to produce a tornado. That's what we are looking at specifically here. And so going to our tornado safety rules, we have an area of circulation here. There's another one near Bill Fountain that we're going to track in more detail here in a minute. But in Calhoun City, it's going to be for you in 18 minutes. So we need to have you in your tornado safe place. It's no longer time that we can drive across town. Calhoun City is not big, so maybe you can make it if you leave this instant, but we don't want to wait more than another minute before we go. Last place we want to be is in a car. It's the most dangerous point to be in a tornado is a car or truck because the wind can get under it. It can knock it over. It becomes a bad situation. So stay there until we can give you the all clear. The other area of circulation, we're going to keep those tornado safety rules again up for you, is this one near Bill Fountain. Of course, over top of you at this moment here, we've been tracking it near you for a while. Monte Vista, we show in 7 minutes, Derma in 17 minutes, Vardaman in 21 minutes, Pyland in 24 minutes, Thorn in 29 minutes. And of course, if it's near Thorn, it's very near Houston. I have it just outside of Houston. And just to do my due diligence, because of the size of Houston, I'm going to have you in this storm track. I want to make sure we have a time for you. So within a half hour, we show this moving into the Houston area. Doppler radar indicated rotation is the reason that this has been issued. And the reason we've had all of these tornado warnings in our area issued. We have yet to have a situation. We have confirmation on Storm Track Doppler radar with debris. Let's double check that in a moment here. We still don't have it at this moment, thankfully, but unfortunately, that is one of those things, one of those ways of determining things that we don't necessarily get that information until after the fact. As we widen this just a little bit and we look down this line, we should have a better view of what this looks like from the Maben area. And I'm going to look directly west because near Eupora right there is one of those little notches kind of developing. The last couple of scans, we look for those notches as they develop. Those could be signs of areas of enhanced rotation there. This would be right along US 82 between Eupora and Maben. So we should have an excellent shot of this. So going to our camera there, lots of dark clouds showing up, as you would imagine, always is the case. We're going to make our camera move very slowly. We're going to kind of look up and down that line. And there's our interaction that we would be looking for right there. So you see the rainfall, and then you see this area where you still have air being ingested in. So this is the air going into the thunderstorm right there, right? And where you see the rainfall, that's the air coming out. So you look in this interaction zone here, and that's where we have a tendency to see the lowering of tornado. What do we not see at this instant? I don't see a tornado there. So that's a good sign, a hopeful thing, hopefully something that continues, but that is the area we're going to have to watch. And unfortunately, it's going to kind of cross behind the tower there here in a minute. So I am going to leave that up on kind of a smaller mode there. I know that's some real estate on the screen. That we typically would use for something else, but I don't want to miss something on that Maven camera. So we're going to leave that up here for a moment while we track a few other things. So I apologize, that's kind of giving up some real estate there for one specific thing, but it gives us an idea of specifically what we are working with. And I have three kind of areas here where we have enhancements of rotation there in Webster County, northwest Webster County, as we tracked a moment ago. Let's come up here toward Grenada County, and we oftentimes mention all clears. We don't always give them. Grenada proper, you're in the all clear from this. Gore Springs, you're in the all clear from this. Coffeyville, you're in the all clear from this. I think once you get past this initial line here, there's a flooding rainfall threat. We barely touched on that this afternoon because we're concentrating on other things. things. But what there in particular is going to be for locations ahead of this is that tornado threat. But once you're past that tornado threat, you're pretty much done. There's not typically a second round on this kind of event. So I would say Coffeyville, Water Valley, in all likelihood, Oxford, you're also probably past the worst of this as well. But that is clearly not the case for locations such as Louisville, down here, Noxapater, Ackerman. You're in the heart of a heavy thunderstorm right now. We should be getting information from the folks at the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters, hopefully here in a few minutes, related to what's going on there as we continue to kind of watch this line of thunderstorms move in. Let's get a storm track here based on kind of the latest data. And again, as we talked about a minute ago, it is the part of this line that typically is not angled like this that we get the most concerned with. Oops, I apologize. I put my track over top of, there we are. Okay, so let's adjust that there. We'll bring Mabin back up for the bottom half of that. Mabin 210, so current time about 2:08, so it's about to come right up on that camera site here in a minute. But this part when it's angled like this, from northeast back to southwest, that kind of an angle there is one where we have primarily a wind threat. Anytime something juts out in advance of that, any of these little fists that jut out in advance of that, that's when it punches forward and tries to produce the rotation that could potentially produce tornadoes. At this instant, most of that line does not have that. That's part of the reason why we're not concentrating as heavily on that at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and adjust our times up here so we can continue to see a few more locations like Starkville at 2:34. We're watching that for you, for our Stormy Meyer, who's there within the next half hour. And lots of other folks as well. West Point 2:46. We're looking at Aberdeen 2:54, Crawford at 2:59, eventually Columbus close to around 3:12. Those times have locked in pretty solid, so I think our speed of about 50 to 55 miles per hour is held pretty accurate, at least to this point here. Let's come large on Mabin for a moment, because this is probably our best chance for the next little while here to get a good idea of what this is capable of. And looking along this line, the heavy rainfall there, but we look for little spin-ups along the leading edge there. And so that's why I'm going to kind of pan back here as we look here closely. There's a couple spots there. We see some things hanging down, but what I don't see, I do not have a definite connection to the ground. That's a raindrop right there, by the way. That's a raindrop, but notice which direction the raindrop is moving. Did you notice the raindrop is moving up? The reason the raindrop is moving up is because the wind's hitting the camera there. It's kind of forcing it to move that direction because obviously gravity works the other way. As we work and look up that line there, unfortunately we're kind of looking at the tower for a moment. This is going to be our next most usable shot. So unfortunately it's going to be kind of a big tower here for a moment, but we'll come back to that here in just a second. As you can see the rainfall, the water kind of whipping around, kind of around that. And plenty of lightning, one of the main things probably causing some power outages, and we do want to try to pull up that power outage map again here in a minute. Let me know when we have access to that. So as we come north on this line, I want to concentrate on this portion here, Slate Springs. This is broken up a bit more, and that isn't necessarily a good thing. We are getting closer to the radar, so that's one of the things kind of working in the positive direction here. But this is the area still that's had that circulation. Sometimes when this breaks, it's a sign of strengthening. I think this might be a situation where the opposite is the case, where it breaks, and it might be a little bit of a sign of weakening based on where it is. There's still rotation there, and I would still say that if you live from Slate Spring back toward Manatee, Calhoun City, Houston, ahead of this, we need to be in that tornado safe place just in case. And so we're looking along that line there, Calhoun City, Houston, kind of in the path of this. Slate Spring we show at 211, working its way toward Calhoun City at 224, Vardaman at 228, Houston at 239, Davis Lake 243, Holka at 245, Okolona at 252. Not all those locations are under the tornado warning. Okolona kind of on the edge. As we extend this farther ahead, we're looking at Verona at 309. Working its way toward Tupelo, 313, WTVA studios, if it were to make it this far north, at about 313 or so. By the station here, about 321, I should say, and Fulton by 327. A couple things we're going to look at this time. Let's see if we get another angle at this line. One way in which we're going to do that is we're going to look at our Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras. We're going to go to Starkville. We're going to start on the west side of town there. We're going to look at the multiple cameras that we have the option there, and I think we're probably going to concentrate You can kind of look at the north angle here. We're not looking the primary direction, but the shake on this is a sign of some of the strong winds that they have there as folks are still ahead of this. We're down to less than 20 minutes in the Starkville area as this line of thunderstorms moves in. One of the things I want to check while we're on this camera is that measure of moisture, that dew point, 63. The closer that number gets to 67, 68, that's sort of the magic number. If this is going to produce tornadoes, we expect it to be closer to that value. We're not quite there, but there's still a little time, and we expect the greatest influx of moisture to be right as this line kind of rolls in. Another camera cluster there in town. We're coming up close to the Blackjack Road area. Still some traffic on the roadways. That means moms and dads, we need to call some friends. We need to call some kids there in Starkville, let them know there's some strong storms heading in. Not officially under a tornado warning now, but you have been now, just in the last moment, placed there in the Starkville area under a severe thunderstorm warning with the potential for it to try to produce a tornado. So that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. And then, of course, this is what happens when it hits you there. Lots of heavy rainfall, lots of wind showing up as that line kind of kicks through. This is looking right through that thunderstorm as we're in the damaging wind portion of it, moving through the Maben area. As you can see, you can't see. Not a lot of visibility there as we kind of pan this around. So strong straight line winds likely causing some power outages. As we mentioned before, I mean, you can just see kind of the raindrops blowing across the camera. That's why this is fuzzy there with wind gusts that are likely in excess of 50 to 60 miles per hour. If we look down for a moment here, we don't look down out of this camera very often. You can get an idea of kind of how fast some of those bands of wind are moving through there. And those look to be primarily about 40, 45 mile per hour winds, maybe a few that are slightly stronger than that. Of course, perspective based on distance is still always just a little bit skewed, but that's what at least it kind of looks like at the moment here as we kind of slide this back toward the east, and you can see those same bands of heavy rain and wind shifting through there. So a wall of wind and water moving through the Maben area, an example of what a lot of folks have been continuing with recently, which are these reports of damaging wind that in some cases have produced power outages, and some of those have been fairly significant. Our Gabe Maynor has kind of, I believe, gotten us those power outages up and ready to go here, so we'll pull those for you. Significant power outages for some portions of the area once again. And Gabe, kind of looking at this, looks like our number has increased in Attala County. If you'll just mouse over that for a moment, you can see we're now up to about 1,000 folks in Attala County without power. If we go back to Holmes County, about 3,800 folks without power. One good thing is if you go up one to Carroll County, go up one county there, and it looks like only 12 there. If we go over to Montgomery County, which is one east of that, we have 0 without power at this instance. So what does that tell me? Our storms have been less impressive at producing power outages of late. Maybe that is a good sign that we're heading in the right direction on some of this. Certainly there was more fuel down south. Hopefully that's the way this continues to go. Gabe, I appreciate you being able to pull that up. Let's monitor that closely as we continue to look toward the potential for more power outages out of this line. Let's go to the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler Radar. There are still a number of areas here of significant concern, like one near Clarkston, north of Maben there, so north of where we were looking a moment ago. This is just that wind. And notice for a second here, looking at the wind, does that look impressive? I mean, this is green, but is it, you know, up here in the brightest green? No. But that was still probably 40, 45 mile per hour wind. I'm going to see if we change it over to the straight line wind mode. That's what we would refer to this as. And we check out some of those wind gusts on here. About 45 to 50 miles per hour, somewhere in that neighborhood, what Storm Track Doppler Radar is estimating on those straight line winds. I'd say, looking at that a moment ago there, that probably has verified on how strong some of those wind gusts are. But as we look close to the Clarkston area, look just a little north of that, there are some spots along this very wobbly line where we have some rotation showing up that's a little more present at this time. I would say that I don't have a high confidence level that this line is producing tornadoes at this instant, but I don't have a 0 confidence level that it's not, or I guess 100% confidence level that it's not. So when we're looking at Derma for you at 216, this is an area of rotation that we're watching. Dancy at 219, Vardaman 221, toward Woodland at 226, Houston at 234, Davis Lake 235, Unit 241, and the Okolona area by about 253. Doppler radar indicated rotation remains one of the main elements on this here. Just to check, John, have we had much come through our discussion with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters?
Not much, but I just want to mention one thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Sheriff's Department down in Montgomery County confirms that on County Road 14, on the south end of the county, there's also downed trees.
Okay,
so downed trees.
So give that to me one more time.
Sheriff's Department in Montgomery County reporting down trees on County Road 14 on the south end of the county.
County Road 14 on the south end of the county. Reports in Montgomery County of some trees down there. I appreciate that. As we look kind of in the south end of Montgomery County, because again, what it has done in the past gives us an idea of what it's possible to do again in the future. I'm assuming that's this part here close to around Poplar Creek. It looks like most of the county roads there in Montgomery County are named as opposed to numbers. So we'll have to see if we can kind of figure out exactly where that was. You said it was County Road 14?
Yeah, near County Road 14 on the south end of Montgomery County, according to the Sheriff's Department.
We might have the newsroom double check exactly where, but I mean, I would guess near Poplar Creek. I mean, that's where we had that area of circulation go through, so it seems very reasonable. As we track that ahead, that's the part that moved near Pelez. As we kind of bring it to current time here, that's the part that we're looking at near Clarkson and Dancy. So this is the same part of the thunderstorm that has previously produced damage that's north of Clarkson here. Here's Cumberland. This is the Natchez Trace Parkway there. There's Manti. There's Woodland. Houston's just underneath that banner there. This area of circulation moving towards some of those locations at this time has had a history of producing damage. Now, is that tornado damage? We find that out after the fact. It has not been as significant as when it was back in southwest Mississippi, regardless of what kind of damage it is. But there's no guarantees that that continues to be the case, that it continues to be less impressive going forward. And that area of circulation certainly has increased somewhat. County Road 413, Montgomery County. Okay, 413. That makes a lot more sense. We'll go look at that here in a second. There are some times on your screen. Houston, we're down to less than 20 minutes for you. Okolona, 37 minutes on that primary area of circulation. Let's come back here to Highway 413. So that would be right there. So that would be what we're looking at southwest of Kilmichael that we were tracking there about 45 minutes ago. At least tree down near that area there that tracked eventually along US 82 and is the exact same spot that we are still tracking as of now, 2:18, almost 2:19. Current time is 2:19. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynor and John DeLucic as they continue to monitor a line of storms that at least has produced damage, at most has produced tornadoes, and has caused numerous power outages. New as of 2:19, a severe thunderstorm warning that now includes Oktibbeha County and Clay County and Lowndes County. And you'll notice this is not storm specific. And by that I mean a lot of times we could say it's this one here and you get kind of that box sort of look going forward. This one, they went less storm specific because they're including all these folks because of the previous history that we've had out of this line, attempting to produce rotation, attempting to produce tornadoes, and certainly lots of strong winds possible out of this line as well. I'm going to bring up a shot here put in our behind the scenes Slack chat. This is a White Creek, a lake surf, small video right after the straight line winds went through the Eupora area. So give me just a moment so I can pull this up here. Jonathan sending us this picture of kind of what was visible where Jonathan was at. Let's see if I can get that pulled up here again in a second. Give me a moment. For whatever reason, not want to pop up quite yet. So give me just a second here to work out the kinks on that. And now we can check out Jonathan's video here. So, and another example of what some of this looks like as these storms come through. Certainly a lot of strong wind there in a vehicle, which is not someplace we necessarily want people to go. But whitecaps on the lake, certainly wind coming through. He's in the heavy rainfall portion of that, and by that point, he's probably past the tornado section. So that is the positive in the situation we're looking at there, but certainly some strong wind out of that thunderstorm. We appreciate all your pictures that you share with us, Facebook, Twitter, weather, WTVA.com, that WTVA weather app, all ways in which you can share your photographs with us. Once again, another spot that's in the rain bands of this is back in the Mabin area, continuous rain bands there, heavy rainfall totals in excess of 2.5 inches of possibility in some spots before this is all said and done. It's part of the reason many of us have been placed, all of us have been placed under flash flood watches with this storm system that has come through the area. As we show you those right now on Storm Track Doppler Radar, we're all under flash flood watches, but at this instant, it does not look like we have any flash flood warnings that have been issued, thankfully. So at least one positive there, but unfortunately, we're still kind of in the midst of a much more active pattern. And a reminder that you can always get the latest on everything we talk about here, including our live stream of the WTVA weather app, free and available for all of those various devices, and we stream live there. Just like right now, we are on Facebook Live, both on the WTVA weather and news pages. Exactly what you see here is on there, and then that behind-the-scenes shot with the poor audio, we still have that on my Facebook page as well in case power goes out. So we're kind of trying to do both those things, walk both those lines at the same time there. So current time at 2:21, we show tornado warnings in effect with a tornado warning exiting the storm complex, exiting that tornado warning for sections there in Outages County and in Webster County, moving into Clay County. Another tornado warning here that does include sections of Chickasaw County in particular, up to Pontotoc County, Calhoun County. There's a couple of areas we've talked over and over again. I'm going to go wide for a moment here. And before we go there, remember we talked about that storm south that we'd have to watch, that one lone storm that was out ahead by itself. Now tornado warnings come just up to the southern edge of our area through Kemper and Neshoba counties. That storm moving about 45 to 50 miles per hour. I'm going to get track that includes some folks ahead. When we talked about this on Facebook Live earlier today, when we mentioned it last night, we said those individual storms ahead have that greatest potential for strong tornadoes. This is the one that we've been watching now for about an hour. More than an hour since it's developed, an hour that it's been strong to severe. Within the next hour, it will be in Macon. Brooksville, a little over an hour. I'm going to get you some more specific times for some of those folks as opposed to the relative times that I'm showing you there. And we're going to include Columbus in this if it were to head more north. Still a very real possibility out of this. And so we show Sugar Lock at 3:15, Brooksville at 3:33, Columbus at 3:58, so just before 4 p.m., assuming this next line doesn't get there first. It is encroaching on this. And if we show you kind of a loop of this, one thing you'll note is that this line is catching up. And so what will happen is at some point, whether it's over Macon, whether it's Columbus, whether it's in Alabama, the line is going to catch this. And when it does, it's going to undercut this and it's going to kill off that thunderstorm there. There'll briefly be an interaction that could increase tornadoes there, but certainly that is the direction that this is likely heading. New severe thunderstorm warnings issued that do include all the way up to the Tupelo area. They do not include, it looks like, Saltillo based on the angle here. They do include Shannon, does include locations in Itawamba County, but not Fulton, Amory, Aberdeen, now Okolona involved in this severe thunderstorm warning, and the description behind the scenes that the National Weather Service used, and I'll get it here close so we can get it to pop up on the television screen as it's trying to continue to look at the tornado warnings, is that rotation is detected on this line of thunderstorms. If you've been watching us, you know rotation's been detected. And so those thunderstorms, the Weather Service tends to issue a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible when the confidence in tornado isn't as great, but the potential that it could spin something up is. And so with that kind of balance in order here is why the Weather Service has issued that latest warning related to that. What that also tells us, without speaking one-on-one with any of the folks at the Weather Service, is that when they're looking at this section of this line here, that part that's bent back from Bruce to Calhoun City to Manatee, that they're having a harder time getting all that moisture to kind of wrap back in here. And so it's on the leading edge of that the tornado threat is likely the greatest with that. So I'm going to get you a track along that whole line to get some folks that are just now being added to severe thunderstorm warnings in some times here. This will also include some locations under tornado warnings, but not under this severe thunderstorm warning now. So we show Vardaman at 2:33, Bruce at 2:28. We're looking at Holka at 2:50, Okolona at 2:53, Pontotoc 3:01, Amory 3:09, Tupelo Midtown at about 3:18, Southwest Tupelo at 3:14. By the way, this is another way, of course, we mention it, those weather calls that you can get. I'm going to let Digital Matt Lobhon handle it. Hello?
This is WTVA Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon with a Weather Call mobile notification. The National Weather Service has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for within 1 mile of your smartphone's current location. Severe thunderstorms can produce dangerous lightning, large hail, damaging winds, and very heavy rain that can cause localized flooding. If you must drive your car, do not attempt to drive through water covering a road. If possible, seek shelter in a sturdy building or stay in your car. Avoid open areas and stay away from isolated tall objects. To view a Google map of the exact warning area or to
We'll replay this message. Click now. So there's where the warning is going toward, and still has rotation. And when you start talking about Nettleton, we're looking at about 309 for you, and as we mentioned, Tupelo at about 317 there. You treat this like a tornado warning, the potential that you could have damage from this and impact from this. And so the middle part of a sturdy structure where we want to go for even those locations, even though it's not officially a tornado warning. The Weather Service uses this tornado possible as something for that just in case sort of situation that we find ourselves in, kind of as a pre-tornado warning sometimes. But there's a couple spots here from Atlanta back toward around the Woodland area that we're watching closely. I don't know if we have access to Stormy and Rhea in Starkville. I'd like to touch base with them. We still have a couple of minutes. Okay, we'll have them here in a few minutes. We'll touch base with them again as we continue to kind of get more information in on what exactly is happening and where we go from here. So I'm going to move some of my devices around here behind the scenes as we kind of get organized as we wait for this to kind of go through the middle portion of our viewing area. For Louisville proper, what we have for you is a storm that is kind of generally going toward Columbus, and as you can see, heading back this direction here toward the north and east. So you're part of the reason why all these other folks are under the severe thunderstorm warnings, is because of this line moving toward and moving through your area at this time here. So as that continues to move northeast, you can see some of those times there on your screen. Artesia at 2:55, Crawford at 3:02, right. Columbus at 3:11, MUW at 3:12. And behind the scenes, if we can, in the control room. I know we've asked this a couple times. We've got to go up and down on the microphones if we can, so John can have conversations behind the scenes here. So when we go to his mic, we turn him on. Okay, we need to turn it off when we're not going to it. But John, unless you do have some information you want to go with at this point here. Okay. So just behind the scenes, we'll make sure we're potting that mic up and potting that mic down if we can, so he can do all of his sleuthing work that everyone at home gets to see me stand in front and deliver for everybody. John does a huge and important job in this situation here, and appreciate that. Current time is 2:28. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist John DeLucic and Gabe Maynor behind the scenes monitoring a line of severe thunderstorms that has produced sporadic wind damage. To this point, we have not had significant wind damage in our area. We've had reports of trees down. We've had reports of power outages. We have not had official tornado damage reports, even though we have had damage reports in areas that have shown signs of circulation. And that's a thankful thing, a blessing to this point here. But unfortunately, those reports of damage have a tendency to come in after the fact, and so we might think we're good and then find out we're not. And so it's with that as the backdrop that if you live in Aberdeen at 3:02, if you live in Smithville, 3:18, Caledonia at 3:29, we're watching this moving toward you in Manatee at 2:30, and Starkville at 2:45, strong winds coming in. There will be sporadic power outages, and there's still that potential this line could produce tornadoes, as it is, we discussed last night, extremely wobbly in some spots, and it's those wobbles that we get the most concerned. We could have some issues with rotation and tornadoes. So I'm going to come up to the most pronounced of those wobbles, which is here. This is where this backs up toward Manatee in western Clay County, where we're looking at. Here's Houston, here's McCondy, there's Una, there's Abbott, there's Cedar Bluff, West Point. This is west of West Point, but let's see if we can get a shot there of one of our cameras in West Point. I'm going to look in West Point. We're going to look at the intersection of 45 and 50, and we're going to look at all the different cameras, but in particular, I'm going to look back toward the west. And the west camera there, not a very good shot, but we are looking kind of back in a westerly direction. Dark clouds, what we're seeing. We keep talking about that number there, that measure of moisture, that dew point coming in at around 63. The threshold that I've been looking for behind the scenes here, we've been looking for at least 65, 66 on that dew point when we're talking about tornadoes. We're on the verge there, and that means the damaging wind threat is still very much an issue. I mean, we're ahead of these thunderstorms. We have wind gusts at 36 miles per hour in West Point. You can see those power lines bobbing around. So clearly we have some issues there that we are tracking at this time with that thunderstorm. But the worst of that is likely west of West Point and closer to the closer to the Houston area. We're seeing some discussion behind the scenes about the leading edge going into Pontotoc, and just some questions there from emergency managers at this point here. So as we look here toward Houston, I'm going to go back and forth between kind of the wind mode. The rainfall mode tells a slightly different positioning than the wind. I still have more of my interaction here closer to the Atlanta community, and that'd be very near Woodland, which is where our television tower is, moving toward Houston. So from time to time, our signal can come very fuzzy when the lightning gets to be fairly rough between there and here. So remember, the WTVA weather app is where we stream live from, and that live signal originates in Tupelo, whereas our signal you see over there goes from Tupelo to then Woodland and then broadcasts all locations from there. So if it gets kind of fuzzy, this will be a good source for you over the next little bit here. As that storm moves away and lightning between you and that tower becomes less of an issue, then that ends up clearing up somewhat. We do live coverage when we're on, especially around the Tupelo area, on KZ 103 and 95.1 The Farm. When tornado warnings are issued, we do there battery-powered radio, whether wherever you have it. We do stream live on those two platforms as well. So you have multiple ways to hear our live signal when and if the time comes for you. Not in a warning, but I want to come up here south of Oxford for a moment, near the Delay community. This is an area kind of back in here. Might not look like much, but it's an area of circulation kind of showing up. I'm going to see if I can shift this to our radar site out of Memphis, at the radar site there at the airport. Not quite within the realm of where I have a good signal on them. Look from the Memphis Weather Service, still not a great angle either. But that area of circulation has strengthened, gotten a little more organized. So while we have talked very little about you, you remain in the tornado watch. And so this track here is for an area of circulation that doesn't even have a severe thunderstorm warning. But these areas of circulation sometimes will be short-lived, and I'd rather be safe than sorry. So within 30 minutes, we're looking about 37 minutes for New Albany, 35 minutes in Myrtle, Ecru in 30 minutes, an area of circulation moving toward Thaxton in 19 minutes, and eventually Ripley within the next hour, Baldwin about that time, and Faulkner as well. Watching it closely, strong wind out of this at least. No warning on it this time, but one could at some point be required. Again, remember, that S shape, right? We keep talking about the S, that S there. When you get those little wobbles, that's where we have to watch. So we'll be coming back and looking at that here shortly once again to see if we have something else. So with that popping on there, let's analyze this whole line extremely closely because that area circulation has gotten a little bit more impressive. It does not look on the laser scan quite as together as it was just a moment ago. So good note there, but those sustained circulations we have to watch. Near Atlanta and Woodland we have one, another one near Manatee as well, Beasley. And then this line as we slide back southwest of Starkville and then down toward Louisville, all areas we'll have to watch, but I don't have the kind of circulation at this instant here that looks like tornado producing circulation. And then our strongest, one of our strongest storms at this point is the lead thunderstorm we have all the way down here as I switch it to the Jackson radar site, which hopefully has a slightly better angle on it. This one's been kind of a long-lived lone rogue storm, all things that are concerning in this case, that they could try to produce tornadoes. So I'll track this one forward. We'll get some times there, Macon, Columbus. We're now within about 33 minutes in Scuba, Sugarlock, and 38 minutes. A storm racing to stay ahead of this line. Brooksville in just under an hour. Aliceville at 67 minutes. Columbus, we show about an hour and 20 minutes for you. It gets kind of hard to convert those times once you get past about an hour or so, or at least maybe that's just me. So let's get those times on there, specific times. Reform, we're looking at about 4 o'clock for you. Kennedy at 4:20, and Vernon about 4:27, assuming the other storms don't end up catching it in time. So as we reset here for a moment, we're showing this overall line. Strong winds remains probably the peak potential as of now 2:34, but there is potential we could see some storms try to produce tornadoes. One of the places where we have folks in shelter is in Starkville. I know there's a number of other places where that's the case. We're going to talk to our folks, our Stormy Meyer and our Rhea Thornton there in shelter in the Starkville area here in a couple minutes as they're, bracing just like anybody else would. But this shot here coming from Eupora just a few minutes ago, the strong winds, the American flag, of course, doing what it does, thereby, of course, the large cross that they have. If you find yourself, and there's no other option, we're talking about strong winds in particular, we'll have to find out where that picture was. Where's that? That's Goodman damage? Okay, hold on. We'll bring that back up there. This coming in just a second ago. John, if we can bring up John's mic for a second, he'll let us know what specifically we're looking at here. John,
from
go.
One of our viewers, or at least a relay from one of our viewers sent by email to WTVA, got the little picture of damage. It looks like I got a window damage also. Looks like there is some minor damage in the Goodman area, at least from this picture right there. And we were talking about Goodman just earlier when they had those reports. So that was with the same storm that was going through Kosciuszko, and now I'm about ready to move into Starkville, or moving through the Starkville area right now.
Okay, so that was the Goodman storm a little earlier with that damage that we talked about. Also reports, and this for folks kind of behind the scenes here at the TV station, of some damage around the Holmes County Community College area. The picture of the softball team, I can't show it on the air because we don't have permission yet, but maybe get here in a minute of them all huddled mentioning that they got hit, but everybody's okay. A lot of damage on campus. That'd be Holmes Community College. We'll have to work to kind of verify that. Is that accurate, John?
That's actually from Goodman area, from the Holmes Community College, reading more about it.
Okay.
So it is from the Holmes Community College right there.
Okay, so there you go. So Holmes Community College with some damage there in the Goodman area, a sign of some of the damage, unfortunately, that's happened. And were we talking much about that 5 minutes ago? No. And so that's the concern, that you have these storms and then a lag in time before we get the information, then we get that information to you. And that's why we kind of do this coverage and we say maybe and possibly, and then after the fact we find out what it is more effective at. One thing that is happening, and I'm noticing the last couple scans, and Starkville needs to be aware of this. Watch the last couple scans, see that influx and lightning there, and notice how what was a northeast to southwest line has now come more vertical, right? Watch it with me. Angled like this, angled like that. Shift an angle here, right? Angled like this, angled like that. And in particular, this part here that's moved through Ackerman along Highway 12, moving up toward the Starkville area. That part of that thunderstorm there has a little bit more rotation with it, has a little bit more strength to it, and is more likely to cause some potential for power outages and wind damage as it moves in. Now, just looking at the wind mode here, does not look as impressive on this scan, but if I look far, far away from Jackson, I think it has a better angle. You can see that green and the red. There is rotation there on that thunderstorm, and you are placed under a severe thunderstorm warning where it says rotation detected and tornado possible on this. So Starkville, this isn't just a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that at some point could be upgraded to a tornado warning if it necessitates it. So we're looking at Butte within 2 minutes for you. Starkville within 16 minutes now. Of course, as we always talk about Starkville, that is going to be where the middle part of Starkville is, right? Right there. That's not southwest Starkville. So if you take Starkville, we're looking at 25 and MLK on the west side of town. That's 14 minutes, so slicing off a couple of minutes there. The Highlands on the northeast side of Starkville, it's closer to 20 minutes. So the potential for wind damage out of this, rotation that is increasing, anytime we get this kind of bend back like this, that's when we know we have an area of damaging winds potentially out of this. I'm going to get a wider track on that part of this complex, moving eastward, and then we're going to go up this line once again. So I show that toward Macon View, we're looking at 310. Starkville, of course, 250, as we mentioned just a moment ago there. Brooksville, 305. We're looking at Bethedin at 238 and Columbus about 317. Now, we had a later time for Columbus a minute ago. That's that storm that's down south. This one probably gets there first, and that could hopefully, possibly eliminate a little bit of that tornado threat. That is at least the hope. Unfortunately, though, this part of this has strengthened somewhat as well. So as we slide northward along this line, we're looking toward Clay County. We're looking up here into Chickasaw County, and we're also kind of checking back toward that area circulation that we had up in Lafayette County, right below that 334. Still a little bit of that showing up there. Most of this green and red is an interaction, but not likely a tornado interaction. Near Houston, we're watching one section there, but it's still fairly broad. The fact that this is jutting out ahead southwest of Macondi is an area we're going to have to watch. Looking at the straight line wind mode here, we show quite a sustained area where we show these brighter greens of 50 to 60 miles per hour at least out of this. That's what's moving into Houston. 50, 60 mile per hour wall of wind and water moving into Macondi at this time as well, and approaching Thornton within the next couple of minutes here as well. So as we kind of track that whole section of this line, this whole northern section of this line, we'll go back here to the rainfall mode for a moment, and we'll track that line northeast. Speed on this line is about 50 miles per hour. Some folks will be in this track. Some folks will be out of it for a moment. You can see some times there as we look toward Dogtown at 240, Toccopola at 243, Holka at 251, and Okolona by about 256, Pontotoc at 301, and moving toward Fulton at 331. I'll pull this down for a moment, and if we can, we'll bring John up. If we could bring John's box up for a second, I do want to talk to John about kind of an overview of some of the damage that we have had so far today, so we can get a talk about that here for just a second. We can have a moment where we speak about this, and this is going to be highway. Now, this is I'm going to give you a picture here while we talk about this, and I don't know if it's possible to get John on the air or not. Just let me know on that.
If you can hear me, 19 and 25 west of Noxapater. That is a picture of a possible tornado. Surely looks suspicious to it like that. That was a little while ago. That was sent to us by one of our viewers. So again, that was 19 and 25. That's where 25 that goes out of Starkville heads down toward the Jackson area, and 19 that moves northwestward out of the Meridian, I believe Meridian area, I believe. So again, 19 and 25. That is a possible tornado right there. So again, we're looking at, again, pretty hefty stuff that's moving through our area as we speak. And again, that is from that same storm system that's been passing through the Starkville area as we speak. And I do believe Matt's going to be back here in just a second.
Yes.
So again, that's again west of Knoxpater, Matt.
West of Knoxpater, okay. So, I mean, that gives you an idea of some of the rough look that we sometimes get out of these. Don't always end up with those producing tornadoes, but sometimes that ends up being the case. Again, as we mentioned, one of the spots that we are watching extremely closely is down here in Starkville. We have a number of cameras. Those are our eyes and ears, more eyes than ears down there in Starkville. With the rainfall close at hand and with the storms moving in, we want to check in with our meteorologist, Stormy Meyer. She is in a shelter there with our Rhea Thornton as she awaits this storm that has a potential to produce a tornado. And from inside that shelter, what do you know at this time here as you're kind of getting some things kind of reorganized here, sometimes self-service, as you might know, if the building is significantly
We are currently inside the
enough.
Starkville
I'll go ahead and
Tornado Center, and there's been an increasing amount of people continuing to come into the shelter. And as we head outside and see kind of what the weather's doing, the rain has continued to increasingly pick up. There was a little bit of dew on my jacket, but I need to put up my hoodie for this one because it is continuing to come out stronger. We have seen increasing lightning and some thunder associated with that lightning. The rain's continuing to get harder. Still not a downpour yet, but it is still coming down harder than we saw the past 30 minutes ago. And people are continuing to come in to the storm shelter. It's been, almost fell over there. It's continuing to be slower as the storm progresses, but we are seeing it pick up. Wind has died down a bit over here, but it's still really moist outside, and it's still a pretty yucky storm coming through. So stay alert and stay weather aware over here in Starkville.
Okay, that's our meteorologist, Stormy Meyer. She's assessing things, getting into shelter. Another shot there of Mississippi Department of Transportation camera. Stormy, let's get you inside. Let's wait for this one to get through, and we'll kind of assess things from there as that storm has some rotation with it. We appreciate that. Of course, we have Stormy. We have other folks out there at this time trying to get in position to show you what it's like to kind of go through this, but also just in case we have damage as those damage reports come in so we can kind of revisit those. In Starkville, the temperature is still showing up 72 at latest update, though that rain starting to fall as that line moves into the area, and we expect the gusty winds will not be terribly far behind. As we go back right now to Storm Track Doppler Radar and its latest scans, we show that line moving into Starkville. This is rainfall kind of running ahead. That sometimes messes with some of the wind potential on this, but though we still show strong straight line winds with this at least near Adton and Craig Springs moving into Starkville. Time into Starkville proper, southwest side of town, 2:48. Current time is 2:43 at this instant here. The Sportsplex, which is also on the southwest side, 2:49. Starkville Midtown there at about 2:50. And you can see a lot of other locations in and around the Starkville area, moving toward the intersection of 82 and 45 alternate by about 3:02 and 3:04 for the West Point area. So certainly kind of moving through at this time, and we continue to expect to have reports of damage potentially coming in from some of these spots. And just to give you kind of an example of what these storms are capable of, another shot here of some of the damage. This coming in from the Holmes County area, the Holmes Community College area. Dakota sending this picture here as we look at this. Give me just a moment, I'll check that out. I'm gonna pull this up here for a moment. I need to see it again if I could. Okay. Well, we'll make a judgment call, I think, here in a few minutes. But this is what this has been capable of producing. You can see plenty of damage in the Holmes County Community College area. Is this straight line wind? Is this tornado damage? There was rotation on that thunderstorm. It's very conceivable it's tornado damage, but straight line wind damage sometimes can look very similar and be substantial because wind is wind. It's not the twisting of the wind that causes the problem. It is the speed of the wind and the duration in which something experiences it. And with a tornado, is the fact that it's hit one side and then the next side and then the next side as it goes around. It's not the twisting, it's the fact it gets weakened from all sides. Same way if you want to break off a tree branch, don't do it, kids. But if you do a green branch, you can't just go like that and it snaps. You got to go back and forth all directions. That's the same way wind works to try to cause damage to whatever structure you are located in. We continue to have a significant tornado on the ground to the southwest of DeKalb. This is Macon we're looking at for you. This is the storm we've been watching for well over an hour now. This is the strongest storm, and it's in a race to stay ahead of that line that's moving toward the Starkville area. We show it getting toward Macon within 36 minutes. It is reasonable to assume that by the time it gets to Macon, that it will still be ahead of this line of wind. And that's part of the reason why we have watched, if you look here on the corner of the screen, we only have severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. But we're going to stick with this coverage because this storm here has a confirmed tornado on the ground, and it's going to be to Shuqualak within the next 27 minutes. And so that is an area we have to make sure of the potential with strong tornadoes. We have as much of a heads up as possible, but also the fact that every single severe thunderstorm warning that we have in our area has kind of an orangish red look to it, right? They all say rotation detected. They're all issued with the thought that tornadoes could happen, but rather than spend tornado warnings on them, if you think of tornado warnings as a commodity, and you don't want to wear out people's attention by issuing tornado warnings on maybe situations all the time, it's kind of like a pre-tornado warning. That's the way in which the National Weather Service kind of handles this. There's rotation there. If necessary, they upgrade the tornado warning. And so that's where all of these warnings have been issued as kind of pre-tornado warnings. So that's why a lot of times we will go off the air when we're just the severe thunderstorm warnings. This is a different situation because of the damage reports we've had and the fact that we still have a storm that is taking aim on a few locations, Macon, Aliceville, Reform, perhaps even Columbus, moving toward you with a speed that is fairly quick at about 50 miles per hour or more and has confirmed reports of damage on it with a confirmed tornado on the ground. So that is not the case in Chickasaw County, not the case in Pontotoc County, not the case moving toward Lee County, but this line here still has areas of rotation in it that could potentially allow it to at some point produce tornadoes. So as you go to the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler Radar, there are a couple places where we have these interactions right on the leading edge there, right along Mississippi Highway 8 in Chickasaw County, about 4 miles west of the Chickasaw and Monroe County line is where that area of rotation is. I don't have anything quite as tight along this line other than that. Let's get a storm track ahead based on that specific location here. And as we kind of get that ahead, again, moving in the neighborhood of about 50 to 55 miles per hour where we show this, you can see some times there. Carolina Community in 30 minutes, but we're in Gibson in 6 minutes. Wren within about 16 minutes. Becker in 22 minutes. And Amory, 24 minutes. The most significant portion of that moving toward Fulton in about 45 minutes for you if it kind of holds together at that speed we're talking about there. Okay, so one of the things that's kind of an important thing to consider here is that we've had a number of early dismissals. One of those dismissal situations ongoing is in Pontotoc there. Pontotoc schools are dismissing pretty much as we speak. And so the heaviest portion of this is moving in. And so we show time to Pontotoc proper, the middle of town there where we have the school complex, and we're looking at about 3:02. So that's within about the next 20 minutes or so. And so we need to make sure that people know that this is strong wind. It is not tornado warnings at this instant. It's not even technically severe thunderstorm warnings, but there are little areas of spin there that we have to watch, like one near Randolph. It's small. We'll watch it, but just because we're watching it doesn't mean it will end up producing a tornado. So, and can you bring that up behind the scenes there as we pull up one of our Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras? There are a number of those that we monitor in the Starkville area as these storms come through, one on kind of the south side of town there. And so we show Starkville. We'll go far southwest. We're looking kind of the wrong direction on this, but as we kind of look out of this toward a northerly direction, it definitely, the wind and rain, some of that stronger wind and rain moving in right now. You can see the different raindrops definitely rocking that camera up and down as it moves into the area. The latest update still has that wind speed 38 miles per hour there. But certainly, I mean, that's not necessarily accurate at the moment, is it? Those winds, you can see them shooting across the roadway there toward me on this side of the screen from the southwest to the northeast. And so this is damaging wind potentially. You can see the flashers on for that person there. They didn't get off the road. Look how slow that person's driving on the highway there. That is a danger in this situation. That's why we need you off the road before these storms make it in, because the strong damaging winds aren't the only threat. The rainfall can cause you to hydroplane. And we've had previous tornado events, significant tornadoes, where hydroplaning has been the way people died, not from the tornado themselves. 2014 Tupelo tornado, that's what happened. You had a woman who hydroplaned on that storm. That was the death, not from the tornado. So take this seriously when we talk about your vulnerable locations. Cars, trucks, mobile homes are the most vulnerable locations, the most unsafe places. So rather than finding yourself out on the roadway trying to maneuver when it's windy, when it's potentially dangerous, instead, highly recommend that you, at this point here, before the storm moves in, try to get to that safer location. So that's what's moving into Starkville right now. Looking at the wind mode, I don't have intimate scans showing the potential for rotation that is strong enough to produce tornadoes. I'm looking from some different radar sites here, but thankfully at this point, this looks primarily straight line wind. Still could be strong straight line wind, still could be damaging, but it looks like it's primarily straight line wind. As we change this back over to the radar site that's right there out of Monroe County, we have a better look at the storm there near Okolona. We'll look at the northern part of this line. It has been a minute since we've looked up there, maybe closer to 10 minutes. And there are a couple of spots here that are concerning on this line. West of Pontotoc, we looked at this a minute ago. That's more impressive than just a moment ago there. Another spot that's just a little bit north of that. But let's come in here. Western Pontotoc County, near Randolph. Let's go back a couple of scans. That area of circulation has been sustained, and I would say based on this angle, that's moving toward Pontotoc proper. I'm behind, it was behind me. So let's look at this together, shall we? And let's ask the National Weather Service about this, if we could, in our chat. So we're looking at that part there moving from Randolph toward Pontotoc. And I'm going to use the same speed we had a second ago there, which we've been going about 50, 55 miles per hour, but I showed 12 minutes into Pontotoc. This area of circulation has definitely increased. It's right in the middle of that line. I don't have tornado debris on it right now, but that's an area of circulation where we have certainly some stronger returns there. I show 60 to 70 mile per hour of wind change associated with that. Latest scan still shows an area of concern right near Waldo Road, north of Randolph, just southwest of South Pontotoc School, where we have this at this point here, south of 278, south of 334. Got to watch this one really closely as it's near the Springville area there in the school. So I know that Pontotoc School is in the process of dismissing. We have now less than 12 minutes for you. Based on this, I show 11 minutes. An area of circulation increasing in intensity. If you're out here in Pontotoc County, remember, unsafe places, cars, trucks, mobile homes, we don't want to be there. And it is conceivable that that they probably need to consider. Here's the problem with schools. Once they start that dismissal process, it's hard to stop it because now you have parents that are in carpool line. And where's the most weak point for them to be, in a car or truck? So there's a situation here coming up where perhaps we have some parents that are in that carpool line with an area of circulation and damaging winds moving into town. So a concern there. Clearly we need to make sure folks know that that is less than 10 minutes away from Pontotoc. We've got to look at some other storms. We're going to come back for you here in just a second. The rest of that line, I want to double check just north of there because there are a couple other spots where we show some enhancements. Not quite as impressive there. I know you got the red and the green a little bit more on that there, but that's a leading part there, and I'm not as convinced on that. We'll get you a storm track on that, heading more toward New Albany just in case. We'll do that whole kind of line there. And John, if we need to, we can cycle you out. It's kind of up to you at this point here. Okay. Our meteorologist, John DeLusick, up more than 12 hours ago, has been looking at this data since well before most of us were awake today. Appreciate his very, very long day and dedication at this time here. Pontotoc 305 for you. Tupelo, this same line at about 317 as we've been tracking 322 for Tupelo. So high school 317, Tupelo proper there. We're definitely watching that closely for you. Thaxton, obviously, in the nearer term as it moves in your direction. Let's slide south along this line. Let's make sure there's not something else we're missing. Still broader in that rotation out here near the Chickasaw and Monroe County line. Looks like primarily straight line wind near Rocky Hill on the north side of Starkville. Again, folks there, as you saw a few moments ago with our Rhea Thornton and Stormy Meyer sheltering in place as they await this storm and to move through the Starkville area. Still some strong straight line winds with that. Our various Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras there in the Starkville area. I'm going to go kind of on the northeast side of town now near 182 and Old Mayhew Road at this time here as we await our cameras to kind of pop in there. And we're looking at kind of the heaviest part of this moving through there. I mean, just look at the rainfall, the sheets of rainfall kind of shooting through on here. West behind me, east in front of me. Those cars, they're in kind of a rough one here. Now, I would estimate, looking at that, we're probably looking at wind speeds about 40 miles per hour based on this. A lot of lightning and the wrong direction on those winds, and you have some significant issues there. So definitely watching things closely on that, but that's definitely something you don't want to be driving into at this moment here. Someone asking behind the scenes if we're looking at hail. I don't see hail necessarily on this. That's not to say it's inconceivable, but that definitely looks like, I mean, what, near zero visibility? So that's not a very pleasant situation. I'm going to check another one of the cameras there in town. We're going to go kind of southwest of that location, a little bit closer to the Mississippi State campus, see if we have the same kind of visibility issues. Things have cleared up a bit more there. Let's go back to that camera on the southwest side of town we were looking at a minute ago. That camera looking north at 12 and 25, and that camera there showing up with much better visibility. So you can see the worst is already past the southwest part of town. Still some strong winds, but not nearly the visibility, not nearly the issues we have up there near the Mississippi State campus and just a little northeast of that. Those cameras even right next to the campus there, that is the camera that was right there. Different, substantially different look than what we have at Old Mayhew and 182 as we look at kind of the eastbound lanes there. But even this has improved in the last minute and a half. So it's really hits hard, and it looks like the worst is kind of through there. We're now down to probably 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts. No, not fun, but not as damaging or significant. It looks like the National Weather Service has gone with the tornado warning on the southern storm that we were talking about here. Let's assess our overall situation, and then we're going to dig in deep on Noxubee County. So, as of just about 3 o'clock, we're at 2:56 here at this moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, Meteorologist John DeLusick, Meteorologist Gabe Maynor, and Meteorologist Alan Matthew, all in the WTVA 9 News Weather Center. We're going to talk with our meteorologist Stormy Meyer down in Starkville and Aria Thornton here in a few minutes as they're watching things as well on the ground level. But we have a line of wind trying to produce tornadoes, and then we have a tornado that has recently been on the ground and caused at least some damage according to the Storm Track Doppler Radar that is moving into southern Noxubee County, and it is in a race against time. Sometimes when we're talking about tornadoes, the race against time is you versus the clock in order to try to get to your shelter. That is going on here. And if you do live near Sugarlock, if you do live in Noxubee County, we need to be getting you to that tornado safe place. We need to get you to the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. But the race against time I'm referring to at this moment here is the fact that this storm is trying to stay ahead of this line near Fern Springs back here toward Forestdale. When it's ahead, it's in the fuel. When it's behind, it's cut off. And so will this storm stay ahead long enough to make it to Macon? Probably. Sugarlock? Probably. But Columbus, I think it'd be difficult for it to stay far enough ahead long enough for that to be the case. Let's do a longer track on this. Let's take it north. Let's clip folks there in the Columbus area. We show Columbus proper 1 hour based on its current speed, still in the neighborhood of around, I show 55 miles per hour, and that might be just a little bit fast. Macon, we're within 27 minutes for you, 17 minutes into Sugarlock, Scribs Mill in 4 minutes though, and Crawford in 41 minutes as that moves toward eventually all locations really pretty much in Noxubee County. Let's look at the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler Radar, still very significant returns. Of course, sometimes when we get this error here, and that's a sign that we have something more going on when it comes to the tornado damage. I don't have a tornado damage signature on it based on the latest moments here, but certainly it is continuing to show significant rotation at this moment, and we expect to continue to get reports potentially of tornadoes out of this. And so with that as our backdrop, that's the reason why we recommend that you go to that tornado safe place, the middle of the lowest floor, a sturdy structure, a room where you can cover up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Here's that track one more time. And as I pull this up, one of the things that I am analyzing behind the scenes here is a new, what we call mesoscale discussion. That's where the folks at the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma talk about some of the overall, the 3,000-foot view. We're in here on county roads and specific streets, but they give us kind of an overview of what we're looking at. And based on their discussion at this point here, looking specifically at what you and I have been talking about for the last few hours here, there are some discrete storms ahead of the primary line. This one here being an example of that, including the storm moving through Kemper County. And it has recently shown a TDS, a tornado debris signature, on Doppler radar. The overall expectation for these storms is to be overtaken by the line within the next 60 to 90 minutes. That's what we talked about just a moment ago here as well. Going forward, wind damage and QLCS, quasi-linear convective system tornadoes, are expected to be the primary threats as convection as storms move into western Alabama, and the environment has been able to warm to near 80 in some spots. Now, I didn't realize that in Alabama. That means that enhances some of that fuel. However, moisture return in Alabama has been much less than in Mississippi, and the fuel has been less as well. The speed of the line continues to be something that will enhance some of the wind. Potential for damaging wind gusts and brief tornadoes remains a possibility, but this remains still the bogey, the one we're watching the most closely, where radar detects rotation that could develop into a tornado very soon that has previously produced tornado damage. So with that as kind of the backdrop of what we're looking at here, the folks in Alabama are prepping for more tornado warnings potentially on this line as this moves in, as well as everyone's kind of coordinating to figure out what the next steps are. with that in mind, I have to kind of slide northward here for just a moment and disengage, because up here, approaching the West Point area, I have something that's a little concerning. So we were looking at that camera with all that wind. It was right there in Starkville. This has just a little thing jutting out. We're close enough to the radar. This is something we could not see in Montgomery County, but we can see now in northern and northeastern Oktibbeha County. There, a small area of rotation that could be increasing near Muldrow. If you live in West Point, we need to be in that tornado safe place. You are not in a tornado warning. But this area of circulation, which may not become a tornado officially, definitely has some strong straight line winds. You saw that live on WTVA 9 News about 5 minutes ago. But the rotation is increasing on this as well. And that rotation can sometimes be forged as strong straight line winds, and other times it forms into a tornado. And in either case, you're going to get a similar style of damage, sometimes brief, but still impactful damage out of these kind of storms. And so that damaging potential for folks in West Point is increasing for you in the next few minutes here as this moves into your area. So we're watching this extremely closely as this moves in. In fact, right there, as you can see, a new tornado warning issued on that exact storm that we were tracking just a moment ago on Storm Track Doppler Radar from the National Weather Service in Jackson. It does include West Point, where we were talking about just a moment ago. As of 3:01, a tornado warning issued for Doppler Radar indicated rotation in effect until 3:45 p.m. for this area of circulation. As we mentioned before, this is the reason these radars are so important, and we wish we had a few more of them out there. If you want to write your senators about that, tell them we need one that is out there closer to Winona along I-55. It would save lives and certainly make things a lot easier to pinpoint these storms. So let's pinpoint our area of rotation here, where we have that near Muldrow, approaching 45 alternate on the southwest side of West Point there. There's our area of circulation that's going to move near West Point, probably on the south side of the city. Is it a tornado? It could potentially become one. And that is where, when we define this, we show that tornado safety rule there of mentioning that the rotation is increasing on this. So I'm going to put this a little forward at the front end of our circulation there. I show this in the West Point now, less than 5 minutes. Where West Point? Where do you see the word West Point? Right there. So south side of town, we're probably 2 to 3 minutes away for you. An area of circulation that could potentially be a tornado in the generation phase. Looking for debris on this thunderstorm here. I cannot confirm debris, thankfully. But looking at the latest scan on wind, it has adjusted forward. I don't have quite the same circulation I had a moment ago there. In fact, what I think I have more than anything else is I have a significant damaging wind potential that has increased even more out of this. And look at the straight line wind potential out of this. And this again could be attempting, like what we had happen for locations in West Alabama earlier this year near the Winfield area. We had that strong wind that jutted ahead and then it produced a tornado. That could be what we're looking at here. 73-mile-per-hour winds just south of West Point along 45 alternate. And so that is going to move here near the Waverly Golf Club there on the southeast side of West Point in particular. I'm going to pull up one of our Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras there in the West Point area. We'll look, and this time here, my best camera to look south is going to actually be from Midtown here. The rainfall really yet to super pick up at this time, but as it looks south out of this camera, we'll try to see if we can get a shot of this. And unfortunately, we're looking down a little too far to get a very good look at this. So let's go back to the cameras. I'm going to look at our camera on the south side, which unfortunately is pointing the wrong direction, but maybe we can get a sense as to how this storm is behaving there. And certainly, you can see it getting dark. Too many cars on the road. If you know somebody who's heading out of West Point, typically in West Point this time of day, heading south along 45 alternate, tell them to stop in West Point. Certainly the north part of town if possible, but this is coming in with a strong straight line wind potential out of this storm that could potentially be trying to produce a tornado at this instance. So for folks there, heads up, this one could be rough. Certainly it has that area right there, just north of Tibby, where this is just north of the 45 and 82 intersection there near Waverly Road. That's where this circulation is tracking at this moment. I have to go wider for a second. We have other areas we have to watch. I'm coming right back for you in mere moments. Down here, get you a storm track for Sugar Lock and Macon. We still have time before this arrives at a couple of those locations there. The radar definitely showing some very bright returns. Part of that is a radar error. Part of that is accurate. Fairhill, we're looking for you 3 minutes. Sugar Lock in 9 minutes. Macon in 18 minutes. I'm coming back for you before this gets to Sugarlock and Macon, but I have to come back to West Point because this is basically on top of them right now. So I apologize for that. We need to be in a tornado safe place if we live down here in Noxubee County. I'm just going to double check up north to make sure that we don't have anything else we have to hit right now. There's some wind, there's some areas of rotation. That one spot we were looking at west of Pontotoc earlier does not look as impressive as it did, thankfully, but still, we're watching that closely. We've got to come down here to Clay County. And as we encroach on location south of Clay County, I'm getting one of those radar errors. When I get this, that's usually an extreme wind situation where the radar is like, wait, I have a hard time figuring out what direction the wind is going. And that typically happens when we're getting some of our strongest wind reports. Our meteorologist, John DeLucig, with a picture coming in. Is it from this storm here? Check out 3. Okay, give me just a moment here. We're looking at West Point from this picture on 3. Okay, that's our West Point camera there. I mean, you can see that has arrived there with some of the heaviest rainfall. John, I mean, from this shot there, it looks similar to what we saw there in the West Point, excuse me, down in the Starkville area just a little bit ago.
That is correct. It's a pretty good breeze going through.
Yeah, so I'm gonna leave that up. I'm gonna leave that small here. So let's not get off of that for a moment here. I'm just gonna leave it small while we show you what is happening in West Point from 2 different angles on Storm Track Doppler Radar. A significant wind situation and a potential that this is trying to produce a tornado. This is always concerning when you have a line and the ball here at the end. Let's make sure we don't have tornado debris on this thunderstorm. So this is on the southeast side of West Point. We've mentioned over and over again locations near the Waverly Golf Club. I cannot confirm at this instant. That's not to say that this isn't there, and that's awfully close. This is trying very hard on the southeast side of West Point. So here's Midtown West Point, downtown. We're watching this very closely for you south of HS Vest Road, along Waverly Road, east of Ishman Avenue, south of Wiley Trail, an area of circulation that is extremely strong. And if I just check the straight line wind on this, I show 98 mile per hour straight line winds on this. So let's talk about something that doesn't matter. Does not matter if Matt says this is a tornado or not right now. 98 mile per hour winds is going to do tornado-like damage. So we need to assume that this is a tornado and at least react like this is a tornado. We've been talking about it before they even issued the tornado warning. We need to be in that tornado safe place on this thunderstorm if we live in West Point. That camera you saw a moment ago there, that was back here in the winds that were close to 50 miles per hour. That brightest green there are the winds that are close to around 90 miles per hour, as we showed you just a moment ago there. I'm going to go to the rotation mode, which allows me to actually kind of do a better job of picking out that exact pixel. Give me a moment while I point there. I want to make sure that I got the strongest speed on that, because that is a very significant return. And again, this is not necessarily, let me clear that off, straight line winds. That is not necessarily winds that are 90 miles per hour at ground level, but that's aloft a little bit. So good, at least on the latest here, it is not coming in quite as strong. Hopefully that continues to be the case. But certainly, when I look at the rotation there, it's mainly straight line. And so now that has advanced somewhat more to Church Road. We have that moving. It'll be crossing Mississippi Highway 50. We don't need to be traveling on 50. If you know folks coming from Columbus on 50, we got to stop them. This is bad. This is strong. And is at least damaging winds moving now east of West Point. That's curled up there. I don't want to assume this is straight line winds. See how that's curled up there? A lot of times when these kind of thunderstorms produce straight line winds have a purpose. It's coming in and it's being deflected by those inbound. Remember those 38 mile per hour winds we said in Starkville, in West Point ahead of the storm? Those 38 mile per hour winds are out of the southeast. So the winds coming out of the storm here are deflected partially by the winds, and it causes the curve around, and that's where you get this area of circulation, that tornado. So Vinton, Whites, and even West Point proper, we've got to stay in that tornado safe place at this point here. This is just east of downtown. This is moving in a direction that should take it fairly close to Aberdeen. We need to get a look at this for folks there, and we do have a tornado warning they have issued. It looks like it'll stay south of the Aberdeen area. That's actually heading more toward Hamilton. So let's get a track on this. I'm going to put a track up, and then we're going to refine that track here in a mere moment. So let's get a time frame here. That's going a little more north than that, so let's make sure we have the right angle. I'm going to still include you, Aberdeen, in this track. We'll say Aberdeen in 17 minutes, just in case this heads more north than east. Darracott in 9 minutes, Vinton in 5 minutes. And then I'm going to do one that's a little farther east than that, and I want to make sure it's not putting on Hamilton. So I'm going to specifically give you a time in Hamilton. In the Hamilton area, we're looking 10 minutes for you if it continues in your direction. I have to disengage. I'm really sorry. Before we do that, let's check for tornado debris. We have a tornado debris signature. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground just northeast of West Point. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground on Storm Track Doppler radar. How do we know this? When we see this blue area there, that is a low correlation. Correlation meaning that things align up, right? So if it's white, we have all the same thing, be it rain, be it whatever. And in this case, because it's a low correlation, that means we have rainfall, small, and we have larger things that are all within that shot there. National Weather Service now confirming this as a tornado touchdown. That's what this says here, confirmed touchdown, seeing the same thing that you saw first here on WTVA 9 News and Storm Track Doppler radar. So that area of circulation now from a tornado that has touched down and is moving in the direction of Vinton and White's, moving out of West Point. So we have crews for the behind-the-scenes folks here. We have crews that are going to be making their way toward the West Point area to get more information on that tornado touchdown. We'll make sure, John or Alan, that we go over there and make sure that they're doing that now, so we do that. So let's get the exact angle right. Give me a moment as I kind of go behind the scenes and get that angle. I disagree with where the National Weather Service put their warning. I think East Aberdeen needs to be in this tornado warning here. I think the angle is a little sharper north. Athens as well. You're in the path of this tornado warning. Let's peel this off. Let's get you a longer warning. And I promised the folks down in Macon I'd talk about them. I have a confirmed tornado on the ground here. I've got to go south for at least a moment here. So Vinton, we're 4 minutes for you. Darracott in 8 minutes. Binford in 9 minutes. Aberdeen in 15 minutes. This is a tornado right now, this instant, on the ground, moving toward Athens in 21 minutes. Becker in 25 minutes, causing damage, and could eventually do so potentially in Amory. They'll probably stay just a little bit east, and Flynn within about 35 minutes, about similar time if it were to make it to the area there around Smithville. I'm going to go south here. Our long-lived circulation, and this one also could potentially be producing a tornado. I don't have that same debris, but there's still very strong rotation encroaching upon Sugarlock there. I show it moving toward Macon, McLeod there. We show Sugarlock 4 minutes, Macon in 14 minutes, McLeod in 16 minutes, X-Prairie in 20 minutes, and Prairie Point in 22 minutes. Going to the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar, I'll show our circulation a little bit disjointed. And sometimes this happens, where our circulation does not match where we have it on the rainfall mode. It's close enough. You see it wrapping there. Sugarlock, we have to be in that tornado safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. And while I'm far enough away, I can't confirm with Storm Track Doppler radar with that lower correlation there. We certainly need to treat this as such. So Sugarlock, this is coming right toward you. What has the potential to be a damaging tornado. We're kind of hitting that peak. You remember yesterday, last couple days, we talked, what is the peak time frame? 2 to 4 p.m. Where are we at? 2 to 4 p.m. The winds aloft are the strongest. The fuel's as great as it's going to be. The storms are in the right position. Sturdy structure, middle of the lowest floor, small windowless room where you can wrap up on blankets and pillows and stay there until we can give you the all clear. And for folks that are ahead of this, that are in these unsafe places, if you're down the road here, Bigby Valley, if you live up there in Columbus and you're ahead of this storm, we need to be in that tornado safe place, and we need to be steps away from it now. You can find those storm shelters right there. Put your camera up to the television screen and it'll give you a list there. I have to go north. We've got to bounce between these two because with potential we have 2 tornadoes at this instant here. Our tornado has exited or is exiting sections of Clay County right now. If you do live up here in Monroe County, we're probably running out of time to get to any of those designated shelters. Definitely watching it very closely. Let's go ahead and we'll peel down those storm shelters. Let's put up the tornado safety rules once again here for a moment. Let's go to the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar. I have what is a fairly strong tornado return showing up here on radar. Let's circle it for you so we can show you exactly where we're talking about near Vinton Road, between Whites and Vinton. If you live in West Point proper, you can come out of that tornado safe place. This is now past the Yokohama plant. I'm sorry we didn't mention that sooner. We should have. But it's just past the Yokohama plant, maybe just a little bit east of that. So we're going to have to find out more information on that. But you've got to be in a sturdy structure, not just if you live in that circle where that arrow is pointed there, talking about the tornado warning and the confirmed tornado. But if you live ahead of this in Lackey, if you live ahead of this in Aberdeen, we need to have you in that tornado safe place as it's moving in your direction at this time. And so as I kind of draw out our storm track to show where this is going, we show now 5 minutes into Darracott, we show 13 minutes into Aberdeen. I don't like those times. Let's go forward a little bit more and slice off just a little bit. Well, about a minute we'll slice off on some of those there. But this is a confirmed tornado on the ground doing damage at this time. Reports of trees down from the emergency manager there in Clay County on Waverly Road and Barton Ferry Road. So the emergency manager in Clay County now reporting trees down on Waverly Road and Barton Ferry Road, also reporting trees down along Highway 50. That's where we saw this a moment ago, where it produced that tornado damage. So now we have confirmed damage out of this storm over the last 5 minutes, continuing to move now into Monroe County. Now, one thing I can tell you, looking at the latest scan here, I do not, let's double check, it would be below my track there. Yeah, I do still show tornado debris right along the Monroe Clay County line. So here's the Strong community, here's Darracott. This is south of Darracott. And this is an area of circulation near Basinger, approaching Basinger and Richards Lake Road. This is the Tennessee Tom Bigby waterway right there. And for folks near the Columbus Air Force Base, you're in good shape from this one, but certainly our area of circulation still continues to show what are strong indications of a tornado. And that position's old now. Let's go with the new position. Rainfall looks to be running ahead there. So let's stick with the version of this that is the strongest. An observed tornado on the ground, confirmed at this instant, basically over top of the Darracott community. See how things change quickly? That's why we say don't wait till the last second here. So Aberdeen, Lackey, we show a tornado moving into your area right now. Darracott, it's overhead. East Aberdeen, we're now 8 minutes. You see how that sliced down? Radar is always at least a few seconds old. And so if there's any kind of backlog on getting it in there, it takes a few moments. By the way, Clay County, tornado warning canceled for you because this is now exited Clay County. Okay, here in about 10 minutes, we're going to talk with Clay County Sheriff Eddie Scott on the phone as we continue to find more information on the damaging tornado that has moved through there at this instant. But if we live in Monroe County, we need to be assuming that this damage could be an issue for us in the very near future. I'm going to bring this in slightly closer on Storm Track Doppler Radar, check for tornado debris. I don't show tornado debris as evident here on the latest scan, but certainly that area of circulation is strong and very noteworthy. Let's go ahead and pull down our tornado safety rules. Let's tell you where we stand as of 3:16, now 3:17 on this Tuesday. We're looking at a line of storms, mostly just rain, mostly just wind, but in a couple of cases we've had damaging tornadoes, including one in Monroe County now that was previously caused damage in Clay County, and another one in Noxubee County. We are looking closely here near Sugarlock, and this area of circulation has been very strong for hours. This storm running ahead of the line, as we talked about last night, in the last few days. Any storms running ahead have that extra oomph to produce tornadoes. This one in the zone where that is a possibility. Along 45 there, south of Macon. Macon, I still need you in your tornado safe place. We show less than 9 minutes for you with this area of circulation. McLeod in 10 minutes. X-Prairie in 14 minutes. Deerbrook in 20 minutes. And 22 minutes into the Cliftonville area. A line of strong storms and an area of rotation that could potentially produce a tornado. So if your signal, for whatever reason, goes out, you can watch us live at WTVA.com/live or the WTVA News and Weather apps. Watching this very closely. And one positive thing, and there's not a lot positive with this at the moment, but one positive thing that we're looking at on this, and we've talked about, is this line was going to catch it. And as it catches it, it's going to try to kill this off. But that's still not, doesn't really do much for you if you're in Macon. But could help in Lowndes County, could help out here in Pickens County to diminish it. I still think all the way through Lamar County, this is probably going to require tornado warnings based on what we're looking at now. As we come into Columbus right now, looking at Storm Track Doppler Radar, we have another one of these wobbles. Remember, we talked about wobbles, our QLCS, the quasi on the linear, the wobbles. Near GTR Airport, I show one of those wobbles right there. Is it a tornado at this instant? No. Could it become one? Yes. Are we going to track it like it's one? Absolutely, just in case. Moving on the north side of Columbus there, we show the Air Force Base within 13 minutes, Caledonia in 19 minutes, Malloy in 29 minutes, but Stephen in 1 minute, and Waverly in 4 minutes. That's the Waverly Mansion area, the historical place. That's where that is there. And then our strong tornado on the ground near Darracott. Still looks to be fairly strong on Storm Track Doppler Radar, and that is at the very least damaging winds on the east side of that there. We have wind damage potential at the very least that's up there in excess of 90 miles per hour. What, I'm showing 95 miles per hour, and I might not, there's 100 miles per hour on that one. So 100 mile per hour winds, that's enough to cause tornado-like damage. We believe we have had at least one tornado that's touched down, and you noted earlier that tornado that touched down when it caused damage. We haven't had damage the last 3 or 4 minutes. But when it caused damage, it kicked out that 90-mile-per-hour wind right before. So we could be looking at that happening once again. So let's look at the damage on Storm Track Doppler radar. We'll clear off all of those different wind returns. We don't have tornado damage at this instant there. But we still continue to show an area where that is possible, at the very least at the edge of that bow there, that we have damaging straight line winds and potential this could produce a tornado, or still honestly, still could potentially be a tornado as well. We're kind of splitting hairs here because we're close enough to the radar site that we can. That doesn't mean we necessarily should. A picture here coming in. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, John DeLusick, here for just a moment here so he can tell us what we're looking at. If we can get his microphone up for just a second. Another one of those damaging pictures from across the area. John, what do we have? Okay, we'll get him over here. We'll get his up and go, John.
Okay, well, I do not, or is it on what?
It looks to be from the Mississippi State campus.
Oh, that's Mississippi State. That's the one that was sent. That was from earlier, just about here, just during about when it was passing through the Starkville area. That's the picture we sent earlier. That picture from earlier, but that is most likely the same tree from the Mississippi State campus. That is on Engineering Row.
Okay, so there you go. So this tweeted out by the MSU police 2 minutes ago. Damage a tree that was knocked over there. Damage reported on campus. How extensive is that damage? That's something that remains to be seen. But appreciate the force of those men and women in blue and red that go out in these situations. Firefighters, police officers to do spotting, to take care of things. We appreciate all the hard work they do. Stormy and Rhea will be live here in a few moments as we continue to kind of assess some of the damage from the Mississippi State campus. We're going to be there, and then we have to rotate out to the West Point area as well, where we know we've had tornado damage out of this. New tornado warning issued on the north side of here. This is just house cleaning. The same spots we talked about, Aberdeen, Athens, Lackey, all still involved in this tornado warning. It's just the National Weather Service Memphis actually issuing the one that comes north. Their original one was down here. They've had to pull it back north because of the angle. This has had more of a northerly track to it. Looking at the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar, good news, things have gotten better. They're not great, but things are better than they were just a moment ago here. Let's look at the straight line wind mode. Still probably going to be 70-mile-per-hour winds or greater. Some spots. No, I still 35, 40. It looks a little stronger than that, so we'll have to see if that data has fully updated where we can click it. But it looks less like we have a tornado on this, but still damaging winds moving toward Lackey there at this instant and continuing to work toward the east side of Aberdeen. Aberdeen, we still need you in that tornado safe place now, but because of the angle of what I have here, I'm going to do more of what we call a squall track, where we track the whole line, as opposed to a point track where we track a specific point. And the reason for that is I want to make sure we have some specific times, number one, and that we capture any areas along this line that might also try to spin things up. So Lackey, 326 for you, Athens, 331, Quincy at 337, Wisegap, 339, Greenwood Springs at 341, Parham at 344, and Splunge at 346. So, okay, so we have a live shot here from the television station. I want to cast some contrast here with what we're looking at in the Tupelo area. And again, this is one of those spots where you see everything bending back there. We'll see stormy here in a minute. This is from outside here, so we'll drop that. But certainly the heavy rainfall and the wind that you can see there kind of moving around the trees. But this rain and this wind is not as impressive. We'll come back to Storm Track Doppler radar, and appreciate the folks for getting us that shot there, being safe, shooting that from inside one of the covered areas at the TV station outside. That's why you don't see the rainfall on the camera there. You notice how there's a disparity between brightest red and green here. These storms are largely what I would refer to as elevated, meaning it's conceivable that what we're dealing with here are storms that maybe there's a little rotation, but that rotation is not going to make it down to the ground, at least based on what we're looking at this instant. That could change, but this is boding well for the northern half of the area, at least at this time. We got to go all the way south. We got to go to Macon here for a moment, then we're going to check Columbus. We're going to work our way up this line. Macon, this has been our long-lived storm. We were tracking this down in South Mississippi. We knew it would still be rotating in our area, and it's doing so on the southeast side of Macon. I will say I do hear drop sorting outside there, because that sounds like extremely small raindrops, and sometimes when you get that sorting, that's a sign of organization. You hear the really heavy rain, and then it kind of picks up and it goes away. So interesting there, and we might check outside that tower cam shot here in a second. But Elon Road on the southeast side there of Macon near McLeod, moved toward X Prairie and Prairie Point. That's strong straight line winds and rotation all kind of wrapped up in one right along Mississippi Highway 14. So X Prairie for you, we're talking 5 minutes or less. Cliftonville 13 minutes, Ravine in 13 minutes, Bigby Valley in 16 minutes. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation. and we are hopeful that the wind coming from behind will undercut this, because what you don't see at this moment here is you don't see two lines anymore, right? You don't have storm in front, line behind it. That merger is occurring. And while that merger occurs, there is still a sensitive time period, about the next 20 minutes or so, where the merger could actually aid this producing a tornado, but then it should undercut it, and then it should hopefully diminish that potential. That is what we are hoping for, but we have Doppler radar indicated rotation still here just east of Macon, moving toward Cliftonville. That will clip locations in Lowndes County. Let's get a shot there. That is a wrong position. Let's get a better position based on where rotation is. And we show that McLeod 3 minutes, X-Prairie 5 minutes, eventually Forreston in 24 minutes, Whiteberry and New Hope in about a half hour. So on the southeast side of Columbus there, New Hope in a half hour and about 41 minutes into the Steens community. Doppler radar indicated rotation definitely there as well. Our Stan Dora on that thunderstorm, continuing to monitor it as he has been with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters all day. Here's Stan's shot there of kind of the lowering you see there and then the heavy rainfall with it. So at least there's a gap between the base of that cloud and the ground. Appreciate the good folks with the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters. They're invaluable resources and partners on days like this. As we look up into Lowndes County there, what we show are strong straight line winds. I don't have as much rotation. Let's check one of our cameras with the Mississippi Department of Transportation in the Columbus area. This one is going to be along 18th Avenue, and I believe this is 82 there. And while we're talking about this...
this is Clay County Sheriff Eddie Scott.
Okay, so this is our Clay County Sheriff Eddie Scott with us on the phone on WTVA 9 News Live with us today. I know, Sheriff, you have a busy time going on right now. What do you have for us?
Well, right now they're still getting all the initial assessments, but we know we've got some trees on some houses, some vehicles. We've got power lines that snap, roadways blocked. So really we just now getting into initial search and rescue. So we've got Highway Patrol and other units coming to try to assist us. But right now I'm trying to get in and check these houses to make sure, but we've already had several reports of trees down on houses.
So to this point, have you had any reports of injuries come in to E911 or anything like that?
Not yet. It's just real quick. You know, there's some things happening with us. So we're just trying to get in to these residents, but getting off the main highways, getting some of these rural roads, creates a little problem right now. Some of our main roads are blocked, power lines, actually poles. I've already heard about 20, 25 power poles have already been snapped.
20 to 25 power poles snapped. Is there anything you want to convey to folks at home at this moment here that could be watching us at this time?
If we ask you, we'll just stay out of the area right now, because right now our biggest concern is search and rescue, get to these houses where somebody might be trapped and injured, getting these roadways opened up so we can get our ambulance fire trucks in there. So we're asking everybody to please just stay at home and keep an eye on the weather and let us do what we do.
Okay, we appreciate that. That's Clay County Sheriff Eddie Scott. We appreciate you. I know this is an extremely busy moment, only 20 minutes after that tornado moved through town there and through the county. We really appreciate you taking a few moments, and we'll try to check back with you lately, and God bless, and hopefully everyone listens and stays off the roads at this time. Thank you so much for being live with us on WTVA 9 News. Again, Clay County Sheriff Eddie Scott there. Appreciate the folks in the newsroom for getting back with us on that. And who is that there?
They didn't say anything.
Okay. So where do we sit as of 3:27? Let's give you an overlook here. We sit better than we did 10 minutes ago. Let's just say that. Well, I don't think I have a tornado on the ground here in Monroe County, at least not based on what I'm looking at on Storm Track Doppler radar. I think our area circulation has lifted over just the last 5 to 10 minutes here. We go back a few scans on Storm Track Doppler radar, clearly on the ground near Darracott, and then lifting somewhat. This is encroaching upon our radar site near the Greenwood Springs area there. We always say Wise Gap, that's what it comes in on our radar. And so along this area there, we could see it try to reform, but at this instant, it does look like our tornado has likely lifted within the last couple of moments here, or at least within the last 5 minutes. I'm getting a longer track because we have to go back down south where we don't have as good information. In this case, the radar data tells me I can disengage from this for a few minutes. And not everybody in this track is going to be in the primary area of circulation, but I wanted to cast a wider net just in case. And like we've asked you multiple times in the past, I'm going to ask you again, if you do know some folks that live in any of these locations there, snap a picture of the television screen and please send a picture to that person, letting them know about the time that this could arrive for their location and the tornado safety rules that go along with that. It is conceivable that this storm could produce another tornado. Once it's done it, it's very likely it will do it again, and so that is our concern at this instant here. So take a picture of the screen, let them know that this is coming toward them. And by the way, if we could, Alan or Gabe, we need to, in chat, let them know that we've had 15, 16 power poles knocked down in and around the Clay County area. They have some trees on homes, things like that, to make sure the Weather Service in Jackson knows that information. That according to the Sheriff, Eddie Scott, who we talked to live on WTVA 9 News just a couple of moments ago. So we kind of clear this off. We got to go back down to Noxubee County here for a second, because that is more of an unknown situation. And in this case, unknown is not good. You don't see this icon very often, and it only usually shows up farther away from the radar site, but that is where Storm Track Doppler Radar says it's possible that there could be some tornado debris. So that's just something there that gets my attention. In this case, I don't think that is the case. That has more to do with just a radar artifact. Regardless, what it also sees is a strong area of rotation near Prairie Point Road. There's a kind of shift here. This typically should be more green showing up there than what we have, but because of the strong winds ahead of this, that's what we have. So near the X-Prairie area and Prairie Point Road, and that moving toward Ravine and Bigby Valley, that's our area of circulation that we've been tracking for well over an hour, close to 2 hours now, all the way back in the South Mississippi. Now that's moving still toward Bigby Valley. We show it over X-Prairie right now. Cliftonville in 8 minutes, Bigby Valley in 11 minutes, Forston in 19 minutes, Whiteberry in 24 minutes, and Lake Lowndes in 26 minutes. Doppler radar indicated rotation, and that's where we sit on this. You might notice here at the top, on that storm up north, we had it said tornado confirmed. This says tornado warning. That's a subtle difference if I don't mention it on the air, that you at home can look and see what we're dealing with here. It'll let you know if we have a tornado warning, if it's a tornado emergency, which is about the highest level tornado warning that we can have. In this case, it's Doppler radar indicated rotation when you just see the words tornado warning on there, and at this instant here is thankfully not confirmed. But certainly heavy rainfall, flooding rainfall, and damaging winds a possibility, and that is still a hybrid storm. It still looks just as strong as some of the other ones we've had, but it's now no longer one of those storms that's out ahead and has some of those benefits to it. Benefits for it, not necessarily benefits for us. Let's look at the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar as we continue to kind of monitor things. Let's go through Lowndes County here. We visited one of our Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras there in Columbus a moment ago. I want to see how things have improved. We're looking along Highway 82 and 18th Avenue East as we look there, and still bouncing around quite a bit. Downtown Columbus, I'd say similar shot there. The wind is now out of a kind of a shifting direction there, more out of the west and northwest, so we have yet to see an update on the reporting station there, but it's wet. It looks like any other rainy day there in Columbus. We're not going to spend a whole lot of time looking at that there, as the worst is through the Columbus area at this moment. Even though we do have a couple of spots where we have maybe a little bit of broad rotation, I don't along that leading edge there see an obvious spot where we're talking about a tornado on the ground at this moment, thankfully. Let's come northward. Let's come to Monroe County. Again, as you heard a moment ago, this damaging tornado within the last half hour moved through Clay County. That storm has watched the circulation go from where it was bright green there to less impressive now. It's still in a zone that has to be monitored, and what I'm going to check here for a moment, we talk about lightning as kind of an indicator. I want to see how much that held true when this was around West Point. So it did not have a huge lightning spike when it was around West Point, but there was a decent one. The reason I note that is because there's this clustering just southeast of Amory. Amory, I know part of town is under this tornado warning. If you live in Amory proper, you're okay from this. I'd still like to keep you in a tornado safe place if you're willing to give me 5 more minutes. But Quincy, Greenwood Springs. So, I mean, listen, we're not talking very far outside of city limits there. And you know how sometimes these city limits go. There could still be some addresses out here, but we're about 8 miles outside of the Amory area where I'm most concerned about the circulation. Now I need to see if that is yet to update. So my green and red there is because this is yet to update, but right along 278, very near 278 is where our circulation will continue to update here in just the next second. So let's see if we get the latest scan in as we look at that loop. Still kind of a wiggle there, but we don't have it producing, at least in my mind, a confirmed tornado at this instant. Now, still strong straight line winds, and I don't want to downplay that potential because, as we've seen from time to time, some of those wind gusts have been up in excess of 60 to 70 to, on here, estimated close to 100 miles per hour before some of those tornadoes have touched down. So Currently, some significant concerns still related to the wind. Let's get a storm track on that and really this whole line as it kind of advances toward the northeast. And I'm going to track it from the rainfall mode here. Now, I do know we have some crews down there in Outages County that are getting in position to give us some live pictures of some of the damage. I don't know. Okay, so they're heading to Clay County now because of the more significant damage reports that we've had. So I'm giving you kind of a wider track here. Not all locations in this track are under the severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings, but a few remain at this moment here still under that tornado warning, especially when you start talking about locations closer to the radar site there. But so you can see some times, wanted to give you an advanced heads up here as we can kind of continue to assess the situation at 3:34 on this Tuesday. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Alan Matthew, if I could, and Alan's probably on John's mic. Are you on weather mic here? We'll go ahead and get that on here in just a second as he's getting that all clipped on. And I want to kind of assess, you've been watching social media much more closely than I have, because clearly I'm talking more than I'm looking at that. Are you seeing any reactions on social media that we need to know?
I was looking into a picture map here just a few minutes ago, still working to confirm it, but it would be some damage associated to wind potentially. Looks like some trees broken and stuff. I'm working on that. But aside from that, also we did have some footage come through of winds on the campus of Mississippi State University. A while ago you talked about the very strong straight line wind potential there, so we did see that as well. But those are two main things that I've seen so far since I've been up here.
Okay. So at this point, have you seen anything that indicates maybe injuries or things along those lines?
No.
Okay. That's good. Hopefully that remains the case. We'll have to watch it. And I know that for some folks that do have access behind the scenes, we're getting a lot of pictures coming in on the email from the WTVA weather app. So I'm going to mention that. If you can pull up my email over there, there should be a weather pictures folder that has some of those. There's a lot of pictures. I know not all those are going to be from, I see a lot from Thaxton, Starkville. There's one there, and some other that might be more applicable, including looks like there's one storm damage. Okay, I think that's one we had earlier from Holmes Community College. But yeah, so if there's some in there that we can kind of put into the Slack chat, I'd appreciate that. I know the folks behind the scenes juggling a lot of things at this instant. I really appreciate that. Okay, so current time is 3:36. You're watching a tornado warning for Monroe County for a thunderstorm. We were just on. Got to make sure we pop south and we don't miss something down there on this, because that cell merger occurring as we speak. Our rotation's still broad. See how you have bright red up here toward Cliftonville and your brightest green ahead? It's still broad. Could that consolidate? Yes. Is it being disrupted by that line of wind coming in from the west? Yes, and that is a good thing that hopefully is aiding in the lack of tornado development. But this is in a kind of a tenuous time, the next 20-30 minutes, where as the winds kind of undercut this and push this, that this bows out, that maybe that starts to spin up. Pickensville, Forreston, Ethelsville, Beards Mill, Carrollton, Pickensville again. I mentioned you twice because you're probably one of the most likely locations, other than Prairie Point where it's over right now, to possibly see this intensify and attempt to produce a tornado again, because this has had a history when it was down toward Kemper County of producing at least a tornado touchdown. Look at the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler Radar. It is still fairly broad, and I do feel like I'm going to go to a shorter loop. Let's make this a 15-minute loop so I can stand back and kind of look at it for a moment here. But this might be pushing a little farther away. So rather than staying tighter, that it's actually broadening. So we might be past this one producing a tornado. I know certainly it's kind of looked like an uphill battle the last few minutes here. That is an excellent sign because it looks like it's being undercut. So while we're stretching it, we get that kind of S shape. Because this was previously its own beast doing its own thing, that has kind of, that's certainly working in our favor. Let's get a track ahead nonetheless, because again, radar's not perfect. I'm not perfect. Nobody, no thing, no entity is perfect. We want to take our safety rules seriously, prepare ahead, hope for the best, but obviously prepare for the worst. In Pickensville, we're 9 minutes away from this area that has previously caused damage, that's probably not causing damage now, that may or may not produce a tornado, but is, I think, significant enough that if you live in Forreston and Ethelsville, that we need to take 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and go to that tornado safe place just in case. We're 30 minutes out from Reform and about 36 minutes out from Millport, Kennedy in 44 minutes, Kingville in 47 minutes. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially produce a tornado at some point in the future. As we slide northward here, along this line, this is primarily straight line winds from east of Columbus near Steens and Caledonia up here into Monroe County. As we kind of look at the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar, I'm going to track that as such, as a straight line wall of wind and water. Moving eastward, we show that there. As you can see, some times there, Ethelsville 347. We're looking at Solingen in about 351. And Kennedy 405. This is a different area for Kennedy and for some locations such as Belk, what we were talking about just a moment ago there. So we have two things kind of working together. Getting a shot here from Blake in Clay County. Some of our first pictures seen here live on WTVA 9 News of some of the damage in the Clay County area. For whatever reason, that says binary file showing up there. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to see if I can, give me just a moment. It's not full screen, but we're going to put it on here anyway. And so this is a picture of some of the tree damage in Clay County. Blake sending us this picture here of that. Our meteorologist Alan Matthew working behind the scenes with that. So damage in Clay County, as you heard earlier, at least 12 to 15 power poles knocked down there, power outages, some trees into homes. No injuries reported from Clay County. Sheriff Eddie Scott, when we talked to him just a little bit ago on WTVA 9 News, but certainly some tree damage there. As you can see on your screen alongside me, MSU has some downed large trees on the Starkville campus. No injuries reported, but some damage to parked cars. MSU PD and MSU Student Affairs are still assessing, and that brings up a good point. And Sheriff Scott mentioned this a minute ago. There is always a time to help out. Now's not that. Law enforcement, while the storms are ongoing, this first hour or two after the fact, sometimes 3 or 4 hours, depending on the situation, needs to get in and needs to assess where the damage is. Crews need to come in, shut off gas. Power crews need to come in, make sure lines are off so that you don't end up getting electrocuted. There's a lot of hazards after a tornado touchdown occurs. And so while we appreciate and it is necessary that we help one another, and we have a lot of well-meaning people, let's give it some time if we're in Clay County here or if we're in Starkville before we go out and attempt to do some volunteer help. There's going to be time in the days and weeks ahead for that, depending on how harsh that damage is. It did not look like a super significant tornado, but it definitely had very strong winds with it, enough to cause some damage. So you always assume the worst and hope for the best. So there'll be time to help out those folks, but now is not the time. Now is the time to let law enforcement, let crews get in and do what they need to do. As we're in here very close on Monroe County, something that we wouldn't see probably even West Point away, this little notch right there. Same part of the storm that previously produced that tornado. We'd be in the infancy of one of those rotations, but it is showing up there almost right over top of the radar site, just north of Greenwood Springs. And part of the reason I think some folks out here think Monroe County is, you know, this zone where we always have tornadoes is because we have the equipment to see it that close there. And so this circulation, if we were looking in Tupelo, I don't know that we'd be able to see one this small. Is this a tornado? Probably not. Could it become one? Maybe. It's certainly the most likely location that we can visibly see here where that's that potential in the WTVA 9 News viewing area at this instant. This is likely to stay east of Smithville. There might still be some Smithville addresses out here, but Splunge, 3 minutes. We're 19 minutes in Academy, an area of circulation that is increasing. It is within a tornado warning, and thus, even though the tornado warning was originally issued for a different circulation, one that had a confirmed tornado, I would be getting my tornado safe place if I live in Splunge. This is 3 minutes from you. And no one necessarily lives in Splunge, but you live near Splunge. So if you live near the Splunge community, getting that tornado safe place, the middle of a sturdy structure, the lowest floor, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets and pillows, just in case that ends up taking the next step and producing a tornado. That circulation still shows up there. And the last couple of scans here on Storm Track Doppler Radar, and there's concern that it will continue to. We should have a new scan in just a second, so I'm going to wait on that. I don't like waiting on radar data because there's other storms we need to track, but it gets us an updated position just east of Sipsey Fork. There, just to the south of Hatley-Detroit Road at its intersection with Splunge Road there and Hatley-Detroit Road. Right there is where I have our circulation at this moment working its way northward. Is it a tornado? Not at this instant. Could it become one? Yes. Is it damaging? Probably, considering previous history on this thunderstorm. I'm going to look at 278. Hold on real quick for a second here. No, we're okay. Sometimes you get something to curl back around on the back side here. You also get a circulation there. That does not look like it at this moment, but a sincerely suspect looking storm that will require us to kind of look at it a couple of times. A reminder, we do try to show the folks that do the right thing here. This sent in from Pat in Pontotoc a little bit ago. safe place selfie. You can share your safe place selfies rather than going outside and dealing with, trying to track the storm yourself. Your safe place selfie is a way in which you can contribute to our coverage here and just remind folks that it is okay to do the right thing and stay inside if necessary from these storms. So appreciate Pat for sharing that one for the Pontotoc area a little bit ago. As we come in closer, our other primary thunderstorm down here near Cliftonville and Big Bee Valley, an area of circulation that previously produced damage when it was down in Kemper County, has weakened substantially since then. Still an area of circulation, but talking with the National Weather Service in Birmingham, they are probably not, unless something changes, probably not going to issue a tornado warning on this as it advances into Pickens County. I'm going to get a storm track on this, but they're seeing the same thing we're seeing, which is that the storms have kind of undercut this, and it's doing that merger thing we were talking about, which has saved the Columbus area and kept it from going into there. So we show Forreston and 10 minutes, Big Bee Valley, it's right over top of you right now. Coal Fire, 24 minutes, Fernbank at 33 minutes, and Millport in about 34 minutes. This is Doppler Radar indicated rotation. Difficult to say for sure if it's going to produce a tornado, but certainly something we have to watch. New severe thunderstorm warning will be coming out from Marion County, Alabama. The same area circulation that prompted the tornado warning that caused the tornado touchdown near West Point and in southern Monroe County is what we are dealing with here. And we might try to touch base with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office or emergency manager here in a few minutes if we can, just to kind of check and see what's going on, see their reports there, because that tornado did continue on the ground into sections of Monroe County. Our area of circulation near Sipsey Fork is probably still our strongest at this instant as of around 3:45 near Splunge Road, where that is at this moment moving toward Detroit. Hamilton, Alabama, conceivably in the path of this, we'd be looking about 23 minutes into Hamilton, Alabama. Let's reset here for a moment. Let's tell you where we stand as of 3:45, now almost 3:46. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, alongside our meteorologists Alan Matthew and Gabe Maynor. Gabe, one thing I do want to try to do in a moment here is get those power outages back up here. They're up and ready to go? Okay, let's pull that up here. So we've had a number of power outages that have been reported, quite a few around our area today. If you'll mouse over some of these, we'll kind of start with Attala County and locations back southwest. So Attala County, we still have about 1,400 people without power at this instant. This data coming in from poweroutages.us. As we go up toward around Webster County, we're about 200 folks without power. Clay County, where we had that tornado touchdown, we have about 1,400 people without power at this time. Chickasaw County, which is north of that, about 58. And over in Monroe County, we have about 99 people without power. So according to the sheriff there, we expect that those numbers of power outages to go up as more information continues to come in. Of course, the monitoring isn't perfectly live. Go up to Union County real quick there, because I noticed we do have some there, about 100 there out. And there are a few other spots where we've had reports of some power outages as well. Appreciate that. That's our Gabe Maynor. As we kind of check the latest related to that. As we continue to look outside of our Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras, you're looking live there in the Columbus area. Columbus has largely escaped the worst of this, but we do have, of course, people attempting to assess, the situation there. Want to stay off the roadways. They're wet. There's going to be some flooding rainfall potential, still a possibility there as well. But the heaviest, thankfully, is through the Columbus area and in really Caledonia at this instant here, and northern Monroe County is really where it is the strongest. And where you do see this warning, you'll notice it is still one of those where it says severe thunderstorm warning, rotation detected. And that's where I think we're going to spend the majority of the remainder of today, is in this potential, maybe, possibly phase. And for a large subsect of us, we have seen the worst of what we will see, and it will not get worse from here. We've already seen the cancellation of our tornado watches, meaning the ingredients are no longer favorable in Oxford, in Calhoun City, in Eupora, in Ackerman, and down here in Kosciuszko. We've had damage in some of these locations. We're still working to assess that damage, but at least as of the latest update here, we're really past the worst of it as far as you are concerned for what we have. We put on all of our watches and warnings, though, still ongoing with a number of them, especially along the Alabama state line. As we take a slightly wider perspective, there are still some thunderstorms north of Meridian that we are watching that could eventually clip locations in Pickens County. So the storm initially moving into Pickens County is going to be just a little bit below official tornado warning levels, and we still continue to have obviously folks there that we are watching in that tornado warning near Cliftonville and far northeast corner of Pickens County. As we bring this back to Storm Track Doppler Radar and we show where that storm is that merger, that joining of it with that line that has largely undercut it. The rain-cooled air that powers the strong winds, also, if it can get in the right spot, can cut off the tornado potential. And we believe that's what's happening here near Pickensville as the circulation on this, what was previously a lead storm, continues to weaken and broaden somewhat. Let's look at the wind mode here. I still have what are fairly significant wind returns on the north side here. It is still trying, it is still surviving, but the lower level winds are not quite right on this. So let's get a storm track based on kind of that latest look there. I'm going to use the wind mode to make sure we do that and we kind of get the right spot on this. I'm going to have it toward Ethelsville, Millport. I'm going to get a longer track as we go ahead on this. We show that moving toward Ethelsville in 11 minutes, McShann there, as you can see that time frame there within about the next 13 minutes, Millport in 27 minutes, working its way toward Haitoki in about 36 minutes, Kennedy in 32 minutes, and Vernon in about 40 minutes as we continue to look at this. According to our Craig Ford, who has spoken with Monroe County Sheriff Kevin Crook, no reports of damage at this moment in the county. Hopefully that remains the case, but at least a good sign there. Of course, power outages continue to be an issue as I'm just going back through some of our discussions we have behind the scenes here. And of course, as we mentioned, we had previously some other reports of damage, not just in Clay County, but also back into Montgomery County a little bit earlier on as well. Back to the rainfall mode here on Storm Track Doppler Radar. So let's kind of walk up and down the line. That's what you have to do in this situation. Before we go up, we need to come down here to DeKalb. So this is right there, just southeast of town, our area of circulation on another one of these storms. It's trying hard. It's still just a little ahead of the primary line. See how the line is just a little bit back behind it? Or at least, at the very least, the line is a broken line. Anytime we have a broken line like this, there's a little bit more enhancement. No, those are still lead storms, still lead supercells there. So yeah, that one, Pickens County, still watching that very closely for you. Let's get a storm track on that kind of extends into Pickens County. As that one goes through Scuba, I know we have a lot of folks that in the area that have friends or family that go down to East Mississippi Community College there, so it's pretty much over top of Scuba within 7 minutes. I'm going to adjust that time. That might be just a little bit slow. There we go, about 5 minutes there into Scuba. We show it into Cooksville in 21 minutes. We're looking at Fair Oaks there in about 23 minutes. Dancy in 25 minutes. Memphis, Alabama in about 34 minutes, and working its way toward Pickensville, 42 minutes. Maybe New Hope. I think New Hope are probably clipping the wrong spot there. I think it probably stays a little east of you. If the one north is staying east, this one probably stays east. But just kind of giving some heads up just in case something wacky happens. Okay, so continuing to see some tweets and things come in. The locations where we've seen damage previously continue to be the areas we're most concerned, but we do have new severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued for parts of our area, including one where they're going with tornado possible, and that coming from the folks at the National Weather Service in Huntsville. That is the yellow and orange box that we have here. Rotation detected on this storm here. Obviously, this is the line that's moving through Boonville, moving into Tishomingo County, and down here toward Fulton as well. There haven't been a lot of warnings on this to this point because the National Weather Service in Memphis is going to treat this a little differently than the National Weather Service in Huntsville has. Part of the reason for that is we have at least had some damage reports from this line before. This coming in from, I believe this is Kristen, via the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters in the Pontotoc area. A picture of what looks to be some kind of tree damage there from a tree that was knocked down in the Pontotoc County area. We mentioned earlier we had some rotation move through. This is probably straight line winds. Does not look to be as significant as some of the tree sizes we've seen down around the Mississippi State campus, but certainly one that we'll have to watch and see if we get some more information back in on. But that's the kind of sporadic tree damage and potential to maybe see something spin up that we see out of this line. There's still some spots up around Boonville, where we have some interactions up here near Fio and Boonville, but they're a little below severe limits on this line there. So let's kind of track that whole kind of batch there to give you some times as that continues moving east and northeast. Speed on that overall line about 50 to 55 miles per hour is what we've been tracking at most of the afternoon. So new site 359, that's within about the next 6 minutes or so. Red Bay at 407, Belmont at 409, Corinth at 403. Look at Burnsville 417, Iuka 424, and out of the WTVA 9 News viewing area shortly after that point. and time. So let's clear that off. Let's continue to go back down here. Our storm that should be exiting Monroe County is one of our strongest still at this moment here. Still has tornado possible as its discussion. And as we look into Detroit, I see what looks to be a tornado about to spin up again. We're near Detroit. This looks exactly the same as what we had when it was down in Outages County moving into Clay County. Because as we've talked about on a couple of occasions, look for the fist. Do you see how you have a fist there? I mean, it literally looks like a balled up fist, right? And so as that's punching ahead, that's our area of circulation that's moving toward Hamilton, Alabama, and moving toward I-22. Let's get a time frame there as it encroaches upon I-22, an area of rotation that could be a tornado in the generation phase as we speak near Pierce Road in the far southwest corner of Marion County, just north of Detroit. Detroit in Lamar County. House cleaning regardless, you know folks in Detroit and you know folks in Hamilton and Bexar, or they'll be traveling along I-22. We need to make sure they know that they have something that could be damaging moving toward you. It will likely pass over top of I-22 just west of the westernmost exit in Hamilton, Alabama within the next 9 minutes. This is a Doppler radar indicated area of rotation that could potentially be a tornado in the development phases. We have a new scan. Let's look closer. The wind has not arrived. The damage is not conclusive. The rainfall is there, and we should have new information on this within mere moments. Let's give this about 10 more seconds, and we'll know whether or not this has taken that next step, and this has tried to produce a tornado. So let's now look at the wind mode here. I don't think that's updated yet. Let me check. That is not up to date. We should get a new scan here in a moment. Let's see if the debris, again, inconclusive at this time. But I show that near just north of Junction Bottom Road, just north of the Lamar-Marion County line, just north of Alabama Highway 17 in the southeast corner of Marion County, moving toward I-22. This is going to be a close call. Let's double check its angle related to not quite tornado on that, not certainly what we had down south, but trying very hard. Not quite what we had there in Clay County. And let's see if that's the latest debris. Yeah, that is. That's the latest scan on that, I think. So no tornado debris on this, trying very hard. Farther north, and again, as we talked about, when you talked about those different colors, trying very hard becomes something that does farther north as opposed to being successful at producing tornadoes, but not quite at that point yet. So let's get the angle right. Let's get you a good track and make sure we get a good angle on this. So I have that, yeah, just a little bit west of that westernmost exit there in Hamilton along I-22 east of Tremont. That area circulation one we definitely have to watch. Let's get a storm track on that ahead. This is going to cast a slightly wider net. As you can see, we're very refined on where that tornado is. This is a much wider track than that to cast a wide enough net that we show Bexar in 9 minutes, Scottsville in 14 minutes. As you'll note, it does not have Hamilton in this track, but clearly within about the next 6 or 7 minutes, west side of Hamilton, still probably some Hamilton addresses there. That is a potential that this could try to produce a tornado. It's rotating vigorously. Is it at that level to produce a tornado? Maybe not quite yet, but it's awfully close. It's very borderline, and it's the exact same part of the thunderstorm that created this damage when it was in Clay County. I'll show a picture. Unfortunately, it's not our prettiest picture. We might just screenshot that and pop it in there if we can. And if we can, let's bring up our Alan Matthew for a moment, his audio for just a second. He has something we need to talk about on that. Go for it, Alan.
Yeah, Matt, if you do want to take a look in SLAT, we were able to get some video footage of what could be the storm that passed through West Point earlier.
Okay, which one of these is it going to be?
This is going to be the one from...
Is it the Clay County near Yokohama?
Yes.
Okay, that would be very close. Okay.
Yes.
So when I pull this up here, I'm going to bring it up, and I'm going to have you talk about where this came from, what you know. I mean, that's sheets of rainfall for sure.
Yeah, that's not the right one, Matt. That's
not the right
actually from Blue Springs. See if you got one from Matthew Charles Ott.
Let me double check it. I'm looking at, hold on. Is it recent or is it up there a ways?
This is 353, so it should be recent.
Okay, I see it. Screen recording, possible twister.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. Let's bring it up where folks can see it. Let's bring that in closely. So who is this from?
This was from Matthew Charles Ott. That's who took the recording. We have permission to show this to folks, but you can see, Matt, there what looks like it could have been the what prompted the tornado warning.
I mean, it could be a tornado.
Yeah.
I mean, so I'm assuming the south side, is this south side of West Point on that truck stop there? Is that where we're looking?
Not 100% sure if it's going to be the south side, but possibly.
Okay, I'm going to start that over really quickly for folks. And you can see some strong, I believe this is in the West Point area. We're working to get the exact location as to where it was to verify it. But that possible tornado we're talking about there, that is that exact same part of the thunderstorm that's moving near the west side of Hamilton, Alabama at this point. As I slide southward, I want to make sure we're not missing anything. Reform, we're still good at this moment. So let's come up here close to Hamilton. As we know, we have quite a few viewers that watch us from around the Hamilton area. Let's look here at the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar, still showing that circulation. It is not what it was when it was in Clay County. We don't have quite the same organization now. This is still probably damaging winds along this red area, and the reason it was green there and red now is in Clay County, it's coming up toward the radar site, and now when it's in Marion County, it's going away from the radar site. That's where the away section of this comes in. So current time is right at 4 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our meteorologist Alan Matthew and Gabe Maynor. You're watching WTVA 9 News at 4. Where are we at this point? We are at a situation where the majority of the WTVA 9 News viewing area is past the peak on a severe weather and tornado risk. And if you are essentially behind this red line here in Macon, in Columbus, not quite Solent, but we'll say the far western line there of the Lamar County line with Monroe County, Mississippi, right on the Alabama state line. If you're back south and west of this, you are now past the peak on the tornado threat for you, and this becomes something else. We've talked about the potential for flash flooding. That remains a very real possibility as consistent rainfall amounts that could add up to an inch or so every hour, hour and a half or so remain a very real possibility. And so heavy rainfall conditions could potentially cause some issues related to that as well. And so we do have counties that have been eliminated from our tornado watch. We now no longer have the ingredients in place to produce tornadoes in Lee County, Chickasaw County, and for a number of other folks, including Union and Tippah counties. And these will continue to be scraped away county line by county line as this complex of thunderstorms continues to move its way east and out of the area. So on Storm Track Doppler radar, as of 4:01, our meteorologist Alan Matthew talking a moment ago about a storm that produced rotation, potentially a tornado video we had a moment ago, still working to confirm that there. But that storm that caused damage when we talked to Clay County Sheriff Eddie Scott within the last hour is now up here just to the west of Hamilton, Alabama. It's just pretty much right on top of I-22 there. And it is still showing signs of rotation, albeit not as strong as what it was when it was in Clay County and produced that tornado. But right there along, this is I-22 that I'm outlining there, is where this is moving. So if you know some folks that are heading eastbound I-22 out of Itawamba County or westbound I-22 from Jasper heading toward Mississippi, we need to be stopping them and letting this get past. It's strong, damaging winds at least, but perhaps it's something more than that. And that is our concern, and that's the thing we protect against in this scenario. At this instant, we no longer have, I believe, any official warnings in the Mississippi counties of the WTVA 9 News viewing area, though there is one down here that we are watching just south that could require one of those warnings that basically barely clips the far southeast corner of Noxubee County. Just north of Scuba, we have an area of circulation that we are watching pretty much over top of Millington. And that's going to pass in this zone where it moves toward Dancy, Memphis, Alabama, Aliceville. Now, there are other thunderstorms ahead. They're going to try to cut this off. But as we track this toward Memphis, Alabama, we're looking at about 22 minutes. View Pickersville, 30 minutes. Carrollton, about 38 minutes. One of the things that's kind of ongoing, one of the battles occurring right now is the fact that we have previously had, and I'll take a longer loop to be able to kind of show this for a moment. We have previously had a couple of waves of showers and thunderstorms. And we had this initial band here, the strong straight line winds, right? But then we had these, the individual thunderstorms. We talked about this a lot the last couple of days, discrete thunderstorms running ahead. This one storm there produced damage in Kemper County. We have not had reports of damage in Noxubee County from that. That is the storm that's in northern Pickens County. We'll look at more closely here in just a moment. But one thing that has happened is this change in storm mode with this wall of wind now undercutting these individual thunderstorms. While we don't have a whole lot of counties, a whole lot of locations still left in the area in that tornado threat going forward, that threat is luckily diminishing maybe just slightly because of that. Now, that previously Tornado 1 thunderstorm that caused the damage in Kemper County, as we mentioned, now moving into and through sections of Pickens County, Alabama. That is right over top of the Ethelsville area, pretty much along Highway 82. We've been monitoring this one for hours, and when we look at the wind mode there, we still show a wind interaction. But what I do not show is I do not show that tight pixel-to-pixel wind change. This is more straight-line wind. How do we know that? Radar in Monroe County up there, right? I would expect my winds to be more like this. So they're close, but its angle's not quite right on tornadoes at this moment here, thankfully. And hopefully that's something that continues to be the case. As we roll up this line and we look into around Millport and the Shaw community there, southern, far southern Lamar County, that looks to be a little bit below tornado rotation, so it's strong straight line winds primarily, and that's what this wall of wind and water primarily is. It's straight line winds, and I did not get that angle right. Let's go ahead and clean up that angle just a little bit more and track that forward and out of the area. We still show this toward Winfield, about 417 for you, Gwynn, and about 409, Stinson 410, and Fayette by about 419. Now Fayette's outside the WTVA 9 News viewing area, and so we kind of pass that along to folks there over in Birmingham. Our most intense and probably most concerning storm is the one that we're watching out here just to the west of Hamilton. As we look at the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler Radar, we're not quite the tornado level on this, but we are obviously very close, I would say. We don't have quite the bright red and the bright green that we had before, but certainly watching this. And this storm is one we've had to watch for quite a while. I mean, if you go back, this thunderstorm is the one, I think we mentioned this a moment ago, that produced the tornado damage when it's back on the southwest side of West Point. We have a crew live in West Point at this instant here, continuing to kind of assess situation as they work their way toward damage. When we talked to Clay County Sheriff Eddie Scott just within the last hour, reporting reports of trees down in parts of the county over some roadways, reports of power lines down within the county, most of which from the sounds that were just a little east, likely based on that path of the West Point area along Highway 50 report at least some damage along there, or at least some power lines that were down. We do have power outages being reported for some locations in and around the Clay County area, but by no means is Clay County the only spot that has power outages. And as our crews there, I believe that's probably our Rhea Thornton and our Stormy Meyer, as they continue to kind of assess things, one of the things that we are looking at is that power outage situation that continues to evolve. And so as we kind of zoom in here just a little bit closer, one of the things that we're kind of looking at here is, as we go back over to our weather computer, is those power outages. In Clay County, we presently show about 1,400 people that are without power at this instant in Clay County. But statewide, as you can see, the most significant back out here toward Holmes County, where Holmes County Community College receiving some damage. We'll hopefully get some pictures, get some information on that coming up a little bit later on this broadcast. More likely, very likely a tornado for some of those locations back out there, Yazoo and Holmes. Also reports of damage in Attala County. We continue to kind of assess that. We show 1,400 folks without power there. We show about as you can see, about 58 folks in Chickasaw, about 200 folks there in Webster County, and about 100 folks in Monroe County without power at this time as well. So as we kind of minimize that, this was a storm that did it. We're rewinding here almost exactly an hour because that thunderstorm is the one that we're continuing to monitor, because a lot of times it is the storms that prove they can do it that are in the right recipe at the right spot to produce tornadoes, and that's why we continue to monitor this one up here closer to Hamilton, Alabama. So as we kind of track that northeastward, there's our latest track with the potential, and I put up our tornado safety rules, that this could show signs of rotation. So out of due diligence, we just want to do the best we can to try to make sure you're in that tornado safe place. The lowest floor of a sturdy structure, small windowless room where we want to go, a place where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can get you the all clear. So here's what we're going to do really quick. We're going to take a short commercial break, reorganize some things, and be back with more WTVA 9 News at 4 here in just a moment. Stay with us. There's damage in power lines as well as trees in Darracott. Volunteer firefighters on the way. So we'll get that information to you in more detail on WTVA 9 News here in just a moment. So for folks there, we're looking out of our Tupelo tower cam. I can still see us up on the air as we wait for the folks behind the scenes to kind of get things updated. That coming from our Craig Ford, Monroe County Sheriff Kevin Cook reporting there is damage in power lines and poles down, as well as trees in Darracott. Volunteer firefighters on the way to that area, so monitoring things very closely. Another house cleaning moment here on ABC News for our viewers there. Ginger Z, their national chief meteorologist over on ABC, will be in Meridian for World News tonight as they continue to kind of assess this overall weather situation. So monitoring power outages, monitoring the damage reports, continue to have those come into the area, whether it's Hinds County, report of a roof damage to a barn there, or other locations such as Simpson and Newton counties, reports of some damage in some of those spots, as well as hail for some of those locations. So an active day for severe weather and wind damage reports coming from around Grenada County as well. We'll go over some of those damage reports in a little more detail because they're coming in fast from the National Weather Service in Jackson as they are now kind of putting those out because they have gotten to a situation where things are improving for their County Warren area. We'll have more on that coming up here in a few minutes. You're watching WTVA 9 News at 4. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon alongside our meteorologists and folks in the newsroom. You're looking at video coming from the Starkville area as a storm wrapped up, a storm that produced damage in the far northeast corner of the county, and, or at least reports potentially of some power outages there, and then produced a tornado in West Point as it moved in. You can see some strong winds moving into that one, and strong winds remain a concern here. National Weather Service in Memphis on this thunderstorm here, considerable damage possible. They're tagged. That's not something you see very often on a severe thunderstorm warning, and their description of the wind potential on this storm here in Tishomingo County, looking at this latest scan here. So they are going with a fairly significant severe thunderstorm warning. It's not just rotation, it's for that potential for significant damaging winds. So that's why I want to give a storm track on this and track that northeastward. Iuka, we're within just a couple of minutes for you, 4:17. Current time is 4:13 right now. And so Iuka moving toward you. It's over top of Burnsville within the next 2 minutes as well. Carter Branch in your area. This is strong straight line winds moving toward Eastport. All those folks up there on Pickwick Lake as well. Some issues with some strong straight line winds potentially out of this thunderstorm moving in your direction there. So a significant concern there. And we have had reason for concern today. We mentioned a moment ago the folks there in Holmes County Community College. This picture coming in a little bit ago of some of the damage there, as you can see, to what is some sort of structure, and that's not good, is it? So the damage has in some cases been fairly significant today. We're still working to assess that damage. You saw Stormy, you saw Ria's video from the Clay County area a little bit ago. We have heard reports they've at least found one of those power lines down. We hope to check back in with them here in a few minutes as we get more information. Speaking to the storm reports, and most of these on a day like today come in as wind initially, and then they go back and correct and figure out, are we talking about tornadoes? Where you see some of these, we had circulations like out here for Grenada earlier. We had a circulation that moved very near this location. According to the folks at the National Weather Service Jackson, we kind of get the latest on that. Trees across the road there in southern Grenada County. We had quite a few reports there just east of I-55, Carmack, Atala County there of possible tornadoes, some damage there, some thunderstorm wind damage. Same thing, including a couple reports there of tornadoes, as you can see on Storm Track Doppler Radar near the Durant area from trees down. And then, of course, the two primary reports that we've had, those reports of damage on the Mississippi State campus that continue to come in, and crews are continuing to kind of assess there, including some large trees that were knocked down on the campus, and that potential tornado, the likely tornado that moved through the West Point area. Still assessing that situation as of this time. To give you an example of some of that damage that we had earlier on, this coming, one of the examples from Starkville. We watched very strong winds move through Starkville. Not the cleanest picture I'll be able to show you, but a very large tree. And sometimes we think the largest trees are the strongest trees. Not necessarily the case. Sometimes their roots, especially if they're really kind of pretty, like they're coming up on the bottom there, that means the root structure can be weaker down below. So sometimes your biggest trees aren't necessarily your strongest trees. Watching that closely as we continue to get reports of damage out of there. We also have new reports of storms that are continuing to kind of strengthen and try to produce tornadoes down here farther south. I want to make sure I'm on the right spot on this here. Yeah, now these are just south of the area. I want to make sure that we have where we're looking at on some of these to make sure they are fully south. And yeah, I think we're still good on these. The part of this tornado warned thunderstorm that's going to move into Pickens County is a little bit less impressive based on this incident moving along Highway 32 toward Aliceville and Reform. National Weather Service in Birmingham going with severe thunderstorm warning, damaging winds, maybe some rotation on this as opposed to confirmed tornado touchdown. So a good sign there. If we can, we're going to take another commercial break. We'll get back here in just a couple minutes with our meteorologist Stormy Meyer, as well as our Rhea Thornton, who are going to give us some live video coming from the West Point area as they've come across some damage as crews continue to pick up. More right after this. You're watching WTVA 9 News at 4. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon, continuing to monitor a storm in Tishomingo County. Rotation has picked up a little bit more on this in the last few minutes. It's close enough to a fairly populated area that we need to take it seriously up here just west of Iuka. When we look at the rainfall mode here, it's not terribly impressive, but we talk about the S. You've heard us say it a bunch of times today, right? How you get that S. It's when that S breaks that sometimes the tornado potential increases, and that's what we're looking at there near Iuka, just south of US 72. Now, the National Weather Service going with considerable damage on the straight line wind potential on this for locations there. I want to check, I'm just going to kind of look through a couple of different radars here to get a better sense of what we're looking at to make sure that just far enough away on that one. And we look about a mile up from our nearest radar, unfortunately, here. So that's why this is kind of jumping around. But Iuka, I'd like to have you in that tornado safe place. It's a severe thunderstorm safe place in this case. It is that extra step just to be careful, but this is basically on your doorstep now as we were tracking this for you just a moment ago before the commercial break. Could this be a tornado? It's not impossible. Are we sure it's a tornado? No, not at all. But watching this obviously very closely as well as this kind of moves into your area. So lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we need you to be, someplace where we can have you cover up with blankets and pillows if necessary, put on a helmet and stay there until we can give you the all clear. I'm going to track this just the edge of the WTVA 9 viewing area with basically the track that pulls up every single thing it can. So 5th Street Baptist Church, we're looking at you for 419. As we go through some of those other churches, Rocky Spring Church at 423, Eastport School, and about 425, J.P. Coleman State Park at 433, Mount Olive Free Will Baptist Church at 433. That's Doppler Radar indicated rotation, could potentially be trying to get more organized and at some point could try to produce a tornado. We've had a number of them pretty close to you the last few years, though it seems like most of them are closer to Tishomingo proper, the city. This one's a close call there on the west side of town. So right near County Road 180, and it's going to be approaching there, of course, 25. It's going to be north of the 72-25 intersection by a little bit. Up there closer to County Road 989 is probably where that one is going to track. So watching that circulation closely, we have to go south, make sure that this line is behaving itself farther south. We had been previously very closely watching locations in and around Hamilton, Alabama from this. That circulation has weakened substantially. As we slide southward and we come down here into southern Lamar County, that's all right. We have the green and the red, but that's more strong straight line winds. That's the reason you are under this severe thunderstorm warning at this time here for strong straight line winds. And same thing when we're looking down here in sections of Pickens County. Now, south of Pickens County, I have a couple areas of circulation here that we are watching still at this time. As we kind of put this into motion and monitor where we're at on some of the positioning of these things. The lead one of those is in Aliceville. There's another one near Geiger that we're watching, and yet another one's just a little south of that. I want to look at this one in particular, see if there's some precipitation associated with that. That might be just a little out. That might be a false return, but that's going to be something we have to watch closely going forward, just in case that ends up taking the next step there. That could prompt a tornado warning for sections of Pickens County. I'm going to track that first storm ahead, Carrollton, Reform, as we're watching that for you. Strong straight line winds out of this at least, and perhaps a little rotation. Rather do our due diligence than take it willy-nilly here. Let's be careful, let's be safe, and let's monitor things very closely. We have a new video coming in here. This is from D in the Clay County area as that storm was coming through. Of course, we had that tornado touchdown coming through there just a little bit ago. Appreciate D for sending us this and our Alyssa Martin for getting this so where you can see it on the air of those strong straight line winds, bands of rain, bands of wind. We showed this a little bit ago there, but now we have D's name on it. And luckily at that location, no damage, but we'd prefer to have you not behind glass, behind more substantial walls in this sort of situation, because that fan certainly doesn't like it, even if he's okay on the inside. It looks like it stopped right then, so D likely made the choice to go to someplace a little bit more safe. Coming back, I want to double check, make sure that area of rotation near Fair Oaks down there is still a little concerning. I'm going to track specifically that just in case. And we show Warsaw in about 1 minute, Ridge in 8 minutes, Bridgeville in 16 minutes, Aliceville in about 17 minutes, working its way toward Carrollton, 29 minutes, and Kirk in 34 minutes. Current time is 4:23. We're going to be back with more WTVA 9 News at 4 in just a moment. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Miner and Alan Matthew, watching a storm showing some rotation in the Iuka area. Strong straight line wind, I think, is the main impact still out of this, but still watching that potential. Maybe you could get some 60-mile-per-hour winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds out of this. Iuka, it's basically over top of you. We track that, of course, toward Riverton at about 4:35. Waterloo, of course, on the other side there by about 4:38. One of the most significant reports we've had today have been some reports of damage in the West Point area. You watched this camera here live on WTVA 9 News as those bands of wind and rain moved in. Our Stormy Meyer is in the West Point area now and has been monitoring the damage from this storm when it was back in the Starkville area as well. Stormy, what have you seen?
The most significant damage that we've seen so far has been in the Starkville area on Mississippi State's campus. There's a tree down on the main road by the engineering buildings blocking that, as well as a 3 to 4 car smush by a giant tree that fell on top of them outside of the Chapel of Memories. Over in West Point, we have seen a row of power lines basically broken in half onto the ground, and currently we are traveling east on Chapel Hill Road, tracking some other damage that we got reports of from police officers that responded to the power lines.
Okay, so we're looking here. I'm gonna pull it up here with some of the trees that were down on the Mississippi State campus. Any cars or anything like that hit by the trees, or does it seem like people were inside sheltering?
Most people were inside sheltering. When we arrived at the scene, we did have police officers already responded and the owners of the cars there, but these cars were smushed. One of them truly was almost cut in half based upon the tree damage, and one of them wasn't even in a parking spot, and it looked like as though a tree branch almost flew over on top of it and smushed the front of that vehicle. Man, that does not sound pleasant. They actually said that the tree branch pushed the car back even farther. So it was in a parking spot, but it was pushed backwards.
Wow. But I mean, it's always amazing when that happens, there's no injuries, right?
Right.
So is power out where you guys are now? Where are you in Rhea at this moment?
We are at the intersection of Joe Bryant Road and Chapel Hill Road. It's blocked off right now. Power seems to be okay right now in the area that we're at, but there was a major blockage of the power outings on Highway 80. Okay, that's our Stormy Meyer. Please, we'll hope to get some video back from you for a minute, but I know that, sometimes service can be touch and go out there. Stay safe, be safe, and we'll talk to you guys in a little bit, all right? All right, thanks.
Okay, that's our Stormy Meyer there in the West Point area now. Of course, seeing the significant smush, as she referred to it, damage in the Starkville area, multiple trees with some issues there. And power outages have been something as well that we've been monitoring as those power outages continue for folks that have been hard hit. You can see some of the locations where it's been most significant. Clay County, we still have about 1,400 folks there outside of power, without power there in the Clay County area at this time. About 700 there, I think it was in the Webster County area, about 1,400 at Tala County. And then, of course, that more significant damage that we've had reports of back there toward around Holmes County, and the community college there as well near Goodman. As you can see, that's pretty significant power outages reported for people and locations there. And here's some of the pictures. Our Tanya Carter passing these along from the Holmes County area there, from the Goodman area. A tree, of course, knocked over, pretty significant there. Tin pulled off a roof. Now, that doesn't look like it was terribly well adhered to the roof there, so we don't want to assume just because the roof is down it was extreme, but we've had a number of reports that have been more significant than the pictures that you're seeing there. But those are large trees, and the biggest concern is you get these trees, large trees, fall into a mobile home. Hopefully it's not the room you're in. It's one of the list of reasons we always tell you to find a safer spot. A site-built home can have significant issues from that as well. And so that's always something to take into consideration when you decide, is the building I'm in safe enough to shelter from a severe thunderstorm or tornado? If there are trees like that are that close, it might not be. Certainly not a mobile home in this kind of a scenario there. I appreciate Tanya for for sharing those pictures with us. Of course, lots of low-hanging cloud shots here, like a Tracy Skinner shot here of some of the low-hanging stuff from some of the storms. We've had a few videos that kind of look like tornadoes. We're still working to kind of sort through those as we kind of assess the overall situation this evening here. And at this point, kind of giving you that overall look, and we'll dive more into this after the commercial break here. But the locations in Mississippi, for the most part, we are past the worst on this tornado potential. We are still watching that one storm for you up there in northern Tishomingo County very closely. But at this point here, it's not quite at a tornado producing level, but certainly we're monitoring that. Well, more WTVA 9 News at 4 coming up right after this. You're watching WTVA 9 News at 4:32. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopham. We're looking live in Starkville, where there have been reports of damage on the Mississippi State campus. You heard from our Stormy Miner just a minute ago talking about some of the trees, in one case smushing a vehicle. Report coming in from Sid Salter with the university down there. No injuries from the fallen trees at Mississippi State. He tells me on Twitter that 3 cars damaged near Chapel, workers clearing Hardy Road at this time. And that's a reminder that folks are working to clear out some of the damage still at this moment here, and there will be a time where you can help. I don't know that we've had a high-end tornado today, but we have had damage, and so if you're looking to help those folks with damage, tomorrow's a much better day than today is, and certainly 5 hours from now is a better time than now as crews work to make sure that other folks don't get electrocuted, so we get power on, so we make sure gas is shut off if there's been damage to some of those lines. So there's a lot of work that goes into those sorts of things. Our severe thunderstorm that was moving through northern Tishomingo County just in the last few moments here, exiting northern Tishomingo County. As we go to the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler Radar, I don't think that we've necessarily had a tornado out of this. We had kind of, I think, a close call there, northern part. You could see just on, it's sometimes easier to see after the fact, but you have a couple of spots there where the wind sort of converging there. Now we're looking about a mile, more than a mile up in the air at this point here. So radar's not perfect even when it's 3 inches away, but a mile up, there are a lot more questions as to what is being delivered from it. As we check out Storm Track Doppler Radar and we go on a wider shot there, continuing to get storm reports in from other locations around the area. And at least at the last few minutes here, we have not had at least very many of those coming from this line of storm. So we do have a few very suspect areas looking here just east of Reform, and in particular east of Aliceville, a long-lived area where we've had some of that circulation there. Even though National Weather Service in Birmingham has allowed that warning to be dropped, I do want to track that forward for you. As you can see, that is moving toward Hickory. We show in 3 minutes. We show Kirk in 16 minutes, working its way toward Gordo in 20 minutes, and Ecola there in about 27 minutes. That's strong straight line winds, at least a little bit of rotation, maybe not on the tornado level. And certainly some of the tornado videos and pictures we have seen have been less conclusive than is sometimes the case. Matthew sending us this picture here from the West Point area a little bit ago. This showing one of those areas of circulation. What we're watching is the leading edge of this there. That's where you have at least some wind whipping. Of course, the resolution on this doesn't help our job, but you can see it advancing there. This would be guessing, looking and knowing West Point, probably there's a couple of truck stops there on the south side of town, and then looking back toward the east as that storm would have passed just east of West Point. So that does kind of jive with what we'd expect in this scenario there. And you can see all of a sudden there, look at all the, I'm pointing on the screen there, not back here, but all the rainfall shooting across the top there. He got back into what was probably a truck to take shelter, which isn't necessarily the best place, but as that strong wind moved into there. As we note, the line is past, I'd say, Lamar County. Lamar County, I think we're past any severe weather threat for you. We're watching the window close for locations there in Marion County, and we are still watching a few locations here into Franklin County, Alabama. A couple spots where we do have a couple of these little waves, and we talked about over and over again, waves or bends in that line are always concerning and things that we have to monitor. We'll track that whole batch there, though I don't see any that are necessarily tornadoes in the imminent future. Let's get you a track on that as we move that toward the north and east. We show Liberty Mill at 4:35 there, working toward Reedtown at 4:41, Phil Campbell at 4:39, and then eventually toward Newburgh by about 4:51. We continue to have folks behind the scenes assessing a number of things, damage being one of them, but the damage reports that we continue to get in do remain, at least at this point, primarily wind damage. But what happens a lot of times with these, you'll notice if I kind of widen this out, and I'm going to switch the radar and the way the radar looks for a moment here. These produced a lot of reports of tornado damage back to our south and west. And so what the Weather Service will do sometimes is they will have these tornado reports that they'll come in, and they'll put these little trees on there first, which means wind damage, and they'll put possible tornado, and then they go and do an assessment and say, can we confirm it? The reason why you have so many tornado confirmed reports down here closer to Jackson, number one, we mentioned that's near the peak of the risk area, right? But the other thing going on here is it's closer to the radar site, so it's easier to detect the debris that gets lofted. That's been one of the tools that we used when it was up in West Point to know that we had a tornado on the ground before it was confirmed from the National Weather Service. So that is more difficult to do higher up, farther away from the radar site. That's why some of these are more of these tree bent over looking shots there, as opposed to what we've had some other spots. We're going to get you some pictures from some of the damage coming in Montgomery County right after this break. We're also going to look ahead at where we go from here, how much more rainfall we can expect to see the remainder of this evening, whether or not we have more flooding issues on our hands, coming up here in just a moment. Current time is 4:40. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside the WTVA Weather Authority and news team. Our Tanya Carter, who we'll probably hear from here in just a few minutes, sending us these pictures from the Montgomery County Sheriff of trees down there. You can see, of course, the law enforcement on the other side of that tree. This tree not quite as large as the other one you saw a moment ago there. So the tree down reports sometimes are large, sometimes are smaller. That part of a thunderstorm there that moves through the southern part of the county, they don't have the storm report here on there from the Weather Service officially, but that was near 413 in the southern part of the county where that report of that damage came in earlier. Now, the rain is still falling there, and that's one of our concerns going forward, because the rainfall totals have a potential to have some flash flooding, and that's still some fairly moderate rainfall. And all those yellow dots that are small there represent some lightning strikes. So as we kind of get in here and we let our storm tracker kind of assess how much rainfall we're still talking about, the peak rainfall likely through and fairly widespread amounts of an inch or more. I'm going to try something that's a little more high resolution. It's going to give me the last 6 hours of rainfall data. It's going to take a moment here. So fairly widespread, less than an inch, in some cases inch, maybe 2 inches, not an impossibility. So at least at this point, we have not exceeded, we have not gone excessive on that rainfall, though those amounts could continue to increase going forward. Speaking of going forward, let's look at where storms go from here and how we expect things to kind of play out the rest of tonight. There are a number of different projections I can show you. I'm going to clean this one up, change it more toward what it looks like when we would show you radar here. And so this will kind of look similar to what our radar would typically show in this situation. So as we kind of clean that up there, we expect that these showers and thunderstorms will continue, but the strongest of these likely have shifted into Alabama, though some could still be fairly heavy over the next few hours. We still show some rainfall lingering as late as 8 o'clock. Current time is 4 o'clock, and so that is telling for the fact that the rainfall potential does have the chance to maybe add some flooding going forward based on what we're looking at. But as far as severe weather, tornado watch continues to be sliced down somewhat more. We expect more counties to be relieved on the Mississippi side before we're all said and done here and over the next little while as these thunderstorms continue to work their way eastward. So as we go back to Storm Track Doppler Radar, the one spot that we continue to monitor where we still have the potential that storms could try to produce severe weather, there's really two locations. I said one spot, I meant two, out here in Pickens County, east of Carrollton. That area there approaching Kirk, US 82 and Highway 86, that is one of the spots where we still have some rotation showing up on Storm Track Doppler Radar. It is not strong rotation necessarily, but if you're asking me where's the spot that we have to watch, that would be one of those locations. So we track that northeastward near Moores Bridge. Cola there, we show Gordo in 12 minutes, Cola in about 19 minutes, Moores Bridge in 25 minutes. Doppler radar indicated rotation, but at this point, not necessarily on the level of producing a tornado. Now farther south, this storm that's just south of there, and let's double check the track, has had more significant rotation from time to time. It's still on a track that might clip the far eastern section of Pickens County, but like the last 2 or 3 of these that we've monitored, there is a line of advancing storms that have heavy rainfall, and that will try to undercut this. So hopefully that will push it out of Pickens County, just as it did eventually for locations up in Lowndes County and Noxubee County, as well as it kept undercutting storms. We show Gainesville in 6 minutes, eventually West Green there in 16 minutes, and Lewiston by about 27 minutes as it works toward the north and east with a speed at about 50 miles per hour or so. The other spot that we are watching, locations up in, this would be Franklin County, Alabama. We're looking near Russellville there. In Russellville, as we show the winds on this, we still continue to have a spot there just south of town with at least a little bit of rotation along Highway 243. This is not a tornado warning, but this is a thunderstorm where 60-mile-per-hour winds, I think, remains probably the peak potential that we end up seeing out of this. And so I think we'll still have a little bit of rotation that we have to watch. I'm going to circle that for you here. And that's moving toward the Waco community, Newburgh. Let's get a storm track on that. But again, at this point, not nearly as strong as it was a little bit ago. We're looking at Waco in about 4 minutes, Newburgh in 8 minutes, Old Bethel in 16 minutes. Coming up, updates to our tornado watch coming in. We will get that sorted out and break that down in a little more detail right after this. You're watching video new into the newsroom here from the Holmes County area of some of the damage there, I believe, on probably the Holmes County Community College campus there of what's probably roofing material that was blown off by a possible tornado a little earlier on this afternoon that moved through there. The fact that it's going multiple directions doesn't necessarily tell us for sure it's a tornado, but it does tell me this person needs to get farther inside the house. We appreciate your videos, but we just want to make sure that you are safe as possibly can be doing it. You might notice we didn't have a whole lot of folks out there storm chasing on the road, simply because we don't want to put our folks at risk, and we want to try to set as good an example as we can. Give you the information you need, but at the same time, make sure that we're protecting others as well. We watched that rotation. I'm showing you storm track rotation all the way from back there through our area, and this is a similar product, not the same product of what we show a future. When we show those future rotations, this tries to assess, looking at the different scans there, all of the rotation. Clearly a lot stronger when it was back west earlier today than in our area, but there's a clear-cut shot here that when it gets into the Starkville area of some of that rotation picking up very near the Mississippi State campus, and then that zone there where it kind of goes into West Point and continues up there where we had that report of the tornado, even in the southern sections of Monroe County, and some limited reports of damage still being reported there. And we're continuing to kind of get information in and hopefully get more pictures and video of that for you in the next few minutes here. Speaking of the Starkville area, new video coming in from Starkville at this time. This from our Rhea Thornton down in the Starkville area. Those are the smushed cars that Stormy was referring to a minute ago there. And one thing that's very obvious to me kind of looking at this picture, and a reason why sometimes it's that strongest, that biggest, that most mighty oak tree. I'm going to go back to that picture here a second, because if you look up there on that video, what do you see? That was rotted out on the inside there. So it looks impressive on the outside, but a lot of times those most impressive trees sometimes rot from the inside out. Appreciate that video there. Again, another shot of that large tree limbs. I mean, just because it's rotted on the inside doesn't mean it's not still heavy. Maria's video there of some of those cars that had that damage there. That's that, as we mentioned, that Chapel area that Sid Salter, who's the one of the communications director down at Mississippi State, mentioned, and of course there on another car. So not pretty. Certainly a reason why we want you in an interior location, and a reminder that cars are not a safe place, because even though those are designed for rollover accidents, clearly there were some issues there, and we want those folks to be inside and as safe as they can be. We are still tracking storms in Pickens County in particular. We're tracking the latest on that coming up next. John Phillips sending us this video from near the Golden Triangle Regional Airport in Lowndes County. As you can see, the difference in wind there, a storm being directed in. Part of the reason for that is the edge of that building there. As the winds kind of curl around, you get eddies, you get little circulations just because of that. But this is the storm as it was ingesting the wind as that storm eventually produces the tornado up in Clay County. Certainly a situation you want to be as inside as possible. John was a little more outside than we'd like, but what we are noticing here is that as that same complex, that same line of thunderstorms, not necessarily the same storm, but the same line of thunderstorms moves into Kirk and locations there in the far eastern sections of Pickens County, that we are seeing a bit of a weakening there. We're still tracking the very latest on that one there. Gordo was showing 4 minutes. That's about the last community that can see us there in the Pickens County area at this time as it kind of works its way toward the north and east. One thing that has continued to change is we've continued to watch the peak of this severe weather continue to move out of the area. But one thing that as I kind of go on the wide shot here, I want to point out, and we're going to go up to Franklin County in just a moment as well. You'll notice how there are pockets, one there, one there, right? These little areas where we kind of have the different pockets by themselves. you have the storms along the line that have tried to produce the spin and tornadoes. We have been fortunate that we've been far enough north that our storms, the far northern part of the state, haven't been quite as significant as some locations just a little bit south. But as we come in here closer to Franklin County, that one's still one of these storms, so we have to monitor closely, and it is just about out of the WTVA 9 News viewing area as well. It's part of that complex that caused the damage in West Point earlier. And looking at the latest part here, I would say the part that's most likely to have a tornado trying to form is just outside the viewing area. If you know some folks up around Tuscumbia and Muscle Shoals, that area circulation there is a little more impressive. I'll give you one of those tracks just so you can kind of snap a picture as we've done. I know that some folks watch us that might have friends or family up there. Take a picture of the screen, let them know that one's trying to intensify. Rotation detected, as you can see there on Storm Track Doppler Radar. We'll be looking at Muscle Shoals within about the next 4 or 5 minutes into that location there. So strong storm. It definitely bears some watching very, very closely as that moves in. As we go wider here on Storm Track Doppler Radar, most of us just experiencing moderate to heavy rainfall at this time, as has been the case really the last few hours. As we kind of track the potential for that to continue, I'm going to put on all of our different radar sites here for just a moment. One of the things you'll note is there's plenty of more rain back to the south and west, but what you don't see, we don't see any of those stronger reds or purples or black colors there indicating extremely strong storms. That severe weather threat continues to shift to the south and east of us, or mainly just east of us, and so we're watching that potential for severe weather to diminish as we go into the next little bit. What can you expect going forward? Number one, we're past the peak, as we mentioned. Number two, we're going to have live reports from both Starkville and West Point coming up here in a moment on WTVA 9 News at 5 o'clock as we give you the first live pictures of some of the damage in both of those communities. We're also breaking down the latest on some of your pictures related to this and updates to the Tornado Watch here in just 2 minutes.
Always watching, always tracking. WTVA 9 News begins with the Severe Weather Authority.
Hello everyone and good afternoon to you. I'm Emily Leonard alongside our Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. We continue to follow the weather situation at this hour. Very strong storms moving through our area. We have team coverage tonight. WTVA meteorologist Stormy Meyer standing by in Clay County for us. I believe she is in West Point. She'll have an update coming up in just a few minutes. Beneath her, though, is our Keandria Malloy. They are headed to Starkville at this hour. But with me on the desk, our Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon, who has been watching and tracking these storms since well before 1 o'clock today.
Absolutely. They've been caused damage in southwest Mississippi near locations around Vicksburg. That's where we started to get our first reports, and they've just continued to come in. Some of the most significant damage reports coming in from the Holmes County Community College area. And this is some video, as you can see, of what is a possible tornado. You can see obviously the parts there of roof just kind of blown around on the ground. You always want to be behind a few more layers than that if you're dealing with one of these, but certainly a kind of a scary situation there. And as we showed you this new video just a few moments ago from our Rhea Thornton in the Starkville area of tree damage in the Starkville area, part of a storm that caused at least wind damage in Starkville, but then went on to produce tornado damage when it moved into the West Point area. And West Point is where we find our meteorologist Stormy Meyer. She is with our Rhea Thornton there at this time, continuing to monitor things and has an update on conditions in Clay County at this moment. Rhea? And Stormy?
It's stormy, actually.
The rain is starting to come down quite heavily. It took a minute and it calmed down, but right now it is just a downpour. We're under an awning right now. Now, some of the conditions that we did see while on the roads, there was some pretty substantial flooding. So we are seeing some more cars on the road, but the best thing to do is to stay at home, turn around, don't drown. Some other substantial damage that we saw were some trees falling down and lots of power lines, a whole strip of power lines knocked down on Highway 50. But a few homes, especially in the more rural areas along Churchill Road, that was where we saw the more damage to the homes. Here in downtown West Point, it's definitely more calm down here, not as much damage. Maybe a few plants or potted things knocked over, but other than that, pretty calm out on the West Point main downtown roads. But definitely in those rural areas, roadways are not safe to drive. Lots of debris in the roads and lots of trees down, as well as power lines.
Okay, that's our Stormy Meyer there. And as we talked to Eddie Scott, the Clay County Sheriff there during the 3 o'clock hour, one of the things that he mentioned, of course, those power lines down, trees over some roadways as well. But from these various reports, one thing I have not heard of are any reports of injuries, which is an awesome thing. But we have, of course, those power outages using the folks at poweroutages.us and their system here. We're going to look at Clay County here for a moment, see how the power outages have continued to kind of play out there as we mouse over that. To give us the latest update on some of those power outages there in Clay County. We show that just a little north there, up Clay County. There we are, about 1,400 power outages at this moment here based on kind of the latest data there. Hit F5 on that. Let's hit refresh. Let's make sure that is the freshest data possible there. And it'll take a second to reload, and put the mouse over there one more time. Yeah, we're still sitting about that same number. As we go up to sections of Monroe County, power outages about 101. That tornado touched down in Clay County and moved into sections of Monroe County. Power outages remains fairly sporadic, other than in Attala County. In Attala County, which is the Orange County, the southwest portion of the viewing area, still about 1,200 folks without power. And then those two red counties, we mentioned Holmes County earlier, where we had that hit the community college there, and some of the damage related to that. What is new as of 5:02? More locations have been relieved from the tornado watch. Only spot in Mississippi still under it is Noxubee County at this time. All of our Alabama counties remain in it at this point, but that is because our severe weather potential continues to decrease. We have still some flooding rainfall potential out of this, and it's possible we could have more counties relieved from that watch. I think the folks in Birmingham looking at taking out Lamar and Marion counties here in just a moment from that tornado watch as well, still leaving sections of Pickens County. But this rain could be potentially flooding rainfall over the next few hours. Just if you have some, drains that get plugged up a lot with leaf debris, things like that, could still be some issues with that. But the only spot that we're looking at still, and it's now just in the last couple moments here, exited sections of Pickens County near Moore's Bridge here, was our last location where we still had some circulation in the WTVA 9 News viewing area. So that takeaway on that is we are thankfully past the peak, and our severe weather potential diminishes from here. So as we continue to look at what folks in the field have here, Emily, one good note is, at least at this point, we've heard no reports of injuries, though the damage reports do continue to come in. And a lot of these wind damage assessments we have, the National Weather Service will go out and determine, is it a straight line wind? Is it a tornado? Those surveys will happen over the next couple of days. Okay, so we're just going to have to wait and see. Let them tell us what they have. Matt, thank you so much. And we continue our team coverage tonight. Our Keandria Malloy and Andrea Adams are currently headed to Starkville at this hour. They are joining us now live with an update on what they are seeing there at near the Mississippi State campus. I guess they are currently, as you can see, on their way to the city. What do you guys have?
Yes, as you all can see, we're on our way to Starkville right now. We just got off of Highway 45, where it was a little bit heavier rain back there, but now that we've got on Mississippi Highway 82 West, it has slacked up a bit. It's still a little foggy out here as the mist gets off of these vehicles as they drive by. We did see a little bit of more rain coming from Tupelo, but now it looks like it has slacked up a little bit. It's not that many cars on the road right now if it was earlier, but as you know, you always can stay informed with the WTVA Weather Authority, and we are almost in Starkville right now, and we will keep you all up as it goes along. Back to you all.
Keandria Malloy there reporting for us on her way to Starkville and the MSU campus, where there is some reports of damage. Meanwhile, check out these folks taking some safe place selfies this afternoon as those storms pass through the area. We love to see you guys in your safe place. That's the best place to be during a storm. Of course, you can send us your weather photos. You can send them through the WTVA Weather Authority app. You can also send them to weather@WTVA.com. Matt mentioned the power outages just a moment ago as the system passes through the area. Here's a current live look at where we stand on power outages in the state of Mississippi. Actually, this is one of our MDOT cams there. Give us one moment. We'll get those outages up for you. It's kind of one of those afternoons. Okay, we do not have the power outages. Matt had them a few moments ago. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to those. If you do have a power outage, we would like to know about it. Maybe you can send us a quick email or something on Facebook. That would be very helpful. News@WTVA.com is the best way to get a hold of us. And as the spring is... weather. This is a live video from our videographer, Alvin Ivy. This is in Clay County. Obviously, power lines down. This is a situation you don't want to go near. This is why we tell you guys, when there is severe weather, stay where you are. With the rain, it's hard to see where you're driving, and you could drive over live power lines. It's extremely dangerous. And, of course, this causing power outages in Clay County. We will continue to monitor this system and the severe weather, let you know what's going on. We've got lots of reporters out in the field right now. Of course, the Weather Authority watching and tracking as we speak. And as always, it is a really good time to get weather call. Weather Call will call you if your home is ever placed under a severe weather warning. Just remember, there is a charge for this service. You can go to WTVA.com/weathercall. That is the best way to ensure that you have a way to get warnings, especially in the middle of the night. Also a good thing to have, the WTVA Severe Weather Authority app. You've got access to the radar, the temperatures, watches, warnings, the forecast, the video forecast. You can submit your photos and your videos. You can do pretty much anything weather-wise with the WTVA weather app, and it is free. That is the best part about it. It is free for all Apple and Android smartphones and tablets. And many of you took advantage of our app and sent us videos and pictures. Here's one from Thaxton. You can watch these strong winds as it blew the patio table and that poor little plant all around. You can see those strong winds as it passed through Pontotoc County. Yeah, hold on to your britches there. Ooh, and look at this one. This one's great. This one's from Ecru. Of course, look at that manhole cover just dancing around in the rain. Don't go near it, that's for sure. Steer clear. And in Montgomery County, Sheriff Jeff Tompkins, hard at work this afternoon. He sent us some images of trees down. This is in the Huntsville community. We've seen a lot of photos like this of trees and power lines down. This is why we say don't get out. This is located not too far from French Camp on Highway 431. Sheriff told us that he went to get his chainsaw to help remove a lot of those downed trees. And in Starkville, Daniel Herndon sent us some video of the storms moving through that part of Outages County. You could see the heavy winds and the rain just tossing those tree limbs all around in the streets. Meanwhile, this same system caused storm damage and flooding in the Jackson area. Live look through the MDOT traffic cameras there. This near Flora, in Madison County, some storm damage, several reports of a possible tornado hitting the Redwood area. If you're looking at a mobile home, that's what you're looking at, destroyed. A mobile home is definitely not a place you want to be during these types of storms. The storms led to more down trees and power lines in Hinds County. You can see some of those old trees uprooted from the ground. Trees also took down power lines there as well. Nearly 3,000 people without power there in Hinds County. Now, this same storm system that is in our area right now, as you remember, crossed over Texas and Oklahoma, leaving a path of destruction there as several tornadoes hit the area. People in the Houston area dealing with damaged homes, injuries, power outage. This is some footage from counties in and around the Houston area. Right now, down power lines have blocked the roads and left a lot of people, thousands of people, in fact, without power, also making it very difficult for emergency crews to find homes. Please stay out of their way. And a mother and her 2-year-old son were freed from the debris after a possible tornado touched down in Beasley, Texas on Tuesday. Take a look at this video. The storm destroyed their RV trailer. Family members worked for more than a half hour to get them out of the rubble. The mother and child, along with the father and 2 other kids, were taken to the hospital. Their injuries, thankfully, non-life-threatening. The National Weather Service is investigating whether or not this was a tornado that struck the area. Another look through one of our MDOT traffic cams. The storms took down some power lines in West Point. The rain, though, still hitting that area. When we come back, we're going to check in with our Rhea Thornton, who is down there in West Point. She'll have a look at what she's seeing for us coming up right after this.
You're watching WTVA 9 News with anchors Craig Ford and Emily Leonard and Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Emily Leonard. Welcome back to our severe weather coverage. We have team coverage tonight. Of course, we've got the WTVA Weather Authority standing by, watching and tracking these storms. Watching and tracking as a possible tornado moved very close to West Point, and that is where we find WTVA's Rhea Thornton. She is joining us now with what she is seeing out in the field. Rhea.
Last time you checked in with Stormy here in West Point, it was a complete downpour and the storm had really picked up. But right now it has started to slow and it's more of a drizzle right now here in West Point. But I will say that the temperature has dropped, or it had dropped. Now it's starting to pick back up again. So it's just a wave of different temperatures here. The wind picks up sometimes, but then it also is dead like it is right now. So it seems like the calm is here at this point, but it's just a waiting game to see, because there also was lightning just a few moments ago right before I went live. So you never really know right now.
Rhea, thank you so much. Another view out of West Point there. As you can see, the rain easing up just a little bit, but like Rhea said, thunder and lightning still going on. That is why she is under an awning, trying to stay, 1, dry, and 2, safe. As we look out of our MDOT traffic cam there, not a lot of traffic out on the road. Don't get out unless you absolutely have to. When we come back, we're going to check in again with our Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lobhon. He has got the very latest on our weather situation right after this.
Now, your WTVA Severe Weather Authority forecast with Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon.
Still pouring down rain here in Tupelo, still raining in many areas of North Mississippi, and a lot of damage photos, much like the one that is behind Matt right now, still coming into our newsroom at this hour, and I expect more damage videos and pictures to come.
You know, there are best case scenarios and worst case scenarios. We had a tornado that touched down, causing a decent amount of damage, and it went just kind of southeast and then east of the West Point area and then northeast. It hit some spots. But a lot of the pictures we've been getting, as you saw from our Alvin Ivy live pictures a moment ago there from Clay County, of things like this. This coming from the folks at 4 County Electric, a power pole, power lines down on the road. You don't want to drive on it, but this is not also trees that are right there that are over top of the road and on top of houses and things. You went through at least that part of the area as it moved up toward Darracott. A little bit more rural areas than sometimes the case, a lot more fields, some agricultural areas. We're still working to find out whether there are buildings and things like that damage. We have heard no reports of that, so maybe these were fortunately accurate tornadoes in what they have done. But again, we're early on in this process. Storm Track Doppler Radar, as of now, continue to show us the reports of damage that we have had around the area. A number of those have come in originally from this line as it moved from west to the east in the area. This one near Vaden, one of the fairly new ones that we've gotten as we continue to kind of get more information as we just are assessing things. About 130 trees down at 35 there in County Highway 31, 32, and we mentioned this one a little bit ago, I believe, in your French Camp 144, trees that blowed down on the Natchez Trace Parkway there. Again, a roadway with lots of trees next to it near the French Camp area, and then up there closer to Grenada. And this is one that, you know, falls in that possible tornado category. I'm going to pull it back up there as we zoomed in just a little bit. But because there was an area of rotation that went very near Duck Hill here, trees down on southern Grenada County, and that's probably in multiple locations. They just kind of assigned the location as best they could there. So now as these storms continue to exit, we still will watch them probably try to attempt to produce tornadoes, but I think we're past that peak severe weather risk in our area. And honestly, when we look at the tornado watches, you'll notice that we have now still only have Noxubee, Franklin, and Pickens County as of this time still in the tornado watches, and that threat for tornadoes continues to shift eastward. So the most recent risk from the Storm Prediction Center, we expect this to be sliced away as our threat is now largely over. So where do we go from here? Let's look at Storm Tracker and where we have those thunderstorms over the next few hours. So those storms continue to kind of move eastward over the next 5 to 6 hours. By midnight or so, all the storms really largely to the east of us, and then we find ourselves with drier air moving into our area. This version of the Storm Tracker does try to wrap down a little bit of moisture. A lot of times it's kind of drizzle April or something else along those lines. Certainly much cooler temperatures with this kind of rotating in as we look toward tomorrow, and as that system kind of rotates out of here by tomorrow night, we get some clear skies and fairly chilly start to probably Thursday before another day where we're kind of challenged with some clouds. So the next couple days, drier, cooler, less active, that is for sure. Let's look at temperatures specifically, and this is going to come up with a lot of numbers, so give me a moment to try to clean this up just a little bit for you. But temperatures are going to be much, much cooler over the course of the next 24 hours. So as we go from here, you'll notice with already down 60s. We expect that the low temperatures by tomorrow morning. As I kind of try to time this out for tomorrow morning, we pop on some of the other data there. Expected to be down fairly cool. We'll wait for this to update. It's bringing in the data. It's had a big day. It's going to take it a moment, apparently. See if storm, there we go. Upper 40s, mid 40s out there for tomorrow morning. Watch what happens with temperatures tomorrow, or maybe what doesn't happen with temperatures tomorrow. Because of that cloud cover rotating in, I zip this forward to around 2 p.m. What do we not have? Really any warm up at all. So it's not going to be a particularly warm day, and when you factor in that wind chill, and we still expect we'll probably have a wind chill for tomorrow, it's going to be fairly cool. In fact, as we look at those wind chill temperatures for tomorrow, and I'm going to make this start at tomorrow morning and kind of go through today, we'll say 7 p.m. for our ending time on that. As we go throughout your Wednesday, we expect those wind chill temperatures. You can see 30s and 40s through noontime and into the afternoon as well. So, couple takeaways. Number one, we are past the peak of any sort of severe weather tonight. Our rainfall, as the sun goes down, will continue to taper off later tonight, lower 60s as we work our way closer to around the midnight time period. And our hour-by-hour forecast for tomorrow has us with really mostly clear conditions. We will say this is very optimistic 59. I'm probably going to have to adjust that down just a little bit more. 59, I know we're getting there. And you can see drier weather as we look toward the extended forecast, and perhaps even by the first of next week, really warming up a lot more. Of course, we'll have more WTVA 9 news at 5 continuing right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. Mississippi lawmakers are moving closer to adopting some tougher penalties for drug dealers for causing a death or injury. House Bill 867 is known as Parker's Law. The bill is named for Parker Rodenbaugh. Parker was an MSU student who died from a drug overdose in 2014. The bill adds penalties up to life in prison for a dealer if a person dies or receives serious injuries after using heroin or fentanyl. Versions of the bill passed both the House and the Senate. The two sides are now working on a compromise. Meantime, representatives in the Mississippi House adopted a plan to help recruit and retain more teachers in the state. It's called the START Act of 2022. This is the teacher pay plan that both the House and the Senate are working on. It's a $246 million plan that'll boost the average teacher's salary by more than $5,100. Also gives teacher assistants a $2,000 a year pay raise. The House adopted the compromise this morning. Continuing our team coverage tonight out of Starkville, WTVA's Andrea Adams just arriving there on the scene on the campus of Mississippi State University. She is standing just in front of the Chapel of Memories with some damage that happened there. Andrea.
Emily, I'm here right outside of the Chapel of Memories on the Mississippi State campus, and as you can see behind me, this tree here has fallen on a lot of vehicles, and we also have a few workers out here picking up these limbs that have come out, and it is still raining pretty heavy right now, and it's a little chilly, and the wind is blowing. Again, this tree limb did fall on more than these 3 cars. There are a couple of more cars on the backside back there that does have tree limbs on them as well, but like I said, the workers are out here and they're trying to get all of this cleaned up sometime today. Reporting live in Starkville, Andrea Adams, WTVA 9 News.
Everyone, taking a live look at some storm damage in Clay County this evening. Looks as if part of a house just ripped off right there in Clay County. This is courtesy of our videographer, Alvin Ivy, who is there on the scene in Clay County. We're told that a possible tornado moved close to West Point in that area. That is where Alvin is, along with our meteorologist Stormy Meyer, as well as WTVA's Rhea Thornton. We continue to monitor this weather situation at this hour. As we are nearing the end of our broadcast, we'll continue to monitor all of the watches. Currently, do we have any warnings out right now? No, there are no warnings as of 5:29. But there is a lot of rain, and of course, please send us in your damage videos or pictures. You can do that by sending them to news@WTVA.com. You can also use the WTVA weather app. It's free and available for your Apple or Android smartphone and tablet. We're going to take a 30-minute break and go to nightly news. We'll see you back here at 6.
Always watching, always tracking. WTVA 9 News begins with the Severe Weather Authority.
Good evening, everyone. We continue our team coverage tonight. WTVA meteorologist Stormy Meyer standing by in Clay County, along with our reporter Keandria Malloy, who is in Starkville, as we continue to monitor the weather situation. Of course, during these times, we go over to our chief meteorologist, Matt Lawpon, who's been watching and tracking these storms all afternoon. He's joining us with the very latest on what's happening right now. Matt.
So at 6 p.m., here's where we stand. The tornado threat is over. There are still some counties down there. Want to double check? Yep. Still some counties showing up on the screen with tornado watches out there. Those will be canceled soon. Damage reports, though, are still arriving. Many of them as damaging wind will be classified as something else later. But at this hour, we still have more than 2,500 people without power because of these storms. And that's where we start as we look down in Clay County in particular, one of the hardest hit areas. You can always kind of find where the damage track is, especially if you have an accurate assessment of that. This coming from the folks at 4 County. And you can see quite a few of those power outage reports as we continue to have it there, especially on the southeast side of West Point and then east of West Point as well. So that's where the most significant power outages are continuing at this time. Crews are out there working to get those back up and going. We'll talk more about that here in a couple of minutes. And then, of course, the reports of damage. New pictures in here from Kevin Crook, the sheriff of Monroe County, set through our Craig Ford. This in the Strong area, the southern part of the county. Same tornado that moved near the West Point area caused this damage, or would have caused some of this damage here, as we show there some trees across the roadway. Not always the most impressive trees, but nonetheless enough that if you were under that, it would not be a pleasant ending for you. So tornado watches, we already mentioned this, 2 counties now. Noxubee County, Pickens County, still under those tornado watches. They will be cleared soon, probably within the course of this broadcast in all likelihood. Our severe weather reports continue to add up. There have been some Pontotoc County, up at Tishomingo County, other than this, that will be reported in over the next few hours. But our strongest storms now out there, Jasper, Tuscaloosa, just outside the WTVA 9 News viewing area. Most of what we have in our area remains to be a heavy to moderate rainfall. And that is one of our other concerns that we've watched. When we look at the rainfall rate, that tells us how much adds up if you have it over the course of the hour. And when we talk about thunderstorms, it's always artificially heavy because they're super heavy for a while, but they're not there for a full hour. So when you start looking at what we have here, the shield of rainfall, Louisville approaching Starkville, West Point there, we're talking about a quarter inch to half-inch rainfall per hour. You add maybe 2 more hours of rainfall on there in some spots, and that's where we start to get some fairly hefty totals. So looking at the total rainfall to this point that we have seen, in some cases estimated 2 to 3 inches of rainfall in spots. Some flooding potential remains a very real concern this evening. While it's not going to be everybody, a few locations could see the potential for some flash flooding. At this point, primarily aerial flooding, meaning water that sits and stands versus rushing water. That's flash flooding, the rushing water. Aerial flood warnings in effect for Lamar and sections of Pickens County on Alabama side. So we are past the peak of this event, Emily. We will continue to have some rainfall over the course of the next few hours here. But as far as tornadoes are concerned, we have no more threat of that this evening. So if that's the number one concern, I think we're in good shape. But we continue to assess the damage from possible tornadoes. And one of the locations, of course, where we're looking at that is in the West Point area there. As we look at our cameras, you can see the tops of some trees bent over there. Tops of power lines knocked over on some of the poles there. Some damage to a structure. We go to our Stormy Meyer, who is in Clay County with the very latest on the tornado damage or potential tornado damage that she has seen.
Yeah, Matt, I am currently live outside of a local business in West Point, Prairie Livestock. And as you can see behind me, we have seen some structural damage. There's a big pile of metal rubble right outside of this building. And if you continue to look farther, the livestock buildings have also been destroyed. We do see some fallen trees down. But honestly, Matt, Today has just been a whirlwind day, quite an adventure. Me and Rhea kicked it off in Starkville right outside of a tornado shelter as we continued to see people come into the building as the storm really started to kick off. Lots of flashes of lightning, especially as it continued to roll in at around the 2 p.m. time hour. But as that storm continued to pass through and we heard reports of damage live out here in West Point, we continued to follow it. There we found lots of trees knocked down, a lot of light poles knocked down. So there were some power outages in areas that we did visit. Lots of rain. We did see a couple moments of some drier spells with just some sprinkles, and then we saw some torrential downpours the last hour. Right now we're still continuing to see lots of rain. My hoodie's up, my rain boots are on, so it is a wet one outside. We did see some flooding, and there is still some flooding in some ditches over here, but we are seeing a lot of cars on the road, so that is one thing that we do still need to be mindful of. Even though the majority of this storm has passed through us, this water is no joke, and it is still here and it is still piling up. So we will have reporter Rhea Thornton over here later on in the show to continue to keep you updated on the situation that we are at right now. But live from West Point, I'm Stormy Meyer.
And that was our meteorologist Stormy Meyer joining us from Clay County. Right now, this is some video of the Chapel of Memories. This is on the Mississippi State University campus. Trees down there, and unfortunately, those cars underneath those trees when they came down. That's some smashed metal right there. Crews are also on the scene trying to clear all of those downed trees. And our team coverage continues in Starkville this evening. That is where we find WTVA's Keandria Malloy. She is live in Starkville. She is at Middleton Hall there on the Mississippi State campus with what she is seeing.
Yes, Emily, I'm standing outside of Middleton Hall here on the Mississippi State University campus, where now it is continuing to rain as it was before, but now it's kind of like that fat rain where you get like a few drops and you're already soaking wet, as you can see right now. But this is what I'm looking at right now. This storm damage has brought down a tree over there in the Cobb Institute of Archaeology building. It really just came out of the roots, and I cannot really tell how many trees it was. I figured it was like a one big huge tree, but this is the debris that it has left behind. It's blocked off on all sides of the building, so you can't get in on any place. But this is something I want to show you guys. Look at this. I'm basically standing in a flood right now. It's a little bit above my boots right now, but it is kind of clearing out over there in that drain. But this is all the debris that it has left behind. But as of right now, it is still raining down here, but we will continue to give you all more information as we go toward this severe weather. Live in Starkville, Keandria Malloy, WTVA 9 News.
As we mentioned, crews there on the Mississippi State campus cleaning up in all of that aftermath. Also, just an update from the Smart Transit. Tomorrow, the 23rd, the Hillbin and Library stops are going to be closed on the central route due to all of that storm damage. This is where many people spent their afternoon in their storm shelters. Some safe place selfies sent our way. You can always send us any of your damage videos or photos like that by using the WTVA weather app. That app is free and available for all Apple and Android smartphones and tablets. Gives you access to the radar, temperatures, watches, and warnings. It's got all you need. It also has all of the storm shelters on it. Everything you need on the WTVA weather app. You can go ahead and download that app for free right now. And with the spring season just ramping up, that means more severe weather could be coming in the weeks and months ahead. So if you haven't done so already, go ahead and sign up for Weather Call. There is a charge for the service. Matt and I use it for our family. We really like it. Wakes me up in the middle of the night when there's storms. Just remember, the best way to sign up is by going to WTVA.com/weathercall. And many of you took advantage of the WTVA weather app, sending us your videos and your photos. This is one from Thaxton, a video sent in of the very strong winds that blew. Ooh, you can hear it there on their Ring doorbell. That poor little plant just barely hanging on there in Pontotoc County. Also in Pontotoc County, check out this video. This is from Jackie Gilleen. Really cool video as this manhole just seems to be dancing around in the water. Don't go near it. Luckily, Jackie was far enough back and sent us this video. In Montgomery County, Sheriff Jeff Tompkins hard at work this afternoon, sending us images of trees down in the Huntsville community. That's located not too far from French Camp, which is on Highway 431. You can see that car behind the trees. They're unable to pass. This is why we tell you guys not to get out unless you have to. Sheriff told us he went over, got his chainsaw, and then went out to help remove all of those downed tree limbs. In Starkville, Daniel Herndon sent us some video of the storms moving through that area of Point-Darracott County. You can see the winds and the rain there just making the trees dance. Very strong wind and rain on the streets there of Starkville. Right now, though, taking a live look out of the MDOT traffic cam in Tupelo as the rain continues to come down here. It's 6:09, 62 degrees outside. The rain doesn't seem to be going anywhere. We'll check in again with our chief meteorologist, Matt Lawpon. He's got a complete look at the WTVA Severe Weather Authority forecast coming up in just 2 minutes. Don't go away. Welcome back, everyone, to WTVA 9 News at 6 o'clock as we continue our weather coverage this afternoon. We do want to get to some other news of the day. Mississippi lawmakers are moving closer to adopting some tougher penalties for drug dealers that cause death or injury. House Bill 687 is known as Parker's Law. The bill is named for Parker Rodenbaugh. Parker was an MSU student who died from a drug overdose in 2014. The bill adds penalties up to life in prison for the dealer if a person dies or receives any serious injuries after using heroin or fentanyl. The versions of the bill passed both the House and the Senate. The two sides are now working on a compromise. Also today, a recycling center went up in flames. Here you can see the smoke. Pretty much, well, that's not smoke. That is the teacher pay raise bill. Let's talk about that. Representatives in the Mississippi House adopted a plan to help recruit and retain more teachers in the state. It is called the START Act of 2022. This is the teacher pay plan that both the House and the Senate are working on. It's a $246 million plan that'll boost the average teacher salary by more than $5,100. Also gives teacher assistants a $2,000 a year pay raise. And the House adopted the compromise plan just this morning. Now on to that recycling center that went up in flames. Let's try to take a look at that video. It is absolutely incredible. Want to make sure you don't miss this. Smoke just everywhere. Several fire crews responded to the call this morning at Appliance Plus. This is in Columbus. We are continuing to gather more information about this fire. A North Mississippi community college being recognized by the Mississippi Forestry Commission. That commission named the Northeast Mississippi Community College a higher education tree campus. The college is one of only 4 named statewide and the only community college to earn this distinction. The school is recognized for the management of its campus trees, which offer a number of benefits for the students and faculty. Play this evening thanks to our videographer Alvin Ivy. He is on Highway 50 East near West Point. As you can see, crews there on the scene putting back up some downed power lines. Clay County Sheriff Eddie Scott told me earlier this afternoon that about 25 power poles snapped during the storms there in West Point. And as you can see, at 6:15, they are starting to get that power back on and those poles put back up. Don't try, ooh, snapped a little more there. Gonna take them a while to get this done. Please don't get out unless you absolutely have to. It's a dangerous situation when power lines are down, especially as it gets darker. You may not be able to see them across the road. It can be a deadly situation. Let these men and women do their job. We appreciate all they do. We appreciate you guys for sending us in video and photos today. We're going to check back in with our chief meteorologist, Matt Lawpon, in just 2 minutes. He's got the latest on our forecast. Stay with us.
Now, your WTVA Severe Weather Authority forecast with Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon.
Welcome back to WTVA 9 News at 6 as we continue to cover severe weather this afternoon. It's been a long afternoon of a lot of rain, storms, and lightning.
And lightning, yes. So this picture behind me showing you not everybody likes lightning. In fact, a lot of people, even non-humans, don't. But just a reminder that even these thunderstorms, we talk about the wind and lightning flash, and that dog did not have a good one, did it? Cameras in backyards, they capture all kinds of stuff. Poor guy. Yeah, I don't know if I'd run out and got him out, but I guess you have to do that. The folks, the power crews, Tom Bigby Electric near Lake Piamingo, working to get some of those areas cleaned up. Some trees there that crews were taking care of a little bit ago as they were out and about. Just a reminder that all those power crews, you saw them in Clay County. I'm showing them in Lee County. They're in locations around the Golden Triangle as well. I mean, clearly there are a lot of folks working to clean things up, and that's going to be an extensive process. Just in the last minute and a half, our last county dropped from our tornado watch. That would have been Pickens County, no longer in it. And so as I show you these same storm reports that we've had up here, a couple things to take away. Number one, we still have rainfall rates in some spots here where we have some of the oranges and reds of about 1 inch per hour. Where it's yellows, it's more like a 1/2 inch to maybe 3/4 of an inch per hour. That combination there means we do have at least a limited flooding rainfall potential out of what we continue to have this evening. It's not quite the flash flooding level, but it's also just kind of right on that edge there. So flash flood watches continue for locations where it's still raining at this point here, and that potential is some low-lying areas could have potentially some significant issues there. But as I go back to Storm Track Doppler Radar, this is an example of one of those storms where radar is so incredibly important, and the fact that we don't always get a lot of tornadoes out of these, but sometimes you get that one thunderstorm that just does it. And so as we rewind back here to Louisville, I want to show you that thunderstorm on the wide scale here that caused the damage we saw in Starkville and also the damage we saw there in Clay County. Right there, wrapping up and starting to follow this path, and did that, producing damage all the way through some sections of Monroe County and even into West Alabama. So, and sometimes it's just that one spot at the right place at the right time, or wrong place, wrong time, depending on how you want to angle that there, where you get the worst of that. And luckily, our severe weather threat is largely in the past. So as we go inside the forecast, that's kind of the headline. The tornado threat is over. Heavy rainfall could still cause some spotty flooding. By tomorrow, though, we're drying things out. Temperatures, we will say maybe optimistically about 59 for the high temperature. You take in those southwest winds, it never feels that warm, and the cloud cover lingers most of the day. So Storm Tracker showing us the rainfall exiting at this point. It's a little hot, a little heavy on what it's showing, but the positioning is pretty good with some lingering showers at 8 p.m. still around West Point, Starkville, and Tupelo, working their way eastward after that. But the severe weather threat east of us. And as we go into the overnight hours, that rainfall, as mentioned in the rearview mirror, as we wrap around cloud cover, clouds that keep us cool. You see some green on here. That's not rain for tomorrow. That's more just the moisture being detected on the thickness of the cloud cover. That's why I think it's going to be a struggle to even make 50 degrees for some spots for tomorrow in the afternoon. We'll say optimistically, maybe aggressively, some 60s out there, Columbus, down toward around Macon. We'll show 55 in West Point, in Tupelo, and coming about 55 for Boonville and 54 degrees in New Albany. But as we continue to kind of wrap around cloud cover, I think we'll still be in that somewhat cool zone for early Thursday morning. Enough clearing to get temperatures, probably some of the chilliest that we'll have over the next couple of days. But as that system kind of wraps back a little bit more cloud cover, I just don't think we hit a terribly warm forecast by then. Those chances for things warm up a bit more show up in the extended forecast there. So we're about 56, we'll say, on the average for high temperatures tomorrow. Some spots a little bit cooler than that. We'll go 61 as we look toward Thursday. We're 64 for Friday. Again, some 30s out there for morning lows. Not inconceivable with another push of cooler air as we head toward the weekend that we have some frost. It's tempting. We're in spring to do more planting. I'm not sure I'm there with you yet. But as we look at the extended forecast, upper 70s, 80s as we look toward next week. And there are some projections in that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday time period that do have some stronger storms in there once again. We're hoping that doesn't play out like that, but that remains a possibility. But Emily, we continue to still look through the reports. We've got a ton of weather pictures. You know how this goes. And the WTVA weather app, they just send them in by the bucketful. We're kind of sorting through those, trying to figure out where we have damage so we can pass that along to the Weather Service. If you have damage, we haven't listed your location, please send us a picture and video because we pass that to the Weather Service. They put that in their damage assessments, and that helps us in future events to know what today was capable of, which helps us predict tomorrow and next time.
It definitely helps, and we appreciate all the videos and photos that everyone has sent in so far. Just be safe while you do it. Matt, thank you very much. Right now, taking another live look into Tupelo. There at Barnes Crossing and Gloucester Street at 622. Traffic moving along nicely, but the rain still coming down in buckets. Our chief meteorologist, Matt Lawpon, he's got that forecast for you. But coming up next, Our Andrea Adams will join us from the Mississippi State University campus, where they have seen some damage today. We'll talk to her after this break. Our team coverage continues tonight. WTVA's Andrea Adams is joining us from the Mississippi State University campus. She is near the Chapel of Memories, where they have seen quite a lot of damage. Andrea.
I'm here right on the backside of the Chapel of Memories, and the workers are not here anymore, but they did leave their equipment. And as you can see, they have taped off this section, just trying to keep people from going up there and looking and taking pictures. They didn't get to these bigger limbs right here on the backside, and I just assume that they do plan to come back and get those, but they did get those smaller limbs that were in the front side of the church. It is still raining, not really hard, but it is steady. Reporting live in Starkville, Andrea Adams, WTVA 9 News.
And just a quick mention there, the Smart Transit's not going to run its routes for Hilbin and Library tomorrow. That's the central route, because they're going to be cleaning up that storm damage. But man, look at this video. This was captured in Kemper County as a tornado touched down. I mean, it's clear as day. I wouldn't recommend being outside like these people, but that video absolutely incredible. That was earlier today. This same system of storms has just caused so much damage all the way from Texas into Mississippi as it pushes out of Mississippi on eastward into Alabama and Georgia as well. So please be safe tonight. And you can keep up with the weather anywhere you are with the WTVA weather app. It's got the radar on it and temperatures, watches, or warnings. It's free, you guys. You can't get any better than that. Download it right now for all Apple and Android smartphones and tablets. One final look outside of our MDOT traffic cam tonight in Tupelo as the rain continues to come down. We'll be right back after this. Thank you so much for joining us. News and weather continues right now on ABC WTVA.
Always watching, always tracking. WTVA 9 News begins with the Severe Weather Authority.
Good evening, and thanks so much for joining us. We begin tonight with team coverage across the viewing area. This after a line of severe storms. Right now, we want to get to Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon. He is watching and tracking what we can expect for the rest of the evening.
And so what we're looking at going forward is a potential for, I think, less severe weather, and then obviously clean up with a lot of heavy rainfall still out there. Damage reports still coming in at this time. I think our tornado threat is over. We still have about 2,500 people without power, though that number is starting to decrease due to power crews that are out there and making strides at this point. One location that we're looking at that in the Clay County area, that's why we've had numerous reports of damage to power lines. At one point, Clay County Sheriff saying about 25 poles knocked down there. As you can see, some of that damage in the swath from south of the West Point area all the way kind of on the east side of West Point. That did continue up closer to the Strong community up in sections of Monroe County there. But one thing I want to point out here, when you start looking at the amount of people impacted there, the number restored and the number of those power outages continues to decrease as the number of power issues that are resolved continues to decrease. But a number of pictures also continuing to come in. These from our Maggie McCauley, a meteorologist there from the Mississippi State campus, as she was also monitoring things today. As you can see, traffic blocked off. We'll get a live report from that campus with some of our reporters on the scene here in a few minutes. But one of those trees snapped and significant damage there. Also, some reports of the damage from around the Strong community in southern portions of Monroe County. This coming from Sheriff Kevin Crook there in Monroe County. As of 6:32, now all of our tornado watches have been canceled for our area. And as we look at Storm Track Doppler Radar at this moment here going forward, we still have a lot of lightning with this on the Alabama side, but you'll notice how the heaviest rainfall has started to clear out. And we're going to touch on some of these storm reports here in a minute. Plenty of reports of wind damage and tornadoes from earlier today. And actually, before we get too deep into that, I just want to shoot wide and show you that there were a lot more down south, and you should see some video from some of those coming up here a little bit later on this broadcast, but we expected that because that was closer to the center of this storm system. So as we peel off those storm reports, you notice dry air starting to squeeze in somewhat on the backside. It's not making a huge stride at this point, but it's working its way more toward that. And so because we continue to still have rainfall that in some cases could exceed another inch to 2 inches in some spots, we have flash flood watches that remain in effect for all of our Mississippi counties. But these areas in green are what we call an aerial flood warning. That's water that sits, not rushing water. Rushing water is the kind that's more likely to cause injuries and death. That sitting water, more what we're dealing with here as opposed to the rushing water, but still there could be some issues out there. What do you need to know as we go throughout the evening as temperatures continue to drop? Rain coverage continues to drop from 80% at 7 p.m. down to only about 40% as we look toward 11 of these showers shift on out of here. So as we continue to assess things with crews in the field, we're trying to figure out where the damage is. And one of the crews that we're talking to at this point here is our Rhea Thornton and Stormy Meyer. They are in Clay County monitoring the damage that we have seen there. We will talk to them here in a few minutes, but we want to start first in the Starkville area. Our Keandria Malloy is there looking at some of the damage in and around the Mississippi State campus and around town. Keandria, what do you have?
Yeah, I'm standing outside of the Chapel of Memories right now where we have been assessing this damage for a while now. Now, this is an area where, as you can see, this big old tree, it landed on top of these cars right here. You can probably see some of them are smushed in, the glass is kind of out of the car. It smashed it out of the car. And on this side right here, you can see that they have started cleaning up some of this debris. This big truck, this truck here has a lot of it on top of it. And they do have this blocked off right here because I think it's to make it seem like it is kind of dangerous to be out there right now, and the workers are still going to be working on that further into maybe tomorrow or the next day. They still have their equipment out here, so it is a big job for them to clean up all of this. And the rain right now is steady coming down. I cannot keep my hands dry. They're steady wet, and as we walk up and down the streets right now, it is still a few cars coming through. So if you have to be on the road, be very careful, but if you don't have to be, please don't get out in this weather right now. Live in Starkville, Keandria Malloy, WTVA 9 News.
All right, Keandria, thanks so much. As a reminder, you can always keep up with the severe weather anytime using the WTVA weather app. Gives you access to interactive radar, temperatures, keeps you up to date with any watches or warnings. Plus, you can also see the latest video forecast. Not only that, we have information on how to find your nearest storm shelter. Basically, everything you need to know when the weather gets severe. The WTVA weather app is free. It's available right now for all Apple and Android smartphones and tablets. Take a look at this video in from Kemper County, where as you can see what looks like a tornado, a definite tornado formed in the distance there today. You can see just how that funnel is shaped. It stayed on the ground for quite some time there in Kemper County. This video was posted by Brock Clay. And all throughout the afternoon, we were sent video of the storms from our WTVA viewers just like you. We want to get to some out of Clay County. John Phillips sent us this video of the storm near the Golden Triangle Airport in West Point. Heavy rainfall, strong winds, of course, leading to a lot of damage throughout Clay County. We are working to get you a live shot up from Clay County, where they are cleaning up right now. Also in Clay County, take a look at some more video. Dee sent us this video. Much of the same scene where this was taken as well. Of course, Clay County, one of the hardest hit areas in our viewing area after that severe weather came through. Here is some video out of the Thaxton area in Pontotoc County. A viewer sent us this video of strong winds. Actually blew a patio table off of a deck there. You can just see how strong the wind is when it passed through Pontotoc County. Also in Pontotoc County, take a look at this video from Jackie Gillen. You can see that manhole cover just dancing in the wind. Of course, this video coming out of the Ecru area in Pontotoc County. This as a result of the heavy rain that went into the drainage system. And as a reminder, we do appreciate all of these videos you sent to us today, but we always want you to stay safe as you send us these weather videos and photos. Your safety is our priority. Speaking of safety, take a look at people taking shelter as severe storms pass through where they live. Don't forget, we also want to see your safe place selfies or severe weather photos. You can send those to weather@WTVA.com. At least one tornado touched down in the Jacksboro, Texas area Monday. Take a look at this aerial video showing that damage. Officials said dozens of homes and 2 schools were damaged. Students will get the rest of the week off. 4 people were also hurt in that area. But despite that, the police chief, Scott Haynes, said things could have been much worse.
We're very blessed in our community to have little to no injuries, and that's a blessing.
In that area, a community center is open for those in need of shelter. Take a look at this video also taken in Texas in the Round Rock area. You can see that tornado formed in that store parking lot, all caught on camera as the storm blew through this area Monday evening. It got much worse as you see the rotation over the parking lot. The employee who took this video and another man, you can hear them in the background, begin yelling for people to run inside that building and take cover. Across the state of Texas, 1 person was killed. At least a dozen others were injured by those storms. To Clay County right now, this area suffered heavy damage. You are taking a live look at what looks like some power lines down there in the distance of that shot. Our videographer Alvin Ivy is out there in Clay County right now, checking in on some of those damaged areas. The sheriff told us cleanup efforts are happening right now. We will check back in with our crews in the field as well as Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon as the news at 6:30 continues. Welcome back. Our team coverage continues tonight in Starkville, where the Mississippi State University campus experienced some of that damage after that line of strong storms blew through. Right now, we want to check in with WTVA's Andrea Adams, who is in that area right now. Andrea, tell us exactly where you are and what kind of damage you're seeing.
I'm here right now on campus, and the traffic has been pretty steady. People are coming, and the students are even out and walking with their umbrellas. The rain is still coming down. It's not too heavy, but it is steady. So the kids are out here walking with those umbrellas and those rain boots and rain jackets. The workers are no longer focusing on the chapel they have left for the evening, but they do plan to return sometime either tomorrow or later in the week. And I'm reporting live in Starkville. Andrea Adams, WTVA 9 News.
WTVA's exclusive gas tracker will save you money at the gas pumps. We are tracking the cheapest gas prices in Webster County tonight. The Chevron on Highway 82 in Eupora is selling gas for $3.79 a gallon. That's the cheapest we found this morning. It's also the cheapest in the Eupora area, according to Gas Buddy. Gas is $3.85 at Scott Petroleum in Eupora. Gas Tracker continues all this week on WTVA 9 News. Gas prices are, of course, placing a pinch on wallets pretty much everywhere right now. Gas prices in Union County are slightly higher than those that we reported on previously in Lee County. Drivers can expect to pay an average of $3.87 per gallon. We did find one of the gas stations with the cheapest price is the NA Quick Stop, Reed's Market, and the Myrtle Quick Stop. Follow that. Gas there was coming in at 2 cents higher. It is now 6:43 right now. You are taking a live rainy look in Tupelo tonight. This view is thanks to our MDOT traffic cam at the Barnes Crossing intersection. When we come back, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon is continuing to watch and track the forecast, what we can expect for the rest of the evening. He joins us in just 2 minutes.
Now, your WTVA Severe Weather Authority forecast with Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon.
Well, Matt, we can definitely still hear the rain falling up here on our studio rooftop. What can we expect, though? Of course, a lot of people want to know, are we in the clear when it comes to severe storms?
That one's easy to answer. We are done as far as severe storms and tornadoes are concerned tonight. This was about as close to a tornado video as we got out of these with lines of wind that then tried to spin up tornadoes. This is in the West Point area, south side of town, looking back east toward that area. Can't say for sure it was a tornado on the ground. At that point, the National Weather Service will go out and assess where that touched down. But Matthew is sending us this video here of that wind as it goes around. And watch here at the end. You'll look at the top of this vehicle there as they kind of zoom in. The winds chucking across. You can see how fast those winds are shooting around, and they get the cover at that point there. Always recommend, of course, you get the cover in that situation as well. You can share your pictures with us, weather at WTVA.com, WTVA weather app, Twitter, Facebook, all good ways. But we are in the clear. Our tornado watch has now been canceled for all locations. The rainfall continues, and we continue to get more and more of these damage reports in. And I want to draw your attention to all of these, red tornado reports in particular. Do you see where they are clustered? When we showed that bullseye over and over again the last couple days, we said this is where they're going to have the greatest number of reports. Right there, where we're showing you, back toward Jackson, just south of our area. But Siri, you have this clustering of wind reports, and maybe some of these could end up being confirmed to be tornado reports farther north. So it's just a reminder that you do have them outside of the bullseye, but the greatest clustering is there. And certainly that one in West Point that moved up there south of Aberdeen was one that we obviously had to watch very closely. So the headline, as we kind of alluded to, tornado threat is over. Heavy rainfall will still cause some spotty flooding. That's why we continue to have some flash flood watches in effect, a few aerial flood warnings, especially on the Alabama side, where they've been a little more aggressive on issuing those. So from 49 at 7 a.m., we're going to be about 56. That's it for high temperatures tomorrow. Never feels that warm with southwest winds, breezy pretty much all day. So the rainfall clearing from west to east over the next few hours here. I mean, we'll still have some around at 8:30, 9 o'clock, but the heaviest out here in Alabama by that point. We're wrapping around a little lighter shower activity, but this system sliding away overnight. We'll be left with cloud cover. Our meteorologist, John DeLusick, probably a little more tired because of how late he was in here, and we appreciate him and Gabe and Alan and all the folks behind the scenes that you don't see while we're on the air tracking it, for everything they put in. John will be looking at dry conditions for tomorrow morning, but cloudy, maybe some visibility issues out there, but I don't think we're talking about fog. I think the wind's probably moving too quickly for that. Some drizzle, not impossible, but anything you see here really light. That's just more than anything showing us the thick cloud cover that we have in play for tomorrow, and that holds temperatures down. We'll say 55 for the high temperature in Tupelo. That might be pushing it a little bit. Low 60s for some spots. Honestly, this version of Storm Tracker is a little more aggressive than probably reality. I want to show you something that's a little cooler and maybe more reasonable for afternoon temperatures tomorrow, close to the 50-degree point, upper 40s. But you can see how if you get out of that cloud cover, mid-50s for Macon and Aliceville. So definitely a big contrast there. As we go throughout your Thursday, starting off chilly, 30s for morning lows. By Thursday in the afternoon, we should have enough sunshine to start warming things up a little bit more there. But in general, we are expecting conditions to be relatively dry and clear the latter part of this week. So I think we'll go through Friday, Saturday, Sunday as we look at some of those days. Definitely looking at temperatures warming up a bit more. Maybe a lot more as we go into the extended forecast. You can see some 70s on the way back by the first part of next week, maybe some 80s out there. We are tracking a chance for some thunderstorms in that extended forecast that could potentially become somewhat more significant. We'll have updates on that, of course, as we get closer. But one of the headlines today have been the pictures coming out of Holmes County, in particular around the Holmes County Community College area. I want to show you some pictures here. This of a roof that, I mean, clearly is not where it's supposed to be. Some of the more significant damage there, folks, out on the balconies going, what happened? Unfortunately, the what happened, not a pleasant situation. As I take you through a couple of the other pictures and videos that we've had come in. I mean, you've seen some of these before, a lot of them. Some safe place selfies. Appreciate Pat for sending us that one there. A lot of rainfall, a lot of water. This is a picture here from Clay County of some of the tree damage. There wasn't a lot of tree damage. If there's one thing that we have not mentioned that we need to mention, it's the fact that we've been very fortunate on the positioning of where these storms were the strongest, where we had the most significant severe weather in Clay County. That's a fairly open area. Fairly open part of the WTVA 9 News viewing area, and so luckily we have not had really many reports of damage related to that. And of course, but we have had some, and we'll continue to have updates to the buildings and things like that as they continue to try to bring power lines back online there. But as we look in the Starkville area, again, those tree reports down primarily on Mississippi State campus, that's the same thunderstorm as it moved through. And it's just a reminder there, Alyssa, how fortunate that we were. No reports of injuries out of really any of the locations so far today. Hopefully that's something that continues to hold as we go into the evening and overnight hours. And we hope to hear it a little bit, get a little bit more information from in and around the Starkville area, but we'll of course let you have that as it becomes available.
All right, Matt, definitely know it's been a busy day. We appreciate everyone for sending us in those pictures and videos, working to get that live shot up for you from Stormy. We'll keep you updated in the next 2 minutes. Welcome back, and we do continue our team coverage this evening after that line of severe weather blew through today, causing a lot of damage in particular areas. Right now, we want to check back in with our crews who are live in the Clay County area. We want to pull up Stormy Meyer. There she is right there. She joins us now live from Clay County. Stormy, tell us where you are and what you are seeing there.
We are live outside of West Point off of alternate highway I-45, and if you can tell, I just want to give everybody a visual because Matt continues to talk about all of this flooding and people are continually still on the road. So this is what I just fell into not very long ago. Me and Rhea both fell into a puddle and it came past my knee. So this rain is continuing to come down. Thankfully, we're now at a drizzle over here in West Point and it's not as heavy as we were seeing, but everybody still be aware. Even though it's not coming down as hard, that is what you can fall into and what you can drive into. So as the day continues to go on, still be aware of that. But for right now, the winds are starting to die down, but they're still blowing. So stay aware for the rest of the night. Outside of West Point, I am meteorologist Stormy Meyer.
All right, Stormy, definitely try to stay as dry as possible out there. In other news tonight, volunteers are organizing an effort in Union County to help clean up this weekend. It's part of the Great American Cleanup for 2022. Locals will roll up their sleeves and pitch in to pick up trash and help with neighborhood beautification programs. It all happens this weekend. If you would like to help, you can meet up at the Union County Heritage Museum at 9 o'clock Saturday morning. Right now at 6:55, you are taking a live look in Oxford. This view is thanks to our MDOT traffic cam. Slick roads across the area. Rain continuing to fall in parts of our viewing area. When we come back, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon takes one final check of your forecast.
Live, local, late breaking. This is WTVA 9 News.
Take a look at this video. This is from our sister station, the NBC affiliate WDSU in New Orleans. You can see that massive tornado moving through New Orleans, targeting the lower 9th Ward. Already tonight, no less than 3 possible tornadoes hitting the lower part of Louisiana. New Orleans Fire Department has requested a major EMS response with reports of people injured and trapped. Of course, this all developing within the last hour or so. No doubt a very scary situation there unfolding tonight in New Orleans. Right now, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon joins us. Matt, where is that system tracking right now?
Into South Mississippi. It's not as strong as it was. And you mentioned, those occurring over a period of time. Those tornadoes, there were 2 sides, of course, Lake Pontchartrain there, both with tornadoes almost at the exact same moment. That tornado touchdown, you can see, well, I'm going to go to one frame there. Watch this. At 7:25, 7:26 or so, we show at both locations there, those tornadoes. The one you were looking at there in basically downtown New Orleans, there, lower 9th Ward on the southeast side, significant tornado. You had what we call vorticity tubes. If you saw the finger kind of hang off the side of that, that's a sign of not just a tornado, but a strong tornado. And so that thunderstorm, those 2 thunderstorms have kind of shifted into our area over the last hour, hour and a half or so. Now I show one of them near Wiggins, the other one just southeast of Hattiesburg. Both are massively weaker than they were as that storm comes comes in. And one of the tricky things anytime we kind of talk about these is the moisture. When you have these bands that come off of the Gulf of Mexico, it's hard to really sample these, and so sometimes they move on shore, just like with a hurricane. It can add shear, and that can cause those tornadoes to spin up, and that's a fairly significant one. We've had our share today in the central and northern part of the state. Seriously, the cluster around Jackson has been extremely significant, but back also in the southern and western portion of our area, and you can see all the way there, Grenada, we show back toward around the Montgomery County area, numerous reports of some trees down there, and of course that report of the tornado, or at least the wind damage in Starkville and tornado around the West Point area. We've had quite a few of these reports today, but the severe weather threat has wound down, and our rain coverage is winding down now. As we go into this evening, the rain coverage continues to diminish, and after we shut that off 3 o'clock in the morning, we are dry for your Wednesday. And Alyssa, I expect we'll stay dry Thursday, Friday, much of the extended forecast as well. There are some in the extended forecast. Unfortunately, more storm chances we could look at. We'll talk briefly about that and the rest of your work week, of course, coming up.
All right, Matt, we'll check back with you in just a few minutes. And as Matt just mentioned, we did have some possible tornadoes move through our area today. One of those over in Clay County. Right now, that's where we find WTVA meteorologist Stormy Myers in Clay County. Stormy, tell us the damage you are seeing there tonight.
We are still live in West Point on more of those country back roads, and that's where today we experienced the majority of that flood damage that we've seen and building damage. We saw some of this earlier today in some of our previous shows. Lots of roofing, metal roofing. You can see this fence is also knocked down. So this is the majority of the damage that we've seen so far. But overall, we are drying out tonight. I still have my raincoat on and my hoodies up, so we still do see some sprinkles. It was a little bit harder as of around 10 minutes ago, but thankfully for me and Ria's sake, it's starting to die down for the end of the night. It was a little bit drier coming out here, and it picked up just briefly, so hopefully in the next 20 to 30 minutes we're going to get that rain to dissipate. But for right now, we're still on these back roads tracking out and looking at all of the damage that we've been seeing across the entirety of the West Point area for today.
All right, Stormy, thanks so much for that update. We'll check back in with our crews there in Clay County throughout the broadcast. That storm also swept through and left parts of the campus on Mississippi State damaged today. Take a look. A big tree between Middleton Hall and Cobb Institute of Archaeology came up from the roots and laid down on Hardy Road on campus there. As of right now, crews have not started to clean up that debris. The road on both sides is blocked off for safety.
That tree, I mean, I've walked past that tree 100 times, and I can't believe that it's been knocked down. You know, I mean, it takes a lot of wind to knock down a tree of that size.
Campus police there at Mississippi State are advising everyone to stay away from that area until they can get it all cleared. Take a look at this video in from Point-Darracott County, this taken in the Thaxton area. A video sent, you can see the strong wind there blowing around. Eventually it blew off a patio table there off of a deck. You can see just how strong the winds were when the storm passed through Point-Darracott County today. Also in Point-Darracott County, check out this video. This was sent from our viewer Jackie Gillen. It's a video of that manhole cover dancing in the wind. She sent us this video. You can see the air coming out as the heavy rain went into that drainage system. As always, we appreciate our viewers sending us these videos. We want you to stay safe as you send us your weather videos and photos. Your safety is always our priority. And we also continue to get some photos sent to us on social media as well. Take a look at some of these. This coming out of the Pleasant Hill area. This one out of West Point. You can see continual tree damage, much of like what we saw there in Aberdeen. That metal building blown as a result of strong winds. More damage out of Monroe County, that tree uprooted. This taken in the Goodman area from the sheriff. You can see the awnings of those buildings. Noxubee County, another one impacted today by this strong line of storms. This was in the Strong community in Monroe County as well. You can see the trees down in that area. Over in Tremont, Itawamba County, also seeing some trees down in that area. Of course, we appreciate all of our viewers sending us your weather photos and videos. Make sure you do so safely. As a reminder, times like this, you always want to have the WTVA Severe Weather app downloaded. It gives you access to interactive radar, temperatures and keeps you up to date with any watches or warnings. Plus, you can see the latest video forecast. Not only that, on the WTVA weather app, we have information on how to find your nearest storm shelter. You can also, that's an easy way to send us those pictures and videos. That WTVA weather app, it's free, available right now for all Apple and Android smartphones and tablets. At least one tornado touched down in Jacksboro, Texas on Monday. People there busy cleaning up. Take a look at this aerial video showing the extent of that damage. Officials said dozens of homes and 2 schools were impacted. Students there will get the rest of this week off. 4 people were hurt. Despite that, the police chief, Scott Haynes, said things could have been much worse.
We're very blessed in our community to have little to no injuries, and that's a blessing.
Tonight, a community center is open for those in need of shelter. And take a look at this video caught on camera. This was taken in Round Rock, Texas, in a store parking lot. You can see that tornado ripping through that area on Monday. It got much worse as the rotation continued over the parking lot. The employee who took this video and a man, you can hear them yelling in the background for people to run inside that building. Across the state, 1 person was killed, at least a dozen other people injured in those violent storms. Right now it is 9:08. You are getting a live look tonight in New Orleans. This is where crews are working to clear rubble, piles of debris after that tornado ripped through that area just a little over an hour ago. This is a live look, live drive provided by our affiliate WDSU. We'll continue to track what's happening there in New Orleans. Plus, Ukraine forces fought off Russian efforts to occupy more land. More on how they accomplished this as the news at 9 o'clock continues.
Now, your WTVA Severe Weather Authority forecast with Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon.
Well, Matt, definitely a busy day all across the area. Really, though, things could have been much worse in our area than what we saw happen today.
Well, and we're still going to have some assessment as to just how many tornado touchdowns we had. National Weather Service will go out and do those damage surveys. That'll take the remainder of this week largely for those crews go out there. One thing we know is that we continue to still have folks without power at this time, though those power outage numbers are decreasing as crews are working very hard to get the lines back up and reconnected. About 1,700 customers in our area still without power at this time. Damage reports include no injuries in our area, which is always the number one thing that we are excited to see after one of these events. You never want people to get injured, and so far we have been very fortunate. We'll have to continue to see if that holds on. Significant damage pictures continue to emerge from New Orleans this evening, as you've seen earlier on this broadcast, and we'll probably have more of those before we're said and done as we continue to watch things. But one thing that is also changing, those winds are finally calming down somewhat. The temperature is still hanging there in the mid-60s, but those should drop a bit more as we go into the evening. As we go inside the forecast, we're looking at that dropping temperature, the cooler, drier air coming in behind this storm system. As you can see, 50s back in northwest Mississippi. It's not a dramatic drop, and if you look closely, there's a couple of different lines there. The one that we have associated with the thunderstorms through Huntsville and the Meridian area, and then back farther west, the one that's with the dropping temperatures back toward Little Rock and Monroe, Louisiana. That's more of our drop in temperatures that we have on the way for tomorrow. And Storm Track Doppler Radar, still watching those thunderstorms down at South Mississippi. No tornado warnings on those at this time, though there is one out there for location south of the Birmingham area. All of those other boxes you see are flash flood warnings. Very heavy rainfall we've had today. No flash flood warnings in our area associated with this, just south, just east, as we depicted last night on Storm Tracker there, that some of the heaviest rainfall close, but thankfully not right overhead. So the rain continues to taper off between now and the next few hours here as those temperatures will drop back, we'll say upper 50s by around 1 a.m. Still a couple of showers on the Alabama side, but we're pretty much done by early tomorrow. We're 49 to begin early tomorrow morning, and temperatures don't budge a lot during the day. You can see by noontime, cloudy, still arguably maybe even a little bit drizzly in some spots. The temperatures at noontime tomorrow struggling to make it in the upper 40s. As we talk about a lot, it feels like this time of year. The equation for wind chill doesn't count until you're below 49 degrees or 49 degrees and below. So when we look at wind chill temperatures, that's the reason there's just such a difference there. It's going to be about the same feeling in all spots. It just kind of games the system there in some locations. So that's the reason why you look so warm in Aliceville. You're not going to be really that much warmer. It's just a technicality that you feel that much warmer because you don't. It's going to be cool even through noontime and tomorrow afternoon. Temperatures will struggle to even make it to the 50-degree point, maybe 51, 52 for some spots, but honestly, not a particularly warm day. With those winds remaining fairly breezy, wind gusts up in excess of 20 miles per hour through a good chunk of tomorrow. Still those clouds into the evening. Those do try to clear out a bit, and by early Thursday morning, that could leave us with temperatures that get down into the mid-30s for some spots. So kind of on the borderline there for frost territory. Hard to think. Severe weather, warmth today, warmth the last couple days. Makes no difference. The dry air then behind this system makes sure the temperatures drop back into the mid-30s for some of those morning lows by the first part of early Thursday morning. As we go toward Thursday afternoon and into the evening, we do expect we'll probably continue to have some of those strong westerly winds remaining fairly breezy. Some of those wind gusts showing up there on Thursday in the neighborhood of 20, maybe 25 miles per hour in some locations. So I think the next few days stay fairly breezy, arguably a little bit windy as we wrap up this work week. As we check out that 7-day forecast, we are going to stay dry, I think, through the rest of this week, into the weekend, and really into the first part of next week. And one of the things we're still working on, admittedly, I haven't spent a ton of time looking at it today because of other things, but next week, in that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday time period, we have at least some projections trying to bring another batch of storms into the area. Could they be strong to severe? Hey, listen, we're working our way into April at this point here, late March, early April. So yeah, there's a possibility there. So we'll watch that, of course, closely. Alyssa, we'll have a little bit more on that a little later on this broadcast. I'm going to specifically walk right over the Weather Center there and get a new look at the latest data just to kind of hone that down a little bit.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. And we do continue our team coverage of today's storms with a look at what happened in Clay County. Right now, WTVA's Rhea Thornton joins us live in Clay County with an update. Rhea, tell us what's going on where you are.
Alyssa, since you last checked in with us, the rain has continued to change. When Stormy was on, it really wasn't raining much. Then after she got off, the rain really started to come down hard. But now, once again, there is barely any rain, but the wind has started to pick up. I will say that the road has started to dry since we were last on, but the ground is still very wet. And actually, there is some running water down here in a ditch. So there has just been a lot of rainfall, and with that rainfall has come lots of cooler temperatures. Earlier today it was in the 70s, and tomorrow it'll be in the 50s. So there is a lot of cooler temperature coming in after that severe weather. That's all I have for you for now. Reporting live in West Point, Rhea Thornton, WTVA 9 News.
All right, Rhea, thanks so much. Definitely her and Stormy staying busy out there in Clay County. We appreciate those live updates. Meanwhile, check out people taking shelter as those severe storms pass through their area. Don't forget to send in your safe place selfies or severe weather photos. You can always send those to news@WTVA.com or send us those using the WTVA weather app. Stock up or stock down? Several Mississippi State Bulldogs worked out for NFL teams in Starkville, hoping to increase their standing in the upcoming NFL draft. It is now 9:27. It looks like the storm, of course, the heavy part of the storm is cleared out for the most part of our area. Many now are left to clean up the damage left behind. We hear from one local homeowner when WTVA 9 News on WLOB continues. And as the teacher shortage continues to get worse throughout the state, representatives in the Mississippi House adopted a plan to help with that issue. We explain their plan on how to tackle it as the news at 9 o'clock continues.
Live, local, late breaking. This is WTVA 9 News.
Right now at 9:30, we want to give you a look at this video from our sister station, the NBC affiliate in New Orleans. You can see what appears to be a massive tornado moving through New Orleans. This targeting parts of New Orleans, specifically the lower 9th Ward. That was the area that was heavily damaged by Hurricane Katrina 17 years ago. According to a new report dropped from the Associated Press, there were no immediate reports of injuries from that storm, but of course that is still very developing tonight. So far, 3 possible tornadoes hitting the lower part of Louisiana. The fire department there in New Orleans has requested a major EMS response tonight. As you can imagine, a very scary developing situation. Back here at home, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhan joins us to track where that storm is heading now.
And let's be honest here for a second, still early on those reports on whether or not we're talking about injuries, and hopefully the lack of injuries is something that continues. But we have seen reports of overturned vehicles, roofs completely off of houses, a lot of very significant damage with that. That was a violent tornado there, so let's hope that we don't cure anything worse than that. Those storms up here close to the Wiggins area have died out almost, well, they haven't died out completely, but the rotation is not at a tornado producing level. There was another thunderstorm that's prompted a tornado warning coming right off of the water there off the Gulf of Mexico for the Mobile area, but of course that well to our south. And this evening that we do continue to have, of course, a lot of storm reports over top of our area. The peak risk for rainfall, severe weather has all slipped away from us. So Alyssa, we are done with the severe weather threat as far as tonight is concerned. As we look forward though, well, we talked about this a minute ago, the severe weather threat for next week, and there is a chance there that we are analyzing the extended forecast. We'll give you a first look at that and a little more detail coming up here in a few minutes.
All right, Matt, check back in with you then. And we do want to continue our team coverage tonight. Of course, we have teams that are all throughout the viewing area following those reports of areas that were damaged. Right now, we want to get to WTVA's Stormy Meyer. She joins us in Clay County. Clay County is an area we've kept a close eye on. Stormy, tell us where y'all are at, what has changed, what you're seeing right now since we last checked in with you in Rhea.
We are still live in West Point on more of those backcountry roads, and looking back on the day that we have had chasing out this weather for you and tracking out the damage, most of it has occurred on more of these back roads where the trees are very thick, so the wind really had an impact, especially on those homes out there, as we did see some damaged outhouses over there. Lots of power lines down and tree branches broken, but reflecting back on the time in the main area of West Point, really only a couple potted plants knocked over. Most everything remained intact, and even a couple people still in their workplace. So mostly it was out in the rural areas where we are currently located is where we saw a lot of that damage. Obviously, we did see some over in Starkville, and that was more in the central part of the city, but definitely over here in West Point where we are located, it was more in those rural areas and on those rural back roads. Reporting live in West Point, I'm meteorologist Stormy Meyer with WTVA 9 News.
All right, Stormy, we appreciate that update. Of course, Stormy and Rhea, they're out in Clay County providing us the team coverage tonight. This is what it looked like after storms blew through Clay County. You can see this video in the daylight. You are looking at some of that damage here. This video was all taken by our videographer, Alvin Ivy. Sheriff Eddie Scott told us around 24 power poles came down, lots of trees down all over, and roofs blown off buildings. One lady was at home when the storm came through and talked to us about what she experienced.
It sounded like a train was coming down the hallway. It was just so scary, and we just heard, all kind of noise, like stuff coming off the roof and things like that. So first thing I said was, we just started praying because it was just really, really scary.
And that storm system left its mark on Mississippi State's campus in a big way and in a few different locations. Take a look. A tree branch fell in front of the Chapel of Memories on MSU's campus earlier today. MSU workers started cleaning the area shortly after, taping off certain parts so no one would get near those branches, because of course it is still very dangerous with all that debris scattered. Sophomore Joel Smith said he spent most of the day in his dorm, but he did come out for dinner. That's when he saw the storm damage.
I see this truck first, filled with branches. I'm like, man, something really big must have fallen over. And then I see half the tree just fell off and fell on top of some of those cars. And man, I'm glad it's not my car.
No one was injured there in Starkville, but about 4 vehicles were ruined. Luckily, no one was inside of those vehicles at the time. Take a look at this damage from South Mississippi. This is in Madison County. Some neighborhoods sustained severe damage by heavy winds and possible tornadoes. Several roads had to be closed because of downed power lines in this area. You can see the extent of the damage. Thousands were left without electricity as crews worked to restore power. The roofs of some buildings were so badly damaged like this, rain poured in as if there was no roof at all. It's now just about 9:36. Listen up, if you take blood pressure medicine, there is a recall alert you need to know about tonight. this story as the news at 9 o'clock continues.
Welcome back. Of course, today with the tornadoes, in a lot of ways, we didn't have a lot of reports in our areas, and some of these could eventually be confirmed to be tornado touchdowns. But Alan, I mean, luckily, no major cities in our area hit.
Yeah, so definitely a flatter part of the state hit. As you go in closer to West Point, you know, there's a lot of flat prairie lands extending up alternate 45 coming out of Clay County all the way up into Tupelo. So we were definitely lucky that this kind of was in a less densely populated area.
I mean, even just outside of West Point, you know, it's fairly open field, so not as many tree damage reports what we've had previously. And Gabe, I think we would agree the positioning on this was actually pretty good based on the risk levels we were looking at.
Yeah, so the moderate risk was right around the Jackson area, and as you mentioned earlier in the forecast, it extended north, so it actually did include that Starkville area, so that tornado was not out of where the bullseye was.
Yeah, it was still in that, and there's clearly a clustering back toward Jackson. That's why over the last couple of days, that's been the preference zone where, you know, we've been focused down in central Mississippi for really the last week as we've looked at this. So here are the storm reports going back and including yesterday as well. Not often you get 2 moderate risk, level 4 out of 5 risks over 2 days. And I mean, Alan, looking back toward Texas, a lot of reports there as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like you said, we've been talking about this, or y'all have been talking about this for several days, and I think they pretty much nailed the specific area where a lot of the reports were seen.
Yeah, and this is where that level 4 risk was yesterday. But one of the things is then people sometimes only look at the center of the bullseye. You can still get tornadoes. Pretty good clustering of tornadoes there in North Texas, South Oklahoma, which was still in the risk, but not in that level 4 risk. So a reminder that even if you're only in a level 2 or level 1 risk, tornadoes can still sometimes happen there and cause damage. Appreciate it. Our Alan Matthew, our Gabe Maynor, as we continue to look back on the severe weather threat from today.
Now, your WTVA Severe Weather Authority forecast with Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon.
Well, Matt, the big question tonight, what many people want to know, are we in the clear when it comes to the rest of the evening?
We are. And if you're concerned about weather and this kind of thing keeps you up, go to sleep. Don't worry about that. That is not an issue here. We're still assessing the damage, and we are looking ahead toward another chance for storms for next week. We'll break down in more detail here in a minute. But these pictures incoming via our Craig Ford, who's relaying them on the part of the Monroe County Sheriff's Department there. Reports of tree and damage here in the Strong area of Monroe County. That's the far southern portion of it there. Some fairly decent sized trees decapitated there. That's sometimes a sign of strong straight line winds, other times a sign of tornadoes. It'll depend on how those, if they're kind of directed toward one another, pointing toward one location. A lot of times that tells us that there was something that moved through one point and sucked it all up. And that's what we will find out, whether or not it's tornado damage or other kind of damage. National Weather Service will be doing some damage surveys on that. The strongest part of this system has exited, and we have just residual rainfall left at this time, continuing to watch this line eventually slide on east and slide out of here. So we are past the worst, and we expect as we go into the overnight hours, we'll continue to watch this kind of slide out of here. So we kind of zoom it back in here. We look at Storm Tracker, all the heavier rainfall moving away from us. Still some leftover rainfall, but not as much. And cloud cover that is insulating us and keeping us from being even cooler. I think our coldest night, not tonight, but tomorrow night behind this front as it moves through. So some 40s to start tomorrow, and it might not warm up much from there. In fact, you see these dots, they represent winds out of the west direction, bringing in drier air and making sure that tomorrow feels cool from start to finish. We expect high temperatures. Okay, not high temperatures. Let's go afternoon temperatures. So I'm going to put Wednesday's highs on here. Warmest temperatures are going to be here in about an hour, 2 hours and 15 minutes at midnight. So that's when we'll have our warmest temperature. So high temperature is probably a misnomer on this here, but afternoon temperatures, when you would expect it to be at its warmest, will be mid-50s in some spots, maybe at the warmest. And honestly, this number is overshot here. Let me go to a different projection, which is a little higher resolution at this time. You notice how it drops those into the upper 40s and lower 50s for some spots. So not a particularly warm day. We typically should be around 69. So hour by hour forecast has us from 49 in the morning. We'll say best case scenario, 53 by noon, 56 by afternoon, but some spots will not be that warm. I want to give you kind of the aggressive best case scenario as opposed to necessarily where we end up. I think we'll be 61 for Thursday, drier and clearer weather as we wrap up the remainder of this week and look toward the weekend. But next week, I show it on Tuesday, but we're watching beyond that. Wednesday, Thursday, a chance that could include some stronger thunderstorms. Let's zoom ahead to storm ingredients. This is where we're at right now here. And we talked about those strong winds aloft, everything kind of components in place for severe weather today, and that's what we had. So I'm going going all the way. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Now we're looking toward Wednesday of next week. Now we're looking toward Thursday of next week, and another system kind of scooting in from the west. An area of rainfall and storms is looking toward next Thursday that will roll toward us and bring us some active weather. Now, is this severe weather at this distance out? If I peel off the rainfall for a moment here, you'll notice we have the strong winds aloft. That's kind of in the right spot. You'll notice we have the fuel for this. That's a little more impressive down to the south, and we kind of check out one of the other kind of lead indicators we look at this distance here, what we call the supercell composite, that sees whether or not we will have some rotating thunderstorms with this. As this kind of piles in the data as we're kind of looking at it here, it's on the edge there where it's a possibility. I'm going to look at a different projection. That's what we call the American model, or the GFS. This is the European projection, and that just has to do with the people that run these models on their supercomputers. So as I zip ahead here toward next Wednesday in the afternoon, Wednesday in the evening, quite a few thunderstorms to the west of us associated with this, and you do see a little more fuel in our area in those late evening Wednesday, early Thursday time period there for some thunderstorms pretty close to us. Now, while it does have the heavies that kind of jump around us, that's close enough that I think there are enough indications there we could be talking about some stronger to severe thunderstorms by the middle to arguably latter portion of next week, a little more than a week off there. So it is March. We can't say we're too terribly shocked that we have that kind of active pattern, but with everything out of here for tomorrow, we'll be a little cooler for those morning lows, cool enough as we look toward Thursday and toward the latter part of this week and the weekend, where it probably is a little bit early to do some of that planting. But Alyssa, at this point here, it looks as though things are going to be in pretty good shape. We just have to work to clean up some of the damage that we have had.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. We want to continue our team coverage tonight of the line of strong storms that blew through, particularly over in Clay County right now. That's where we find WTVA's Rhea Thornton. She is in Clay County, joins us now live with an update.
I'm live in West Point. We are still on Burton Ferry Road here in West Point, a little bit further down from where we were before, not much more than a quarter mile at this point, but it's a little difficult to see. You can see that Stormy was talking about there has been damage all throughout the county roads, but now you can really see a different type of storm damage. This is a tree that has completely snapped in half. It is not in the road, luckily, but it is still falling over this ditch area, and there's been other fallen trees that have been blocking the roads here in West Point. Luckily, not on this road, but make sure to be aware if there are any other big trees, branches, twigs in the road, because it may still be a problem. Reporting live in West Point, Rhea Thornton, WTVA 9 News.
All right, Rhea, thanks so much for that update. Of course, our coverage will continue on the storm damage over on NBC at 10 o'clock. In the meantime, we still have more news here on WLOV. This Easter, you can get more creative when it comes to your peeps. We tell you how coming up.
Live, local, late breaking. This is WTVA 9 News.
You can see it.
You sure can see it. One after another after another. The storm system that spawned tornadoes across the South caused another tornado touchdown tonight. This one caught on camera in New Orleans. This is while the NBC affiliate WDSU was live on the air. You can see that tornado there on the ground near the city's Ninth Ward. That should sound familiar to you, the same area hit by Hurricane Katrina. Already tonight, low less than 3 possible tornadoes hitting lower Louisiana. New Orleans Fire Department requested a major EMS response with reports of people trapped inside. A very scary night for those folks. It's been a scary couple of days for a lot of people. Our chief meteorologist, Matt Lopon, joining us now with what's happening down south and currently here at home.
Yeah, still seeing reports, pictures of vehicles flipped over, roofs off of homes there with that storm. It was one of now 4 tornado reports coming from around New Orleans area, all about the same time, all around 7:30 this evening. Those storms have moved into Mississippi, but you see no tornado warnings they have luckily weakened over the last few hours here. It's a different story as our storm reports continue to come in. We've talked a lot about that bullseye the last few days where the maximum number of reports clearly around the Jackson area, Yazoo City, certainly the case, and a lot of these coming in as tornado reports. And many of these wind damage reports, that's what these tree images you see there, some of those will end up being confirmed as tornado reports in our area. A lot of these are trees that were reported down over roadways, and in many cases, thankfully, power restored in some of those spots. But our tornado, our most significant circulation, starting very near the Starkville area, thunderstorm wind damage we talked a lot about there along the Mississippi State campus. We'll have more on that here in a few minutes. And of course, another report of storm damage there about where this could have touched down, very near the location, the Osborne area there. And then, of course, that tornado touchdown in West Point. But I'm going to come up here closer to Darracott and in near the Strong community. That's where our Craig Ford sending in these pictures from the Monroe County Sheriff's Department of, as you can see, a tree there, kind of certainly some significant damage to that. They're having to move that one out of the way. Trees split and fallen over, and certainly a significant damage out of that one there. Emily, this evening, as we continue to assess these different reports of damage and we look at that hour-by-hour forecast, I can tell you that no more severe weather is in store for us this evening. That is all in the past. But there is a threat we are watching in the extended forecast, loosely timing out next week. We're going to look at Storm Tracker where that could become an impact for us and break down the remainder of this week's forecast here in a few minutes.
Matt, sounds good. Thank you so much.
It sounded like a train was coming down the hallway.
That's Willie Davis. She was in her home when the storms hit Clay County this afternoon. You'll hear more from her later on in the show, but right now, our Stormy Meyer joining us live in Clay County to tell us about some of the damage that she saw from today's storms.
We're still live in West Point along more of those rural roads, taking you a bit of a closer look into some of these knockdown trees and the damage that we saw earlier today. We focused on a lot of the metal roofing that came down, but this is just an example of that tree damage. It is a tree that is basically cracked in half. It is riding that line just on the road, but not quite there to affect the cars that are driving along the roadways. However, along our storm damage pathways today, we did see two massive trees cutting across the entire road along Churchill Road out here in West Point. So thankfully this tree did not cause any of that damage, but it is just one of the many examples that we have seen throughout our travels today out here in West Point, tracking out all of this damage. We are seeing also some puddles similar to the ones that Rhea and I fell in earlier today, causing me to be knee-high in water. So those are still very prevalent around here. So we're being careful as we are looking at this damage, as you should be if you go out. But these are just some of the many examples that we've been seeing along these back country roads. Reporting live in Clay County, I am Stormy Meyer with WTVA 9 News.
Stormy, thank you. And that storm system left its mark on Mississippi State's campus in a big way in a few locations. A tree branch fell in front of the Chapel of Memories on State's campus earlier today. More than just one little limb. That was a big one. MSU workers started clearing and cleaning up the area shortly after it fell. They did tape off the area so no one would go near the branches because it can be very, very dangerous. Sophomore Joel Smith says he spent most of the day in his dorm, but he came out for dinner and noticed all the damage.
I see this truck first, filled with branches. I'm like, man, something really big must have fallen over. And then I see half the tree just fell off and fell on top of some of those cars. And man, I'm glad it's not my car.
Thankfully, no one was injured, but about 4 vehicles, well, they look pretty busted. Luckily, no one was inside any of those vehicles at the time. And then just across campus, this was the scene. Another big tree fell and blocked one of the main roads. It fell between Middleton Hall and the Cobb Institute of Archaeology and came up from the roots right on Hardy Road on campus. Those big trees kind of act like a big sail in the wind, and they just come crashing down. As of now, crews have not started cleaning up this particular area. The road on both sides blocked off for safety purposes.
That tree, I mean, I've walked past that tree 100 times, and I can't believe that it's been knocked down. I mean, it takes a lot of wind to knock down a tree of that size.
Actually, it doesn't take that much, believe it or not. Campus police are advising everyone to stay away from that area until they can get it cleared. Lots of video of storm damage coming in all across North Mississippi. This one's from Thaxton. Video sent in at the strong winds that blew a patio table around. Ooh, you can hear the wind. It is strong. That poor little potted plant just hanging on for dear life in Pontotoc County. Also in Pontotoc County, check out this video from our viewer, Jackie Gillen. That manhole's just dancing in the rain. This is video as the wind came whipping around. You can see the air coming out, that heavy rain when it went into the drainage system. We always like to see your photos. Just be safe and from a good distance like this one when you do take your photos or your videos. And take a look at these photos that you sent to us on social media today. Lots happening. Pleasant Hill. We've got some trees down. Looks like a tree that just bloomed. Also West Point seeing some damage, getting a lot from the Clay County area. Aberdeen, you can tell that this shed, a metal shed, just tore off its foundation. Again, more big trees. We've seen a lot of tree damage as well as snapped poles and a lot of scenes like this, like what the sheriff in Goodman sent us, parts of awnings and buildings falling over, and then 4 County Electric in Noxubee County showing us those downed power lines. It can be very dangerous out there after a storm, so we recommend don't get out unless you absolutely have to because it can be very dangerous. But you can keep up with the severe weather anytime by using the WTVA weather app. You have the radar, temperatures, watches, warnings. You've got a list of storm shelters on there as well. You can also send us your videos and your photos. You can do all of that through the WTVA weather app. Best part about it, it is free and you can get it right now for any Apple or Android smartphone or tablet. And a tornado touched down, captured on video in Kemper County. Obviously, this video shot from a safe distance away, but the video nonetheless still amazing to watch. This happened near the Lauderdale and Kemper County line in East Mississippi.
That is a tornado.
It is a tornado. You're right. These storms kicked off Monday night in Texas. At least one tornado touched down in Jacksboro. That's near Dallas. Take a look at the aerial video showing the damage from that storm. Officials say dozens of homes and 2 schools damaged. Students are going to get the rest of the week off. 4 people hurt. But despite that, the police chief says things could have been much worse.
We're very blessed in our community to have little to no injuries, and that's a blessing.
Very much so, a blessing. Community Center is open for those in need of a shelter tonight. And the WTVA Severe Weather Authority team spent days watching the system develop. Then they watched and tracked the storm as the system kicked off there in Texas, passing through Louisiana, Mississippi, and then still going. WTVA Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon, along with our meteorologist Alan Matthew and Gabe Maynard, join us with a look back on this outbreak.
Today with the tornadoes, in a lot of ways, we didn't have a lot of reports in our areas, and some of these could eventually be confirmed to be tornado touchdowns. But Alan, I mean, luckily, no major cities in our area hit.
Yeah, so definitely a flatter part of the state hit. As you go in closer to West Point, you know, there's a lot of flat prairie lands extending up alternate 45 coming out of Clay County all the way up into Tupelo. So we were definitely lucky that this kind of was in a less densely populated area.
I mean, even just outside of West Point, you know, it's fairly open field, so not as many tree damage reports what we've had previously. And Gabe, I think we would agree the positioning on this was actually pretty good based on the risk levels we were looking at.
Yeah, so the moderate risk was right around the Jackson area, and as you mentioned earlier in the forecast, it extended north, so it actually did include that Starkville area, so that tornado was not out of where the bullseye was.
Yeah, it was still in that, and there's clearly a clustering back toward Jackson. That's why over the last couple of days, that's been the preference zone where, you know, we've been focused down in central Mississippi for really the last week as we've been looked at this. So here are the storm reports going back and including yesterday as well. Not often you get 2 moderate risk, level 4 out of 5 risks over 2 days. And I mean, Alan, looking back toward Texas, a lot of reports there as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like you said, we've been talking about this, or y'all have been talking about this for several days, and I think they pretty much nailed the specific area where a lot of the reports were seen.
Yeah, this is where that level 4 risk was yesterday. But one of the things is then people sometimes only look at the center of the bullseye. You can still get tornadoes. Pretty good clustering of tornadoes there in North Texas, South Oklahoma, which was still in the risk, but not in that level 4 risk. So a reminder that even if you're only in a level 2 or level 1 risk, tornadoes can still sometimes happen there and cause damage. Appreciate it. Our Alan Matthew, our Gabe Maynard, as we continue to look back on the severe weather threat from today.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate all of your work. And a day after severe weather, things finally calming down. Many people now left to clean everything up. We'll have more on the cleanup already happening tonight on WTVA 9 News at 10. We have brought you severe weather coverage all afternoon, including looks at all of the damage seen in various parts of our viewing area. Our videographer Alvin Ivey spent the afternoon driving around looking for damage in Clay County. And take a look at what he found. He first found a string of downed power lines, which we brought to you live during WTVA 9 News at 6 as they began to put these power poles back up. It's been a long day for the power crew. It's going to be a long night for them as well. And he also found downed trees like what you're seeing here. Some pretty massive tree branches ripped off of those trees. Storm also took the roof off of this building. Of course, just pockets of damage here and there. Alvin also speaking with one woman who was in her home when those storms blew through Clay County.
It sounded like a train was coming down the hallway. It was just so scary, and we just heard, all kind of noise, like stuff coming off the roof and things like that. So first thing I said was, we just started praying because it was just really, really scary.
We spoke with Sheriff Eddie Scott earlier today. He told us at least 25 power poles in Clay County were snapped by the high winds, leaving many people without power. And we have a live look of the power outages across the state of Mississippi. Here they are. Many of the outages in central Mississippi, but a few folks around our area, like Clay County, about 464 still without power this evening. Again, the crews are working there in Attala County and all across the state trying to get the power back on. Now, earlier in our broadcast, you heard from our meteorologist, Stormy Meyer. Right now, we want to take you back out to Clay County for another look. This time, it's our Rhea Thornton. She is standing by. Rhea?
Emily, the rain has officially stopped here in West Point, and actually some of the stars are starting to peek out of the clouds as those clouds are starting to dissipate, whereas earlier today there was heavy, dense clouds in the sky. You could not see any sunshine at all, and actually we have seen quite a few big trucks coming by as we've been standing here the past hour or so, and it looks as though they have been clearing out these roads so that hopefully tomorrow you will have easy and safe commutes to work. Reporting live in West Point, Rhea Thornton, WTVA 9 News.
Rhea, thank you so much. Taking a live look out of the MDOT traffic cam in Tupelo. Rain has also stopped in Tupelo. Thankfully, it seems like things are pretty quiet. Going to give us a night to take a deep breath as the crews tomorrow begin to clean up after the storms. In about 2 minutes, we're going to bring back our chief meteorologist, Matt Lopon. He'll talk more about what happened today, what's happening now, and what we can expect going into the rest of our work week. His forecast is next. Stay with us.
Now, your WTVA Severe Weather Authority forecast with chief meteorologist Matt Lopon.
It's a pretty simple question. I'm not sure the answer is that simple, but what now?
Right now, the severe weather is out of here, and it depends on who you're talking to. If you're talking to power crews, keep on doing what you're doing. Unfortunately, going to be kind of a busy night. We're now down to 1,200 folks, customers in particular, without power in the viewing area at this time. That's significant strides from earlier on. Damage reports include no injuries in our area. That's a very important thing. I am going through, that's why I'm kind of, double fisting it here. We're looking at the reports of where we expect the National Weather Service to do some damage surveys, including Grenada County, Montgomery County, multiple places there, Montgomery and Webster counties, Choctaw County, Clay County, where in the next few days they plan on doing some storm reports to check on where the severe weather was this week. And I guess I'm letting that one linger on bottom there. Another strong storm system arriving the middle part of next week, middle of the latter part of next week. There, I delivered that one. And that's when it could have potential for maybe more storms, possibly more potential severe weather then. Outside, of course, we're looking at some of those reports, as we mentioned earlier on, around Clay County, some of the more confirmed reports that we've had in our area. But clearly, as you look all the way back west to Kilmichael, Grenada, all those locations we were talking about, damage surveys are going to go into effect as National Weather Service goes out there and figures out exactly what has happened. So this evening, storms are mainly out of here, rainfall all out of here within the next 2 to 3 hours. Our meteorologist, John DeLusick, give John a look tomorrow morning. He's earned it with how long a day he put in. A lot of folks around here doing that today. He'll have a look at cloud cover tomorrow morning and a cool start to the day. 40s probably feeling like 30s. As we go throughout your Wednesday, we expect to have lots of cloud cover. This little bit to green, not expecting that to be meaningful moisture, but it's not inconceivable. We have maybe a dribble or two of drizzle out there, but it's going to be more of a breezy, cool day. This is kind of, I'm aggressively showing you some of the cooler end of the spectrum on high temperatures for tomorrow. Upper 40s, lower 50s by tomorrow afternoon. Technically, the high temperature hit about an hour and 40 minutes at midnight. So high temperature being a relative term, we'll say afternoon high temperature on that. Your hour-by-hour forecast for tomorrow has us at 49 in the morning. We'll go 51 by noontime and 55 for tomorrow afternoon. That percentage you see there, that's all out of here within about the next 3 hours or so as the rainfall is mainly out of here. We're dry as we finish up this work week, dry as we head into the weekend, and low temperatures there, cold enough that it's a little too early to be doing some at planting spots, especially near the Tennessee state line where it will be chillier. Some frost, I think, on a couple of occasions there. Let's talk Tuesday. Not just Tuesday, let's talk next week. So this is storm ingredients. We've shown this a lot leading up to this potential for severe weather this week. And as we look just kind of zipping ahead here, I want to show you that as we go, this is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. Rain chances start to return. And by Thursday, another storm system moving in. And while the positioning on this one isn't quite perfect, notice those winds aloft, similar locations. Notice the precipitation, similar spots. And as we look toward the fuel available, it definitely peaks down just a little bit to our south as we look through Thursday. So the timing's something we're going to refine on this, but the middle, latter part of next week, projections showing the potential for severe weather, possibly once again. This is what we call the European model because the folks in Europe run it on their supercomputers. Here's the one we run here in America on our supercomputers here with similar initial conditions. And notice it's a little more aggressive as we look toward, this is late Wednesday with storms likely back out to the west of us on Wednesday night, and then the early part of Thursday. So our timing is still a little bit off, but I have two projections. Each one is showing a potential for stronger thunderstorms next week. It's just a matter of when that timing ends up lining up. So we are, as you can see, fairly clear for now, but next week lingering around the corner as we work our way into April. Because, yeah, that's typically the peak of our storm season. Those storm chances Wednesday, Thursday, somewhere in that time frame of next week become more likely. So enjoy the beautiful weather we have ahead as we should dry things out for a number of days. You can always get a look at that 7-day forecast in the WTVA weather app for you and available for all of those different devices. And weather call, you heard one of mine on the air live earlier today for just a severe thunderstorm warning. I say just a severe thunderstorm warning, but Emily, those are in some cases where we get some of the wind damage, and where these aren't confirmed as tornadoes, that straight line wind damage causing impacts in its own right.
I'm guessing the National Weather Service will be able to spend time tomorrow trying to figure out tornadoes, strong winds. We'll have more information on that tomorrow, hopefully.
We'll have more, and I think it's going to take them a few days to get through all the reports. When you look back toward Jackson, there's just a ton. It's probably going to be a week or more before we hear some of the reports in our area.
It's been a very long couple of days for a lot of people. Matt, thank you very much.